Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we got to discuss some serious news tonight. Listen, man, Lamelo Ball, MB1, the one of one. The Charlotte Hornets was victorious, man. This is what we want. You know, believe it or not, the Charlotte Hornets, they always opening night victorious. I think for the past couple of years, they have won. You know, this is no barometer, you know, of success. This is no litmus test for success, ladies and gentlemen, for the Charlotte Hornets. It's about what they're going to do after this. You know, every year they've won. I think there was it a game in Houston where they won. Obviously, this game here against Brooklyn, they won. I think against Indiana. They always have won opening nights. You know, this is not something new. But one thing, something new that I did notice was the way the basketball was moving. I think you finally seen a little bit of what Charles Lee was trying to do. I felt like Charles Lee's imprints was on the whole thing yesterday. It was something spectacular to see. But I'm here to tell you right now, y'all, the Charlotte Hornets will have their hands full going up against VJ Edgecombe and company. The Philadelphia 76ers, they ain't gonna be no this ain't gonna be no walk in the park. But I will tell you this: if you Philly, you know, I know that we looking at the big numbers that we just witnessed from VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey. But I'm here to tell you, they need to be concerned about what Lamelo Ball, MB1, the one of one, is about to bring to the table, ladies and gentlemen. They need to be concerned that what Brandon Miller is about to bring to the table. We're about to get into all the numbers, stats, statistics, and every goddamn thing. You know, they better be concerned about the man-child Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges is back in the paint, ladies and gentlemen. This is a whole nother situation now. This is a whole nother conversation with Miles Bridges in the paint. You know, this dude is feasting. You know, I'm just keeping it 100 with you. I haven't seen Miles Bridges play like this since the playing days. You know, I don't know what was going on. You know, the scandals, the all the court shits. You know, all that stuff was going on that clouded Miles Bridges. You clearly seen it took an effect on the court. You know, and now that you don't see no drama, Miles Bridges is playing the best basketball that we've seen in some time. That will propel the Charlotte Hornets back to where the rightful position. When I'm listening to NBA, you know, analysts and stuff like that, a lot of people are saying the Hornets look like a playing squad. A lot of people are saying Charlotte looks a little bit different, you know. But in order for all of that to look good and sound good, they're gonna have to go to Philly and get this game. You know, win, lose, or draw. I want to see how they look. But they got to be ready to answer the call. Lamelo Ball, we said this yesterday. Well, I said this yesterday on our live stream. Shout out to everybody that pulled up. Lamelo Ball, MB1, the one of one, is better than Tyrese Maxey. And we ain't going to get into the rookie VJ Edgecombe. You know, these guys, Lamelo and Miller, they're going to be, I'm pretty sure they looked at what they just did. You know, so they know they're going to have to bring it. I know that against Brooklyn, it seemed like it was a more of a spread offense. We still don't know the status of Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid, like I said, his career, we just don't know what's going to go down with Joel Embiid. He got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. it's starting to really look like they need to let go of all these so-called veterans and just build around these two guards. You can let Embiid go, let him go off and chase a championship somewhere else, and you bring in whatever you can, some first-round picks. You might as well salvage it now before he ends up with a career-ending situation, because Embiid, something's not right. Something is not right. He played 20 minutes yesterday, and that's where I go with like I said, VJ Edgecombe, Maxey, they was just walking to the paint against the Boston Celtics. This is not the Celtics of yesterday that you're thinking that, oh man, they're gonna have rim protection, they're gonna have this. I believe it's gonna be a lot more tougher for VJ Edgecombe just to be walking to the paint and dunking and all that. I just don't see it going down like that. I believe the Hornets, they got the listen, Lamelo, he gonna be coming out there to play. So Maxey, I think that Lamelo and Maxey, I'm not gonna say they're gonna cancel each other out, but those two are going to be playing, elite basketball. Then it comes down to what's up with Brandon Miller. Obviously we get so caught up in what happened with EJ Edgecombe. Just know that he's gonna have to deal with a Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller's a lot bigger, than what he just went up against. Brandon Miller put up 25 points last night, 7 assists. So the brand, it's not like these guys did absolutely nothing. They balled out, and this is going to be good because you got the Sixers, who is looked at universally as one of the top teams, in the Eastern Conference, maybe the NBA if everybody is healthy. So you got a situation where it's no Paul George. Embiid is on one leg. You got to go in there and clean up. You go in there and clean up right now, especially if you are the Charlotte Hornets. I'm just here to tell you to get the popcorn, because you got this elite guard play. Lamelo has an opportunity to put the league on notice. Lamelo got completely eviscerated last year, because of obviously the win-loss column with the Charlotte Hornets, but he should have been in that All-Star game. He wasn't. I believe Maxey got the nod. All of these people are just going above Lamelo. When Lamelo is playing in Charlotte last year, he didn't really have nothing, at his disposal. Miles Bridges was not playing this brand of basketball. Miles Bridges was basically a spot-up shooter, and things like that. He really had empty calories. But now it seems like they're going to play better. They got even elite point guard play coming off of the bench. When you talking about Colin Sexton is going to add, and we spoke about this yesterday. It was no drop off. When Lamelo, obviously, that is a different talent, but you are bringing in another starting caliber guard, another respectable guard around the league. You're not bringing in Theo Maledon. You're bringing in Colin Sexton. So now is a whole different situation. The defense got to play. It was times where I seen some doubles coming out where Sexton was driving to the lane. He was drawing in the defense. You didn't see all of this going on. And what does that do? That opens up things. Even Sexton was hitting some threes last night. So we haven't even seen, the complete, array of talent all clicking at one time for the Charlotte Hornets. Like I said, it's just truly the beginning. But, you got a road game. You opened up on the road against Brooklyn. Everybody's saying it was Brooklyn. That's what everybody going to say. And they won pretty, convincingly. So now the real test is Philadelphia. If you look at the Charlotte Hornets schedule, some people may look at it like it could be somewhat of a tough schedule, but you play one game at a time. The game against the Sixers, you get that one, and then you got the Washington Wizards, and then you got the Heat. I think that the Charlotte Hornets got an opportunity to really just surprise people. In order to do that, you got to win a tough game like Philly. They got a nice little road trip here. I believe the Hornets going to beat Washington in Washington. I ain't concerned about that. Miami flipped the coin. Orlando in Charlotte. I'm rolling with Orlando. And then November 1st, we're gonna have a heavyweight match, between LaMelo Ball and obviously Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is on the tear. He hit a big time jumper, in his last outing. That was a hell of a mid range jumper from Anthony Edwards. A lot of people get so caught up with the three ball. It's the threes. You see straight up Anthony Edwards. He will put his back to the basket. Anthony Edwards will do everything. He clearly the analytics and stuff don't apply to a guy like Anthony Edwards. He's gonna do whatever he wants to do out there. And hit that mid range jumper in the clutch. It just shows you what kind of player he is. And what he's gonna become. This guy right here, man, it's going to be a true battle for who's going to run the league when LeBron James do eventually sit down. But guys like Anthony Edwards are putting themselves in prime position, to look like, to take it at the helm, especially when you got a team that's putting pieces around him, man. Minnesota is a team that's scratching and clawing to possibly make it to the finals. They haven't made it yet, but something tells me that they might be eventually cracked through the door. The way Edwards is playing, he will win a championship when his career is over. That's no question. If or is he's going to win one. It's just a matter of time. But give credit to the Charlotte Hornets. And like I said, we talk about the Hornets DNA. Shout out to Noble Knowledge. He says LaMelo cooks Ant every year, and he won Rookie of the Year over him. That's facts. Shout out to Darkman X. He says it's going to be a good. This is going to be a good game. I think the guard play is going to be tremendous. And LaMelo, like I said, I believe he is the best guard out east, and it's time for him to prove it to the league. None of these dudes could check LaMelo. Let's keep it real. Let's not get so caught up with Maxey, doing what he did. Who did he do that against? So we gotta put everything into perspective now. It was the season opener. Same thing could be said the way they saying with LaMelo and the Hornets. They went up against Brooklyn. So Brandon Miller was injured last year. He's got an opportunity this game to prove it too, man. I think that Miller's gonna go off. I think that they're gonna answer the call. You might see a flip of a coin. You see how Maxey and these dudes went off, and I want to see them do that against Charlotte. Because I believe you got LaMelo and Miller. They ready to bring that same level of intensity. Especially with putting the ball in the hole. You're not gonna see Maxey just giving it to LaMelo or coming down every time bucket after bucket, and LaMelo don't answer, Miller don't answer. That's just not gonna happen. You're not gonna see a situation where VJ Edgecombe just is dominating and nobody's answering him. You don't see Miller. That's just not gonna happen. Miles, somebody will answer the call. Now we talking about VJ Edgecombe as a rookie, and we matching him up with Miller and all these guys. Let's not forget about Con Knipple, in here. He was drafted right there, right after him. It's gonna be pressure. This dude just put up 30 plus. Con Knipple, he played good. He didn't play bad. I know that the numbers probably wasn't through the roof, but he's the ultimate glue guy. That's what he's going to be here for Charlotte. He's going to open up the floor for guys like LaMelo, Miller, Miles, and company. That's what he's supposed to do. Now I want to see it, and I want to see him hit these threes. That's all he has to do. He don't have to put up 30 plus. It's going to be games and opportunities for him to do that. But as of right now, just hit that three when they pass it to you. Be that reliable three-point shooter. He's already an upgrade over all of the other people they had. Like I said, we're going to go down the names. It was times when LaMelo was going down the paint. He's kicking it out the shooters. He's dumping it out the Bryce McGowans, and that's not really, we were crossing our fingers when he hit the shot. Now, you bringing in Con Knipple. That's much more reliable. You bring in Trey Mann, and that Trey Mann was getting electric. I feel like we never get a real dose of Trey Mann. You understand? I think that we just got a small, situation, for him. We're going to see him really take his game to the next level with Charlotte. He's a guy who wants to be in Charlotte. That's another thing that people don't point out. They want to be here. They want to be there. All of these guys, they re-signed. They could have did something else. Trey Mann was holding out. He made sure the deal was worked out with Charlotte. Like I said, he really was patient to make sure the deal worked out. So definitely give him major props. But back to Philly, man. What's the status of these veterans? The Sixers, we don't know what's going on with Joel Embiid. What's going on? What's his status for the next game? I haven't heard anything about that yet. We don't know what the hell's going on. So 76ers can't ignore their growing Joel Embiid problem. That's what Bleacher Report just put out. There has always been a Joel Embiid problem. I'm shocked that now all of a sudden it's all coming to a head. This has always been an issue, with the process of Joel Embiid and all that other shit. But like I said, that 117, 116 loss, it was a 1-point win for Philly. That's why I said I'm not really playing any defense as Charlotte to put up all them points. So we shall see. But I will tell you that Philly, it's going to be a good game. It ain't going to be nothing easy. Both teams coming off victories. Nobody want to lose. But we're going to see what's up, But Joel Embiid, he looked the shell of himself. Let's just be honest with you. The man only played, 20 minutes? What's happening with him? I just feel like Embiid, his career, I don't know what's up. What has to be done? What's the surgery? What's the operation? As of right now, I haven't heard anything about his status for Saturday. I guess we'll find that out Saturday. But he definitely did not look good. It was a struggle. We just got to call it how we see it. It was a complete struggle for Joel Embiid. Nick Nurse, I don't know what he's going to have to do. He didn't put him on the floor. He pulled him, so he clearly seen something. So something's not right. He had arthroscopic surgery on his left knee over the summer. So that's gonna affect his minutes. He's gonna be under minutes restriction, if I'm not mistaken. But I just hope that Joel Embiid can shake off, because he's a player like a lot of these guys. They always could just bounce back from an injury, but it's gonna be at some point where you ain't gonna be able to shake all these injuries, And Joel Embiid, they've been stockpiling these surgeries, these operations, these little things. Noble Knowledge says PG isn't playing, but Embiid will be on the court. I hope so. But what's going on with PG? There should be no podcast if you're not playing on the floor. That goes for every player. It need to be some kind of, house rules. They call unwritten rules. It need to be an unwritten rule where if you're not available, don't be doing no podcast. Nobody want to see you with Kai Cenat. If you're not playing, if you're not, you've been doing podcasts all summer. And maybe if he wasn't doing all of these things, it take a lot to run a podcast, so especially with these people, they getting guests and all, that's a lot. The production is a lot. So they clearly are taking something away from, the game. You didn't see Kobe Bryant doing this. As much as we get on LeBron James, we didn't see LeBron running podcasts and shit like that. LeBron had a relationship with Jay-Z. You don't think he could have pulled Jay-Z and did some kind of 2-hour interview and all of this and that, and maybe they started their own show? He was considered a rock boy at one point, but he didn't do that. These guys were dedicated to their craft. You got guys missing shot after shot after shot, but we got podcast after podcast after podcast. At some point, accountability, has to be, put out there. You're shooting podcasts, but you're not there for training camp. You're not there for game one. Give Embiid credit. He, as bad as his injury situation is, he will go in the playoffs on one leg and give you 50. He no matter, he'll gut it out and make sure he's available for opening night. Embiid know damn well he had no business playing last night. Embiid need to sit down and get his situation right, but I don't know if they ever gonna allow that to happen. But they're gonna, and going up against Charlotte, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of fast pace, play. They're gonna be moving at a frenetic pace. So do you really want Embiid in there? When you got Lamelo Ball running 150 miles an hour, when he outletting it to Brandon Miller, these dudes is going. You're gonna have Diabate, sprinting. They're gonna be trying to put Embiid on the move. They're gonna put him in them pick and rolls. So we got to figure out, is this the right team? I think that Boston a little slower. Maybe that was probably not so bad, but then you're gonna have to play against a rookie too. So that should be a good test for Ryan Kalkbrenner, even with Embiid with one leg. Ryan, that going up against Embiid, will be able to see what he's really like. They are a desperate need at center, so it's not surprising that they elected to start a rookie. They had to. Who else was coming? They didn't upgrade that position. And the real question with Charlotte right now is, what the hell is going on with Liam McNeely? It's almost about time for APB watch. McNeely, he just got lost on us. Everybody is taking off right about now. I felt like it was no real dead weight in Charlotte. But I'm starting to see that McNeely, he may need a little bit more, walkthrough, to get himself right. Everybody else is taking off, including, T-Jan Salon. I'm not going to jump the gun because, like I said, I was concerned about T-Jan. I think that T-Jan got a couple more levels to get to as well. He's just proven that he's a rotational piece for Charlotte. That's clear. I think last year they were just thrusting him in. Pause. Now I think he is a respectable rotational piece for Charlotte. This kid right here got a lot of size, pause. He could play a lot of different ways. He can dribble it. He can bring the ball up. He can hit the three. He can play in the paint. So TJ, he was a project, but if the project pans out, I mean, he's going to be a force, and listen, I like what I'm seeing. He's a good backup for Miles Bridges. That's what he's proven to be. I thought that he was the Miles Bridges replacement, but clearly he's not ready to do that. And I love what I'm seeing from Miles. Miles is really becoming like the big brother of this basketball team. He is, like, especially for the younger players, it's almost like he wants to relieve all the stress, off of these guys. Like, give me the ball. All y'all calm down, get out the way, we got you. That's the vibe that I'm catching from Miles Bridges. He just want to help these young players and not make them feel overwhelmed. And you seeing that firsthand. Nobody's being overwhelmed, nobody's getting overwhelmed. When you got Miles Bridges, able to take it up a notch. And we seeing that firsthand. So let's see if he can do that on the floor against, Joel Embiid on one leg, and obviously Kelly Oubre and company. Miles Bridges is going to be a force down there. We're going to see. Well, listen, we joined by my man, All Access Dex. What's the deal? It's Flight Sports. The Charlotte Hornets got a big-time game coming up this Saturday against VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey. Can Lamelo and the Hornets put the league on notice? What's your thoughts?
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. Shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports block. And big ups to everyone pulling up for the first time, or it is a continuance of the momentum of the great work Flight Sports TV has put in since its invention. Thank you, Flight, for inviting me to the stream. Well, I'm not going to say that the Charlotte Hornets is a one-trick pony, because you have a bevity of talent in the top 5 of the Charlotte Hornet roster. And on the other hand, speaking about the 76ers, you have multiple all-stars and former all-stars in their top 5 roster. So this will be a diligent challenge for the Charlotte Hornets this season. And if they can pull off this road win, which they're coming in as a road underdog after opening the season as a home favorite over the Brooklyn Nets, which the Charlotte Hornets haven't been an opening day favorite since the last 3 years. So, yes, the sun is shining right now on the silo of the Spectrum Center, but they're going to be away from their abode and their comfortability and their radical fans. They're going up to the city of brotherly love. I believe that's the Wells Fargo Arena. And we all know Philadelphia as a city do not show hospitality to visitors, regardless of the sports. I don't care if it's the Penguins flight. Excuse me, not the Penguins, the Flyers. Penguins is Pittsburgh. The Philadelphia Flyers, even if it's on ice, the fans are rude and inhospitable. Can the Charlotte Hornets this year, under the dictation of Jeff Peterson and the close direction of Charles Lee, weather that kind of storm? Because in past, the 76ers have totally dominated the Charlotte Hornets. I mean, if you look in the past, like, where some of us really don't want to go further than the Lamelo Ball tenure, but the 76ers have a 67-60 record against the Charlotte Hornets entering the 2025-2026 season, and that's including those seasons and years in which the 76ers were intentionally tanking and gave it a nomenclature as the process. So with the key favoring the 76ers based on their dominance of the Charlotte Hornets and winning all 8 meetings flight over the past 2 seasons. So Charlotte have some work to do to dig out of the grave of being dominated by the 76ers. Someone have to change that cycle and not allow the 76ers to permeate a dominant mentality and the Charlotte Hornets surrender to that. And I think Charles Lee have a grand task in front of him, flight. So with the star power of the 76ers, and we talking Tyrese, Maxey, Paul George, coming back off of injury, Joel Embiid. But who would have thought, flight? Who would have thought it that VJ Edgecombe will come in with his superpowers and dominate opening day, where his name is being mentioned amongst the young elite, like the Victor Wembanyama.
Like the all elite. You're right about that.
So that is mad crazy, right? And which make Edgecombe such an intriguing dynamic is that he's not asked, Flight, to be the straw that stirs the drink. That is not his responsibility. That's Tyrese Maxey's responsibility. So that means he has a free reign to be VJ Edgecombe without hindrance, without pressure, and without major expectation. So the blast that he created in the crater of the rookies that entered the NBA this season could get deeper as VJ Edgecombe starts to really settle in and become a dominant scorer on the peripheral of Tyrese Maxey. Like,
Yeah, most definitely. Like I said, Joel Embiid, we don't know the status. He only played 20 some minutes. I wanna get your thoughts. Like I said, we know that VJ Edgecombe Maxey, they're gonna put up ridiculous numbers. Do you think that Lamelo and Miller are gonna answer that call? Do they have to answer that call? Because I know you was upset at the style of play that they played in, but I think this game we're gonna be able to see them a little bit more offensive. How do they have to play in order to be successful in Philly on Saturday?
shout out to the chat and everybody that's involved. Please hit that
Yes.
like button. Please hit that like button. We putting in work, man. Please hit that like button. Um, Brandon Miller is a question mark, Flight, because we have seen in the past, since his rookie sensational season, that was very surprising in his performance due to the fact that he came in under the dubious choice between him and Scoot Henderson. That had divided portion of the fan base in Charlotte. But his rookie season quieted a lot of the naysayers who were anti Brandon Miller. And I can't say it was just because of his collegiate performance. I think some of that backlash came because of his legal issues at Alabama University. Go Roll Tide. So coming in to the Charlotte Hornets with a dark cloud hovering over your persona after all of the mischief making amongst the Hornets players at the time, i.e., players getting arrested for large sum of marijuana and accused of trafficking marijuana. It didn't happen in Charlotte, but it did happen with a player that they thought could be a muscle for the Charlotte Hornets. I won't mention his name because I kind of know him due to the fact I met him on several occasions, and he even shouted out Flight Sports TV when he was at the Drew League. So I'm not here to smear or be begrudging towards this individual. All I know is that he was an ultimate failure when signed by the Charlotte Hornets, who needed the muscle, the grit, the fight at the time. So Brandon Miller has to show that he can be productive and impactful against winning squads, against tough, tenacious squads who have ambition to be contenders in the NBA, not just the East, the NBA in its totality. And I believe the 76ers is one of those teams. Lamelo, I don't worry about Lamelo Ball. I really don't worry about Lamelo Ball. We already know Lamelo Ball can do it all. He is a tertiary scorer. He is a playmaker. And what a lot of us have forgotten about LaMelo Ball, Dip, is that he can be a prolific rebounder. Now, I don't know if Steve Clifford removed LaMelo Ball from those duties, but under James Borrego, LaMelo Ball was a prolific rebounder and a triple-double threat every night. We really don't get that portion of LaMelo now because he's not really up under the rim, and I don't know, is that because of his fragile lower extremities throughout the last couple of years? So they want to spare some of the poundage, Paul, that he might receive down there in the restricted area, because that's the area that separates men from boys. That's where you get all of the pork off the rib down in that restricted area. So maybe they remove LaMelo from those duties so he can have more energy and have a little bit of stamina towards closing out games without having to exert that kind of energy in the restricted area. So I believe Brandon Miller, along with LaMelo Ball, can match wits with Tyrese Maxey and BJ Edgecombe. Now, when you go outside of those two terrific tandems and duels in the backcourt, you have to glance at George and Miles, Paul George and Miles Bridges. Could they cancel each other out? And if so,
well, Dex, Paul George is not playing. I don't know about game 2. I know he's not. He didn't play.
Okay, what about Kelly Oubre? Is Kelly Oubre playing?
Kelly Oubre is playing. Yeah.
Okay, well, we know Kelly Oubre can get you 30. He can get you 30. So can Kelly Oubre Jr. and Miles Bridges cancel each other out? Of course they can. But it all centers around the health of Joel Embiid, because there's nothing that Charlotte have to offer to combat Joel Embiid's presence, dominance, and performance if he is a healthy entity. We know Joel Embiid is a behemoth of a human being. So if they could cancel out that X factor with Joel Embiid and his health, I believe Charlotte probably could squeak out a win, because I think Charlotte is a faster team than the 76ers. And if they can maintain ball distribution, and LaMelo could probably get 28 to 33 points, I think they cover the spread. Charlotte Hornets leave the city of brotherly love 2-0 flight.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not going to be easy, but I think this is going to be a good test. Obviously, Brooklyn, nobody's gonna jump for joy too much, involved in that game. But the real litmus test to me is going to be Philly. No matter what, whether if Joel Embiid plays or not, you still got an all-star there in Maxey, bona fide. And they coming off something spectacular. These guys look like they're on the verge of going to the playoffs. Now, if you Lamelo, Miller, and company, you want to kind of be in the same, lane as them and headed to the postseason. So I want to see that matchup. I want to see the growth in these players. Lamelo, he's still a young player, but he's been around for a while. And like I said, I just want to see it. I want to see it. You got a rookie coming in. What's up with Brandon Miller? Miller better be ready to put it up, put them points up, and Khan can nipple. You know, we getting so caught up with Miller, Lamelo, Bridges, but what's up with Con Knipple? VJ Edgecombe, I mean, just dropped 30 plus. You know, I think he this guy's already planted his flag as the rookie of the year already. You know, if he put up another 30 piece, win or lose, just hand him the damn trophy now and get it over with. You know, because that's what he's already put himself in position, you know, for rookie of the year. He's the leader already. You know, so let's see what happens. You got Nick Nurse versus Charles Lee. Well, what you think about that matchup?
Well, I believe Nick Nurse is a better coach. He's
Mm,
been around. He's been around. He has a championship up under his belt, and he know how to deal with talent and star players' ego, and that's something that is really underrated amongst some of these coaches. How they are able to maneuver between the behaviors of some of these star players and their egos when it comes to them getting numbers and putting up satisfactory statistical category numbers based on their next contract negotiation and things of that nature. So Nick Nurse is good for that, and players trust Nick Nurse. He have been a part of the coaching carousel as a championship coach. He was a part of that ring, but nevertheless, he landed in Philly, which was a good job for him, and he's able to secure Joel Embiid with an MVP. And I think because of that, I think Joel Embiid trusts him from the tip of his hair to the bottom of his feet. And if the big man trusts you, he can convince all others to buy in. And Tyrese Maxey, don't forget about him and the way that he has shown leadership in the absence of Joel Embiid. And even Tyrese Maxey, called Joel Embiid to the carpet. So they made up from that, but it just shows you that you got two captains, Captain A and Captain B, and Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. And we all know, pause, two heads is better than one. So you got a championship coach. You have a coach that's been through the carousel, and he has something to prove that he wants to win a title south of the border of Canada. He wants to prove that that wasn't a fluke because of the injury-riddled Golden State Warriors and the revengeful play of Kawhi Leonard. He wants to show that his input in that championship run was very vital and was very necessary, and it should be augmented with the overall performances of that organization from top to bottom. Because when we talk about that championship flight north of the border, six guy, we only talk about Masai, Missouri. People don't talk about Nick Nurse. They talk about Masai, Missouri and Kawhi Leonard. Nick Nurse has been a forgotten piece, whether it was vocalization or whether it was maneuvering Kyle Lowry into buying in with Kawhi Leonard in the absence of DeMar DeRozan, who was his best friend at the time.
yes, most definitely. Listen, man, we joined now by No Panic, the Pope B. Frank. Pope, what's the deal? It's Flight Sports. You already know what it is. Shout out No Panic. What's your thoughts? We got Lamelo Ball, the Charlotte Hornets. They coming off of a big time W. They are about to go take on Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe. These two just put on a virtuoso. Maxey 40 points. He just went off. He went ballistic. You got VJ Edgecombe, the rookie, just planting his flag already, putting up 34 points. I mean, that's pretty spectacular day one in Boston. So I mean that's not. We just got to keep it real there.
What's
What
his
do you
name?
think? His name is VJ Edgecombe, third
Where
pick
you
in the
come from?
draft. Baylor. He's from Long Island, though. I mean, I just wanted to just point that out there. Shout out Ali Payne in the building. Yeah. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
here
say,
you go with this
I'm keeping him. We keeping him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
can dig.
he's a he's a good player. And look what he doing already. And he he ready to they ready to move on from the process. But what's your thoughts? Because it's gonna be both teams coming off a victory. Can Lamelo and Miller and those guys go into Philly and put the league on notice?
No, not at all.
Oh,
Yeah, I understand. Shout out to Ali Payne too, man, in the building. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to you, Flight Dex, OG, my G. What's going on, sir? This it's not gonna be sustainable. This style of play. LaMelo, it's only 1 point guard on everybody's team. Everybody got 1 point guard on the court at all times, and it seems like the Hornets don't understand this. Everybody wants the point guard, and I don't. To me, this makes no sense. And when they play against teams like the 76ers, teams that's contending teams, that's going to be a problem with the confusion. If they don't put the ball in LaMelo hands, soon as they get the rebound, look for LaMelo ball. Like, I never seen Jason Kidd play. I didn't see, even when he played with Vince Carter, I didn't see Vince Carter bringing the ball up. They looked for Jason Kidd because they knew he would get the right player the ball. So I don't understand it. You can get away with that shit versus the Brooklyn Nets, and it looked good, and the ball was flowing. I agree with you. Ball was flowing. It was moving. But I don't know. Let's see. Melo only getting 20 points. I think he could have. I mean, look, we won. So it's the Nets.
he gonna need more than 20 points against these two dudes. I mean,
Yes.
that's why I believe. And do you think that LaMelo Ball is better than Tyrese Maxey?
Yeah, LaMelo Ball is the best player in the league, man.
Okay, yeah, that's why I said I really think he got a good opportunity. Yeah, that's why I say he got a good opportunity. And both of these guys coming off of big games, and they going into Philly. And LaMelo was not named the All-Star last year. I mean, I know that this season is about winning, but I just think that it's time for LaMelo to, snatch shit up, and he didn't force nothing, this last game. I know people looking at 20 points, but I think this game, what the field goal percentage?
What he shoot from the 3 and the 2.
7 of 15 shot good percentage. Nearly 50%.
Yeah, he didn't have to do a lot in this game, but it's going to require a lot for the rest of all throughout the season. And so I don't know. When I see Brandon Miller get the ball, bring it down court, dribble, jack up a shot, you can get away with that versus the Nets. But I don't know if that's going to be what we need when we playing against tight teams. LaMelo, to me, he just needs the ball in his hands. Just give him the ball. Let him make the decision. He going to make the right decision. Same thing I say with Caden Clark. LaMelo Ball, he was Caden Clark before Caden Clark. Man, people don't understand that. Put the ball in his hands, and we'll live with those choices that he going to make.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're going to find out. No Panic. What's the deal, No Panic?
What's up?
What's good? What you think is going to go down, this upcoming game, LaMelo Ball, Hornets, versus the Philadelphia 76ers with both of these two guards coming off monster numbers?
I mean, shit. I ain't got no hope for no Hornets, man. This is the start of the season, so you can't really say what's going to happen. Embiid, ain't nobody on the Hornets side fucking with Embiid. You know how early season Embiid go. Edgecombe, I can't remember I've been on this side or nothing like that, but Edgecombe, that's my favorite pick in the draft.
Well, that's gonna be everybody about to say that bullshit now.
What did he drop? 30 something?
Yeah, 34.
I remember wasn't a guy named PJ Washington who dropped like 50 in his first game rookie season?
Nah, no, I think they say he just passed. He broke Allen Iverson's record. So
Yeah, on 76ers. But didn't PJ Washington, as the Hornet, didn't he drop 50 his first game?
no way he couldn't have. Why
Yeah, he
nah,
Was he a
did.
rookie? Was he a rookie though?
Yeah. Yes, his first game. He dropped 50.
I don't know about that. We got to fact check it. I mean, it might be. I ain't heard about that.
I might be up. Might not be the first game. He dropped 50 in his rookie season. I should say that. Maybe not first game.
Yeah,
He
not the
dropped
first
50.
game. Yeah,
I
no.
believe it. Let's go see. Let's check it out.
They was giving VJ. They was giving Edgecombe the best statistical
Since Wilt Chamberlain,
record is Will Chamberlain. Yeah, opening day debut from coming out of the draft.
he paid. Iverson had the record before him with 30 starting his rookie season, and he broke Iverson's record with 34. Ironically, it was both in the Sixers jersey. So that's pretty spectacular.
My bad. PJ dropped 27 in his debut.
That was close.
He dropped two. No, that's half off from 50. But he had to drop 50 in that season,
50.
I believe. But even 27, I mean, that's a lot for PJ Washington, who we all know he wouldn't scratch the surface of averaging 27 points. So, oh boy, I mean, he did that against Boston Celtics. No Brandon Tatum, but it is the Boston Celtics. So, I mean, that's smooth.
Yeah.
Homecoming. I never seen them play, I should say.
Right. I want to get
Is he
your
a center?
Yeah, I want to get your thoughts on
No,
something.
Edgecombe and no center. He's a wing.
No. Edgecombe is a guard. He's a 2 guard. Yeah, I want to get your thoughts on something that broke today, breaking news in the NBA. I'm going to ask you, Pope, and then we're going to get Deck's thoughts. What's going on with Chauncey Billups? You know, this man that got locked up this morning. What's the information? Have you heard anything about this? What the hell is going on in Portland? They're locking motherfuckers up now.
I mean, yeah, it's not just Portland. You know, Terry Rozier, who used to be one of our Hornets, right? Lamelo Ball's teammate. So we glad he got Terry away from us, away from Lamelo Ball. Because again, that's what I was saying. Lamelo need hoopers like a Concanipo around him and not a bunch of knuckleheads. But Terry Rozier, he did the biggest one. With Chauncey Billups, he was just gambling, poker, some shit with some mafia mob bosses type shit. Nothing major. I don't believe so far it hasn't come out that they was doing NBA gambling. It was more on some Gilbert Arenas type shit. But Terry Rozier gambling on himself. This is just crazy to me because you getting $1 million contract, not 1 million, but you have $1 million contracts, and you niggas is out here risking it, doing crime. You still committing crime? Like, I just don't get that at all. Like, why would you risk it all when you getting a paycheck that's worth over so many amounts of millions of dollars, and you putting that on the line, and on top of no integrity for the game, no nothing. He out there jacking up bullshit. He out there turning the ball over purposely because he gambling. And there's so many of them type of people like that. That's why I'm glad he got away from LaMelo Ball so he wouldn't try to entice LaMelo to do no bullshit like that. Like, yeah, man, we losing anyway. Then throw the game, man. Bet the under on yourself and make an extra few million. Like, somebody dropping large amounts of money on a Terry Rozier, yeah, that's going to be suspicious. Dropping on the unders and he going to have this many turnovers and all of that, and then you hitting on it, yeah, that's red flag, and you're going to get got like he did. So good for him. Find the rest of these bums that's in the league doing this, messing with the integrity of the league. Y'all betting on yourselves, and you going out there chucking and driving, jacking up bull crap. It's crazy, man. It's pure crazy.
Yeah. One more thing. What's going on with Portland? Because it looked like Chauncey was starting to change things around a little bit. Defensively, they started making some improvements. I was looking at their defensive numbers. They brought in Drew Holiday. Listen, they played Minnesota tough. It took Anthony Edwards to hit the dagger, in order to win, that game last night. It was a close one. What's going on with Portland now? It looks he returned. He's on. They put him on leave. So we don't. This could be the end of Chauncey Billups with the Portland Trailblazers. I believe is the end. But what's going to happen now with him and the coaching status for Portland?
Yeah, it might be the end, but it might not be. They like degeneracy. They like people who do dumb shit. I like Gilbert Arenas. You see, they be putting him on ESPN and all of that type of shit, even though they know he's a degenerate. And so, that's what they like. That's what they hire in the NBA for the commentators and all of that. So he'll be back. Like I said, I don't think he was gambling on the games, unless I didn't hear that yet. If you heard that already, I heard that he was gambling. They was doing some shit, basically saying like Gilbert Arenas basically told on them niggas. Basically, that's what I'm hearing in the streets, which Gilbert Arenas said he would do if it came down to that. He telling in the instant. So if he said that himself, I mean he had other things to tell on, and then a few months down the line, you see Chauncey basically getting caught up with the same type of charges Gilbert Arenas got caught up with, the mob bosses and the poker games, the illegal poker games and shit like that. And the feds is involved. So I feel like it's all tied together, and he can probably beat that just like Gil would probably beat that. It's just a reason for the feds to probably fuck with the mob. It might be on something like that, but if he didn't get on the NBA, I think he'll still keep his job.
No, it's just kind of different. What Chauncey Billups get locked up for, he get locked up where they had like 30 mob defendants or whatnot, and somebody in the mob tail on him or implicate him in it. And what he been doing in rigging games, he basically been stealing from his friends or whatnot. With Gilbert Arenas, with him, he basically just rent a house out to somebody who been doing it, and that's like he get wrapped into it. That's why he ain't get charged or nothing like that. Them two different cases. Gilbert Arenas ain't got nothing to do with that. I mean, even making fun of it, trolling today on this show, to be honest with you. So I mean, and as far as him, Chauncey Billups being a coach again or being affiliated with the NBA, like they about to scrub him. Like he ain't that 2004 Pistons team.
Why do you say that?
Because you gotta think about it. Integrity, game is everything. Look how baseball handled it.
So he was gambling on the games?
No, Chauncey been gambling on the games. But the fact that his name tied into around the same time where Terry Rozier getting locked up for actually betting on himself or somebody betting on him on the unders or whatever, they're gonna tie that together. Like ain't no way.
Nah, they can't tie that. That's not.
No, I ain't saying
betting on the games?
No, I'm not saying they're gonna tie it together
games?
as they doing the same thing. What I'm saying is when you look at the integrity of the game, forget what he did. The fact that he wrapped up in some gambling thing, and gambling gonna be a big issue in the NBA for the rest of the season. Every time somebody do something that's out of the normal, somebody gonna bring up this situation. There's more people that's going to get locked up. Damon Jones, we ain't talk about him yet. He in the league right now, but he's an actual coach. He's been a coach for championship teams. When your name associated with certain things, it don't matter if you've been betting on games or not. The fact that your integrity being questioned at the same time the league integrity about to be in question, they're not going to bring you back in. Chauncey Billups been trying to be a general manager a few years ago before he just accepted a head coaching job. They don't want them type of people around the game because that ruined the game. Baseball ain't been the same since the Houston Astros did all that cheating thing with hitting the trash cans or whatever like that. Like Hotani just now bringing back people trusting baseball again. The NBA already losing ratings. They're not about to sit there and have people inside and around the league that can be tied to that. And like I say, Chauncey Billups ain't been betting on games. All he been doing is hosting or whatever. I don't even want to use the word hosting because I don't know exactly. I ain't got the paperwork or whatever. But when they say rigging games, that's basically you cheating your friends. loaded dices. You got your own.
Also,
You got your own
also,
dealers or whatever like that, flipping
also,
cards.
one thing we forget to mention, they said, I heard that it was reports where it was late scratches. I even heard LeBron James' name in there with Damon Jones. I don't know if you heard about that, where basically if somebody that the injury reports wasn't put out like frequent, it would be
Yeah.
like a late scratch. But
Mm,
they may have knew this dude wasn't gonna play all day, and
yeah.
they still got the bet in rotation, and they telling people, yo, he ain't gonna play. And but even though it hasn't been reported yet, you know.
Yeah.
So like for instance, let's say
Yeah.
man, we got a
Yeah.
bet.
Insider information.
Yeah, if we got a bet on the game, and I know
Yeah.
I know that fucking Embiid and Maxey is not gonna play, but the NBA hasn't reported that yet. But
Yeah, like if you bet on the
man, you
over
just bet.
unders or whatever.
I know though. You feel me?
Yeah.
But
Like if
I'm about to
like
ride
say
you. You
like
about
say
to
the
go ahead.
Lakers like Denver and Golden State playing tonight or whatever. If you betting on that game, you gonna bet on the over because you gonna be thinking, okay, Steph playing,
Yeah.
Jokic playing, everybody playing, so this should be a high scoring game. But
You find
unbeknownst to
out
you,
at
you gotta make the
10-15.
bet. Yeah, you find out like 10, 15, like, yeah, Jokic ain't playing, Curry down, got an injury, so he get a late scratch. Like, that's too late to be finding out things, but the bet already in, you can't change the bet and they ain't go, you know what I mean?
So listen, we got to get Dex thoughts on this. This the money man. This guy Dex know a lot about this kind of bullshit. Dex, man, what the hell is going on in the NBA, man? You know, because people getting sent to the big house. You know, there's a lot going on. Give us your analysis on what's happening right now because the NBA about to be in the world of shit. I'm hearing more people could be involved.
Yeah, they probably gonna scoop up a bevy of these players and assistants, coaches, and things of that nature. Staff members and stuff like that. They probably gonna do a grand sweep and then punish some people and then move on. This isn't nothing new. The NBA always had this problem. They always had a gambling problem. They always had a drug problem, and it's continuing as we speak in 2025 going into 2026. There have been players that have been banned in the NBA, and there's players that have been reinstated throughout the history of the NBA as well as the ABA before the merger. Once the merger began, they tried to tighten up a little bit, but that stuff just ran rampant through the between the lines of the baskets in the NBA. So this is just something that Adam Silver is going to have to uh, basically make his mark on, besides the in-season tournament and the play-in tournament. So outside of that, he's going to have to figure out how he's going to curb a lot of this gambling thing when the NBA, up under Adam Silver, has accepted the sponsorship from multiple online gambling entities. So NBA is somewhat responsible for bringing this to the forefront and merging and integrating gambling with the sport and saying it's okay. And when you have that, and everybody in the NBA is not making, hand over fist kind of money, you're going to be subject to those who are tempted to get involved with things that crosses the line, and they're willing to take those chances. Because out of all the 400 players that's in the NBA, I don't think they're going to pinpoint every one of them unless people start pointing fingers at each other. And like I said, the NBA doesn't want that. They want you to believe the game is full of integrity. The game is played based on the skill level of coaches and players, and nothing is rigged about it. People are already suspicious on the NBA since 1980, the coin flip, right? Patrick Ewing, 1984, and it's the whole. And we can go on. Recently, Cooper Flag, and before Cooper Flag, the big splash was Zion Williamson. Remember that? So people are already suspicious that the game is scripted to some degree because it's entertainment. And nobody said that the National Geographic will be writing dossiers and essays about the legitimacy of the NBA. So I'm just like this. It's been there. It's always been there, and a lot of people who have placed wager on these games assumed that the games are fixed at some degree. Maybe not, early season, or maybe not the first half of the season, but coming down that final stretch, a lot of people believe these games are scripted, fixed to try to put the best media market in these extended season, so the NBA can make a guap of money, and they can pay these players a guap of money. And most of the players that get paid a guap of money is nothing but hush money. Like,
Yeah, most definitely, Dex. I mean, it's crazy what's happening. But what's up with, do you think that Chauncey is done in Portland? Do you see a situation where he returns, or is he done?
yeah, he's done. Yeah, he's done. He's overcooked toast. Um, it's a Mark Jackson type thing. He would be banned and blackballed. Even though the NBA might say, well, he didn't do no games. It's up to Portland how they want to treat it. Adam Silver's behind the scenes going to say, no, he's done. He's out. You know what I'm saying? He can be somebody that's a part of the game that can't influence the game. But when you're in that type of position of leadership where you can influence the outcome of games, and you can also basically shape some of these players in their contract negotiations and things of that nature, then the integrity is questionable. And at some point, the integrity could be lost. And that's where they use the optimal word, politics. Oh, there's the NBA politics. That's when you try to spin the non-integrity of the game to try to convince the common Joe that the game is legitimate and is based on the merit of the players and the coaches and the way that they pursue to win night in and night out.
Yeah, that's why I feel like Chauncey ain't coming back. Like they about to scrub his name, like not scrub his name, but it's like they about to treat him like how you barely hear about Karl Malone, how you barely hear about some of these players that did certain things in their career that been off the court or whatnot. And like how you been saying, like it's all about integrity at the end of the day. So if they feel like his integrity question and they put him back in this league, even though he ain't been betting on games, who says he wouldn't bet on games in the future? And it's already it's going to be hard for the NBA. They can't lock up every player that does something, or they can't investigate every player that does something because it's a gray area. Like LeBron can come out right now and he can be at home and be like, damn, but my knee hurting, boy. I can tell you right now that my knee start messing up or start swelling up by the end of this first half. I ain't playing no more for real. And he could just be talking tongue in cheek, or he could just be talking just as like, this my homeboy, these my friends or whatever. And your friend could be like, damn, shit, he was kind of limping all day. I better drop 200 on an under. So it's like there's no way to really police player prop like players actually like cheating the game. So it's like you got to put your foot down somewhere. So even though Chauncey Billups had nothing to do with betting on basketball games, you got to put your foot down on anything that mess with integrity. Because at this point, NBA ain't no different than the WWF, and you don't want that. Because like think about it, all us watch the wrestling at some point. All us probably some of us probably still watch wrestling. It's not the same as when we been kids. It don't got the same merits. You don't want the league to be that way. You don't want the NBA to be that way. You want people to believe that, yeah, they going in, night out, putting their body on the line, blood, sweat. Like the story of what's going on, like narrative that the media put out there, you killing the media job if you watching Stephen A. or you watching Tim Legler come out there and talk about the intricacies of basketball. But in the back of your head is like, man, they probably talk about this before the game. He gonna have 30. He gonna hit the game winning shot. They got a magnet on the rim. Like he got to be going. You can't play around and just let him stay. Even though he ain't bet on games, you can't play around and just let him stay in the league. His integrity shortly, he already did something that the league would frown upon if this wasn't basketball. Who's this? Like, you can't. Nobody's going to tell me Chauncey Billups, if he given a chance, hey, you can bet on the game and nobody will find out, would you do it? Chauncey will do it because he's not sure us that he would do something criminal anyway. He fried, Rozier fried, Damon Jones said he know he fried. He ain't even in the league right now.
You still have Mikael Beasley is still kind of floating out there, even though the NBA has remedied Mikael Beasley, but I think the FBI still have him under scrutiny as we speak.
He on the team right now?
No.
I guarantee he don't make another team. And that's
some
why
of these players not even they weight not even up like that for these kind of scandals. Like, I mean, so they might not survive. It's not like it's like Terry Rozier. They could send him off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like
some of these even Chauncey. He ain't no
unless you telling me dang on Ant Edwards come out, they got a probe against him. Like the NBA
they're gonna have to figure something out.
The NBA gonna try to scrub all these no name, all these like the lead down move past all of them. Like Malik Bleazy, they don't care if he get another shot or not. They'll keep him out the league. They ain't even want him in the G League. The NBA just don't want a certain core of players to be wrapped up in this because once you like, remember the rumors about Jordan betting or whatever like that. I don't know if they've been sitting betting on games or he just had a gambling problem in himself. But you see what the rumors about that, they get him out the league for a couple of years. You can't play with the integrity of sports like that. I understand NFL, NBA, baseball, all that is entertainment at the end of the day, but you can't play with the integrity because that right there is what sells. They selling superheroes on the court does. And once you mess with that, that's a wrap. You can never get that back. Once wrestling been widely known as, oh, that's fake, that been a wrap for a lot of people.
Hey, Fly,
and that's what made
for the next game, Charlotte game.
Say it one more time.
You going live for the next Charlotte game?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
All right, man. I catch y'all fellas over here on the next one.
I appreciate you. Hey, Pope, man. Let everybody know what you got, what you working on, what's going on the Pope B. Frank show. Talk to
Oh man, I got music, man. I'm working on an album right now, man. And we doing the training and the coaching right now. So yeah, man. I just put out something on my channel that's pretty dope called Good vs. Evil. So make sure y'all go check that out and support that. Yeah.
All right. That'll work, man. We appreciate you.
All right, now.
All right, take it easy.
Like, remember the dude Armstrong used to ride the bikes? That sport ain't never been the same. Once they found out he was cheating, that sport ain't never been the same. Nobody gives a fuck about bike riding.
Lance Armstrong, Tour de France, cycling.
Yeah, the story about this man went all them Tour de France with one nut. As soon as they found out he been cheating, oh yeah, get him on out of here. We don't even want the sport no more. Ice skating, when that whole thing happened with Tonya Harding, get that sport out of here.
Right.
And see, the NBA had done a terrific job when David Stern took over the helm, and he inherited the Magic Johnson and Larry Bird rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
And to erase some of the bad taste and bad behavior of those that came before Magic and Larry. See, you guys don't forget that. That was one of the main reasons why there was a media surge that Magic Johnson and Larry Bird was so exciting because they represented a breath of fresh air, two outstanding young athletes coming into the league at the same time after coming off of the most watched NCAA finals in the history of the game. You had one black player from the hood, Clint, and you had one white player, Caucasian, coming from basically the boondocks of rural America in Indiana. So that was almost a match made in heaven for David Stern to push. And then a few years later, you got this unbelievable athlete that's splashed on the scene after hitting a game-winning shot, and North Carolina, which at the time, North Carolina was one of the biggest hubs of amateur basketball. And he came into the league to challenge the reign and popularity and celebrity of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Magic Johnson had the charisma and the smile, and you're welcome, and you could approach me, while Larry Bird was a little more begrudging and reserved. And, I just want to chop wood, play basketball, drink a beer, leave me the hell alone. You follow what I'm saying? So Michael Jordan comes in and catapult not only the rivalry of Bird and Magic, but announcing his presence that there's a new kid on the block. And so that erased a lot of bad taste from the NBA, because the NBA had hardcore fans, right? They didn't have the average Joe until Magic and Bird and then Michael. And so they built off of that. But they still had scandal. When all that was going on, there was still scandal. There was still players getting banned and players getting blackballed if they couldn't be proven that they did something illegitimate to affect the integrity of the game. So they just blackballed them. And they just went away silently, right? Because you still had Magic, Bird, and Michael just so polarizing. It covered a lot of bad behavior on some of the other players that wasn't so attractive. So, like I said, it's been going on. Adam Silver, he knows the history. I'm quite sure he has a remedy for this type of behavior, and the NBA will continue as norm.
Yeah, I said they long as they don't got they got like a group of players that they feel like as long as they don't get to this level or these players involved in none of this, like we still can maintain some kind of culpability of we are a legit league. Everybody got integrity in this league. Like, but if you start hearing reports of like, oh yeah, like Steph involved in this, like that's a wrap. Steph, LeBron, the young stars. See, you can get away with the Jonte Porters and the damn Terry Rozier. Nobody really care about them boys.
How you feel about Charlotte taking on the Sixers this weekend and have a back-to-back game? Do Charlotte go undefeated this weekend, or do they go 0-2, or they split?
I mean, the season just starts, so you never know. I mean, it's really hard to predict games. I mean, I know just for the sake of conversation, I'll just say, I mean, you know how MB does. Beginning of the season, MB unstoppable. Like they gonna go on some runs. If they can get Edgecombe, he don't got to put up 34 games. He don't have to. He don't have to be that player. But if they can get a consistent spark from him, like he consistently giving him like 15 to 20 exciting points, and Maxey get him a consistent 15 to 20 points, and then B stay healthy. I mean, sky the limit. But as far as Charlotte concerned, I don't expect too much out of them. I know they had a good outing last game, but I don't know, man. That it's like they played damn near a perfect game, and we know that ain't who Charlotte gonna be all season.
Well, we know that Charlotte is a very inconsistent team when it comes to playing the top tier of the
Mm-hmm.
NBA. They might win 1 or 2, and then they lose 10.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the inconsistency that probably bothers a lot of the Charlotte Hornets fan base. Like, why you can't play like that consistently? And I believe it's because the Charlotte Hornets have struggled to produce consistent offense. That's the problem that is exacerbated by injury, of course. And in recent games against the 76ers, their offense was largely shouldered by a single player, allowing Philadelphia to key in on him. So the kind of demonstration they put against Brooklyn, can they replicate that? That's the key right there. Can they cut out and paste that, whether win or lose, night in and night out? Can they replicate that kind of behavioral basketball that's good, not only for Charlotte, but for the league?
Yeah. No, I know. I just don't see them as a. I don't see them as a team with a direction yet. Maybe I might be wrong. Like maybe I might need to see more this season. Another year under Coach Lee got conquered the boy. Like they start two rookies, so I mean, either he playing with the lineup to try to get a good rotation. Most coaches do that, or I mean, he may very well. I don't know. I just don't see the direction in the team. I don't. I don't see where. It's like when you look at the Pacers, it's kind of like what the identity is. Like they're gonna be scrappy. They're gonna play the right way. There ain't gonna be no. We know that's gonna be the score of the game. Like they just got a solid team. We look at and I know these two teams hurt like Boston or whatever, but it's like everybody got a direction, but I don't know. I don't like I say I like Lamelo, but I don't think Lamelo somebody you want to be like, okay, cool, like we running everything through him and that's how we gonna win. I think Charlotte want to be a team like the Pacers, but with talent. Because the talent because if it's like
But
the
doesn't the
Hornets
Pacers
have
run through Tyrese Halliburton?
yeah, but I think Pacers still can be a solid team without him. I think they still can be a playoff team without Halliburton. Why he's saying is even with Halliburton, I think Charlotte got a more talented roster than them. Like top to bottom, there's no player on Pacers that's better than or I always use the word better, more talented than Lamelo. I don't think they got another player on that roster that's more talented than Miles Bridges. Well, Miles Bridges kind of well, I
What
don't say
about
that, but
Pascal Siakam? He's the all-star.
yeah, but I know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I ain't that big on Pascal as far as like being a talent. I think he just more so of a like I know like he just don't come off like the type of player that I can put on a team and he lead me. Like even with the Pacers, like he ain't necessarily like they leading player. He just kind of like play off of what they're doing. But I mean,
Well,
I would take Lamelo over him. I mean, I understand he got a
but
championship. I
Lamelo is
understand he all star.
Lamelo is multi-dimensional. I mean, Pascal Siakam don't do everything Lamelo can do, but Pascal Siakam can do something very well, and that's put the ball in the basket when he's focused. Because I
Yeah,
mean,
but
his
but
length,
see
his
that's the
speed, his strength is very difficult to handle.
And that's what I
Um,
mean about him. Like, it's not like he don't strike me as this player where it's like take me to the promised land. I feel like Lamelo got a better chance of being that type of player than him. He's an all-star, but I just think I don't know. I just don't look at Pascal in that way. Like he's good, but I don't think he's as talented as Lamelo. I don't think you will see him more talented than even Brandon Miller. And you know how I feel about Brandon Miller. I think as a player, like yeah, he has accomplished things on like even with the team and Toronto, like. Don't get it twisted. Toronto had rosters around him. He ain't really been asked to do much or carry much. He can play good, but he ain't asked to really do much as far as carrying a team. I don't see him as one of those type of players. He's an all-star. He can put the ball in the basket to a certain extent, but as far as like pure talent, I mean, I can find a couple of players on that Charlotte roster that I can say more talented.
well, I think he made the All-Star with Indiana Pacers as well. But I agree with you because Pascal Siakam had the opportunity. I mean, a very grand opportunity to show who and what he really is when Kawhi Leonard left, because that's who they turned the team over
Hmm
to. Remember, when
Yeah, they
Kawhi
still had
Leonard
a
left,
decent
they
roster
turned it
with
over to
Van Vliet and
Pascal Siakam,
thing. Yeah.
and he didn't do well in that role. That's why they traded him.
Yeah. So even with Halliburton going down in the finals, like if you really that guy, y'all still shouldn't have lost that game like that. Y'all still should have been in the game because it ain't like the roster built around one player. The roster built the the play as a team. You are additive to that. You can play some defense. You can put the ball in the bucket. It's like, but what else? Once Halliburton going down, y'all still should have had a chance. Halliburton had games in that same final that he only really had like what 11 points, 9 points, not much assists. Like, I
Yeah, that's what
mean,
I'm saying. So Pascal Siakam, he was a man. If they would have won, he would have been MVP.
yeah. And that's why I say I don't think he more talented. I just think he always in a role where they ask him to do a certain thing was not much. I don't think he carry a load like Ant got to carry a load for his team or I just don't see him like that. So when I talk about talent on the team, when I say Miles Bridges, it's like I don't see Miles Bridges like that either now. So that's why I say like after Lamelo, like I get the All Star for Siakam, but I don't think he's more talented than Lamelo. I don't think Halliburton more talented than Lamelo. I don't think Nembhard. I don't think none of those players on that roster more talented than Lamelo. And then after you get past their best player or their most talented player, after Siakam, then where you go at? And I mean Halliburton hurt. Anybody else on that roster you would say more talented than McCall Bridges? Not McCall Bridges, Bridges and Brandon Miller. And now they got Colin Knuppel, who seem to be a good steady hand for them now.
Well,
Like the Hornets should be
they
a
don't
better
see
team than the
Indiana for a
Pacers.
minute. But right now they have to face the 76ers. That's their immediate task. And
Oh
how
yeah,
you
they
feel going
if
against the 76ers in that roster?
if they both play their best basketball, Sixers gonna beat them like by like 15, 10, 15. I don't think they got an equalizer for Embiid. Like, no matter what they want to do, I don't care what they got going on. They don't have an answer for Embiid. Embiid can go for 50 if you want to on him. They do not have an answer. There's nothing they can do with him.
Press Prince, how you doing, my brother?
Hey, flight, Dex, my boys, it's been long overdue.
Yeah, we can't wait for you to elaborate on the things that you have observed throughout your sabbatical.
Oh, talk about it. Where do I start? I see. First of all, let's start about today. Let's give the peoples some information about top cards. This is an ad real quick. Top cards. They started the top cards for this season today. Just throwing that out there. So all of the players is out. And I got the rookie of the year, in my opinion, rookie card. And that's VJ Edgecombe. I said it first. Edgecombe will be the rookie of the year. Dropped 34
You
last
drinking
night.
that
That was
Kool-Aid?
amazing.
You drinking that Kool-Aid already for one game?
Now, I was drinking the Kool-Aid beforehand.
All right, I'm about to say, yeah, like BJ, shit, even before
I've
the
been watching.
preseason, I had like
I've
him.
been peeping because see, my thing is with Philly, right? I just kind of came in, so I'm not sure what topic y'all was on Philly when it came to Philly, but I'm speaking more so like Embiid he's not giving us a healthy season, right? Paul George neither. So Maxey gonna need somebody on the wing to get buckets with, bro. Like cool
I think they
off.
need to move Max to the bench, really.
I mean, that's tough, but I don't know about a lot. But
Or as a sixth man in the starting role right now.
I feel the same way about Garland, though. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, yeah, that can be true.
I felt the same.
Yeah,
I feel
we
the
got
same
Pro
way
Ready
about
on
Garland.
the panel.
Huh?
I said we got Pro Ready. How you doing, Pro Ready?
Okay, they coming
Hey,
in
hey,
again.
what's going on, man? Sorry, I
Queen
was
is
in
here.
a little bit noisy
Are
area
you
there
new
for
to
a
the
minute.
channel?
Can you,
Are you new to the channel?
yeah. Can you hear me? What?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. Yeah, I think I might have came before. Is this Charlotte Hornet? This is Charlotte Hornets like more focus, right?
Yeah, we focus
No,
on the
I
Charlotte
wouldn't say
Hornets
that.
based on Lamelo.
Oh,
It's
okay,
more
because
so
I think
the
I've been
ball
here once
brothers, but
before.
it's hooping for real.
Okay, hold on one second, Belize.
Oh, my
Are
fault.
you subscribed to the channel?
Hello, and
Pro Ready.
Halliburton.
Pro Ready. Are you subscribed to the channel?
I think his phone
We
going
can't
off.
hear
This is
you.
talking
Yeah,
about
we can't hear
Halliburton.
you, Pro Ready. You having some
Okay. You
technical
know what?
difficulties.
Oh, now
Okay,
you
you
hear me
know what?
now.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
So
hear
I
you
was
now.
saying,
We
yeah,
hear you now.
yeah,
Hold
Tyrese
on. Are you
Halliburton.
subscribed to the channel? Hold on. Are you subscribed to the channel?
I believe so. I just seen you on. That's what I'm saying. I think if it's the same channel, yes, I am subscribed. I believe,
Okay, well,
but I'll
double
have to
check it and
check.
make
If
sure.
not, I'll subscribe before I
Yes, sir.
check out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead now.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard what you guys were saying, like with LaMelo Ball, right, and Tyrese Halliburton, two players I really like, right. But I
Uh-huh.
think like actually, I would actually want to ask you guys, if you were gonna build a team right now, who would you go with? Would you go with Tyrese Halliburton or LaMelo Ball, like right now?
LaMelo Ball, easy,
Lamelo.
Okay,
easy.
okay.
LaMelo. That's
You,
easy.
okay, so what about Tyrese Halliburton's campaign over the last couple years? Like, what isn't that enough to say? Okay, you know what?
Ooh, can I
You
answer this for
know,
you?
No,
I
yeah,
got
you
you.
mhm,
go ahead. I mean, I can answer
I
that
got
too,
you
but go
right now.
ahead.
First of all, let's bring it back, right? Remember,
all right,
Halliburton was drafted to the Kings, right? The
yeah, no
Kings
doubt.
gave up on him, right, and sent him to Indiana.
All right,
Indiana has a great coach, former champion, right? Rick
true.
Carlisle, right? Also played with the Boston Celtics, right, as a player. So got a his resume speaks for itself, right? Now, the Hornets, who's their coach? When he got it was James Borrego. After that, it was the one who had the worst record for Orlando, Cliffy, whatever his name was, right? Now we got whoever this guy is. I don't even know who the coach is right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you, right?
Me
But
neither.
so this is where we at, right? What players, right? What players got to the Hornets? What players they went after in free agency? Anything. When did that ever that's not the case, right? The Pacers, they got Miles Turner over there. They went and got Obi. They went they you know what I mean? They get players, bro. They got a real roster over there. That's not the same for the Hornets. So to say his campaign, it's it's a team campaign, bro. Like it's a team thing over there. For LaMelo, it's not the same. He gets people like Brandon Miller, respectfully, but Brandon Miller off the court got drama before him, right during that when he got drafted. I'm back into that drama off the court. Miles Bridges was going through the same drama. That is too
True.
much. It's kids over
Yeah.
there. It's nothing but kids. Where's the vets that's really going to teach these guys? I see what they're trying to do now with the Sexton and all that, but to me, that's not good because Colin Sexton also feel like he needs to be the point guard for real. So that could be a lingering thing there. I think all of this stuff, to be honest with you, Trey LaMelo, put him on a real team, and then let's have this conversation.
All
I think his
right.
question been
All
more so about what like Halliburton last few seasons and him making that run to the finals, like shouldn't that put him ahead of a Melo or I put him in a light where you would want to start a team around him? And my answer to that is what campaign? Like if, like kind of some of the things you've been saying, believes like yeah, like he going to a good team is like it's like Jalen Hurts with Philly. It's like no, I ain't saying he trash or nothing like that, but we're not asking you to do much. Like
Exactly.
if you really look at his
right.
numbers, not saying I a stat person,
Mhm.
whatever, but if you look at his play over the season, like people just look at the playoffs and they see all them big shots and they see like some of them games are going off, but people don't see some of them 9 point games, 7 point games, them
When he be
13 point
golden.
games. Yeah, like
Yeah.
he
Okay.
would
But
disappear a lot.
seven points and how many assists though?
But
But
see,
the
but
best
even
player
if
on
you
their
bring
team
up
is
assists, it's
Siakam.
a plenty of games where he really ain't put up stats like that,
But
even with
hold on, is the
assists.
best player on their team Siakam?
No. No. Definitely not.
Honestly, he is.
Definitely, Halliburton is
Honestly, he
definitely the
is.
best player on the
No,
team.
no,
Nah.
Siakam definitely better than If you take Siakam off that team, it's a lot that they can't do. If you take Halliburton off that team, they still would probably be a solid playoff team.
Nah. Oh,
Think about it
that
now. The
team
pick.
is run like it's Halliburton. Halliburton runs that team. It's
No,
like the
no, they
team,
don't. They don't. It's like
but the
go ahead.
but the team runs through him.
No, they
The
don't.
offense run.
No, they
Pretty much.
no, they don't.
Pretty.
They
So
Rick Carlisle has
how
never
would you?
go ahead. Rick Carlisle has never ran a team like that. He's never been a coach where, like, think about it. Rick Carlisle, but in Detroit, when you look at his team's always been a group effort. Every night is a different player stepping up. He utilized more of his bench than most
Facts.
teams.
Facts.
Yeah,
With
but
Halliburton,
Halliburton
don't get
has
me
a job.
wrong,
Halliburton has a job to do, and that's to run the offense as a point guard.
but that
Right.
no,
That's what
see,
I'm saying. He's a true point.
it's two different types. No, he's not a true point. It's two types.
In a sense. Okay. Let
because
me say what.
you
Let me
got
say
one, you
what. You
got
know
one
why I
type of
would say
point
that?
guard. You got
Okay.
the Lamelo type of point guard where when the ball in his hand, he is the scorer and he is the person that he facilitate a lot. But the offense don't run through Lamelo. They want the offense to run through another player so Melo can move off ball. Halliburton don't have the offensive firepower like Lamelo, so he relegated to yes, he brings the ball up court, but he ain't dictating. Okay, the defense doing this. We need to run this. We need to do this. Rick Carlisle sent out a set and they run that set. If everything break down, it's okay. We get the ball to Siakam. If we can't get this ball to Siakam in the spot, okay, cool. Halliburton, you need to create. Can you create for us? That's where it come down to with them. But the offense actually runs through Siakam.
That's not what I was seeing last year, and most of the time with Halliburton on the Pacers.
Because he been taking things in his
Yeah,
own hand when the clock break down. Like think about NBA offenses run sets. If they run a set and they can't get that set up within that first 15 seconds, then they go to okay, cool. If nothing else, we can get this bucket. That's why they go into Siakam. When Siakam can't get to the spot, or they double team or they move him up a spot, he get it back out. They clear back out, get the ball back up top. Whoever got the ball up
yeah,
top, whether
I've
that's
seen that.
Nembhard
Yeah,
or that's Halliburton, they take the shot. Halliburton just happened to always got the ball in his hand when you get down to that 10, 15-second left on the clock, and
yeah, because he
first and
runs
second offense
because
going.
he
But
does
no, that
run the offense. He
but
runs the
no, that
ball up the floor, makes the decisions. You know what I
no, he
mean?
don't. No, he don't. They when they run a set, the set is okay, cool. We want to get Siakam coming around on the pin down. We want to get him. We want to get him into the corner. We want to get him on the baseline. We want to get him in the dunker spot. That's how they run offenses. And when they can't get to that, they pivot to okay, what can we do next? They next is not even Halliburton.
Mm,
They next goes to
I don't
Siakam.
know. I don't know. That's a rough one, man. That's not what I'm seeing.
Think about it like you know why players like Nembhard, players like who are them other irrelevant players? Not, I don't call them irrelevant, but you know what I mean, the no name players. That's why they
Mhm.
get off every other game as a new person getting off because at the end of
Oh,
the
I
day,
know.
it's like they
Okay. I
scrambling.
agree with you. I agree with you on that. But the thing is, though, and then okay, if Halliburton's going to give you 7 points, I guarantee you he's going to give you more than 10 assists. That to me is a point guard. You're going to run. You're going to run your
But you
team. You're going
can't
to
just
get
look at
guys
stats.
looks. You're
You
going
can't
to
just look
play
at
make that.
stats.
No, but that's what a point guard is to me. Because I'm old school, right? So a point guard to me, you got to get assists. You got to get your teammates involved. The scoring to me usually used to come from the shooting guard. I know that's the old age, but
Yeah.
that's why I look at Halliburton more as what I would see as a traditional point guard because he averages pretty much like 10 assists a game.
And
I think he was
I
averaging the
can
most assists.
I can tell that's how you look at it, but that ain't how basketball ran. Like think about it, like Harden is not a typical a typical point guard, but Harden used to have triple doubles with like 13 assists. That don't mean he a traditional
Yeah,
point
and he's a
guard. That don't mean
scorer. No, no,
exactly.
no. But that's why I mean. A traditional point guard will give up scoring to get his teammates involved, like a John Stockton. A John Stockton will give you like 12 points and like 13 assists.
Yeah, but John Stockton also been running a bunch of pick and rolls with Karl Malone, who been like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
last top
very
scorer
true.
in the
Very
NBA
true.
history for
Very
like
true.
years. So it's like
Very true. But
all
that's what I
assists
would
ain't
call a
really made the
traditional point
same.
guard. Like a guy who's getting his teammates playmaking is like gonna be number one on the list of a real point guard, in my opinion.
No, I get
Yeah.
what you're saying about like looking at the stats with the assists. I get that part, but that don't necessarily mean the offense run through that player. Like think about it.
Mm.
When and Golden State, who the offense run like all them championship teams, who the offense run through?
I would you say not really Curry? I guess you could say what Draymond is that what you're
Draymond.
Okay,
Everything
okay,
start with Draymond. But
okay,
Draymond ain't
okay.
necessarily had a all attain 11 assists.
Mm.
When you talk about who the offenses run through, there's two ways you can be talking. You can mean scoring wise, or you can mean like facilitating, like, okay, trying to get into the set. Where does the ball start off? When we want to start the set off, where does the ball start first? So when you see Curry
Mhm.
coming down court, even if he's dribbling the ball down court, that don't mean the offense running through him or he's starting the set. He kicked the ball in the Draymond, or he might kick the ball out they clear to get a better look to get the ball down the Draymond, then get into the sets. With
Mhm.
Halliburton, yeah, Halliburton do come down court and he'll call a play that a set they about to run. But that don't mean he's running the offense. That just means he's the player with the ball in his hand coming up court. He's starting the
But he
set.
does most of the like the responsibility of playmaking is pretty much on his shoulders. No, you want to say?
No, I wouldn't say that because like even if he, like let's say Halliburton bring the ball down court and they trap him at half court, he got to kick the ball up to Neimark. Neimark at this point starting the offense. You wouldn't say the offense running through Neimark though. You know what
Yeah,
I
but
mean?
Neimark wasn't even. I don't even know if he was consistently starting last year throughout the whole season.
I might be
He
saying
was
the
coming
wrong
off the
person.
bench.
What's the dude who been going off in the finals last year?
Andrew Neimark was having. Yeah, he was going off. He was going off, and a few times I think off the bench too. But who
I
was
might be.
starting? It was
What's his
because
name?
Mathurin wasn't starting. Mathurin was coming off the bench. You know what? You could be. I think it was Neymar that was starting, but it wasn't throughout the whole season last year, though.
Oh, let me go to look him up right now.
Because Siakam, yeah, I mean, and then Siakam just got there,
No,
wasn't
ain't
it?
Neimark. It's Neesmith.
Neesmith.
And
Yeah,
he's a
yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
he's a and he plays small forward, but he ain't really a small forward. What I trying to
But you
say
said the
is
offense run through him?
no. What I'm saying is
Oh, okay, okay.
the way you looking at the offense runs through a player is no different than saying, okay, cool, you bring the ball up court, and then I'm gonna call a set, and y'all get into the set. Just because he the person with the ball in his hand and the set, and he got the ball in his hand, the set don't start just because he got the ball. The set may start from the post. The set may start from the corner. They're like was like
Yeah,
out of
but he's
bounds there,
really.
right?
I don't know if you guys would agree, but I see like Halliburton really controls the pace of the game. Like that's why I would say it runs through him because he really dictates the pace of the game.
I
From what
mean,
I've seen, especially
yeah,
throughout
I mean,
last
ain't
year.
nothing wrong with dictating the pace of the game. That's cool, but that don't mean the offense is running through him.
Okay, maybe you know what? Yeah, maybe you might be putting that too much, like too much to the left on it, because you could be right. Maybe it's not fully through, especially when they got Siakam. It changed things a bit, but before Siakam got there, you would
Okay,
have
I'm gonna
to
give you an
say,
example. When I
yeah,
think about an offense running through somebody, I think about Draymond with those championships teams. When I think about LeBron on every team he ever been on. I think about like okay, cool, like with the early 2000 Lakers team. Shaq been the first option. Everything been ran through the triangle. They ain't necessarily had if the game plan always gonna be okay, we gonna get this ball in the shack in this triangle offense. If they do something to disturb that, okay, cool. What we going to next? It still wouldn't be. It's still the first thing you do is you trying to run the triangle. If you can't get the results from the triangle, boom, you go to Shaq. If you can't get the results through Shaq or Shaq into the game, boom, you go to your last 10, 15 second guy, which is Kobe.
yeah. But if, with that being said, then I wouldn't say the ball runs to anybody on the Pacers. Then, if that's the case, then it's
But
just
that's the that's the point I trying to get at. Teams like the Pacers, teams like matter of fact, I'll say Pacers for the past 10, 15 years. Cause like shit, they always had a good solid team. Even when Paul George been there. Paul George ain't been a super that's why Paul George who he is today. Paul George been a good two-way player. Pacers always find all these two-way players, and they have a coach that put them in a good position to where they have to play as a team. And when they play as a team, they win a lot of games because they are playing as a team. So when I think
yeah.
about playing through somebody on those type of teams, it don't make sense to me. Like with Toronto been a team where when they had DeRozan and they had and Lowry, that team, they've been good enough every year to just get put out in the second round by LeBron. They switched out DeRozan for a player that he's a two-way player, dominant on both sides of the ball, and you can run an offense through him as far as you can lean on him offensively. And he don't disrupt what y'all trying to do in the bigger scheme.
Hmm.
And they won a championship. Don't get me wrong now, like a lot happened, like KD injury in the finals or whatever. So I can't say that, oh yeah, he been the main difference. Because they probably could have won a championship that year, because that been the first year LeBron going over to the West. So at the end of the day, like, don't get me wrong, but when I think about good teams, a lot of good teams use the sum of all parts. It's rare that you find a team like the Celtics where they got a superstar and well, Jalen Brown's a star. I wouldn't call him a superstar. I feel like he got star talent. but
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's a superstar. Tatum, I don't want to call him a superstar, but at the end of the day, it's like in his young career, he done accomplished a lot. So it's like not saying that sound like I hate and saying that sound like I just giving him a little too much credit. But it's
Yeah,
rare that
and
you can
what
take
holds you
players
back
like
from
that.
giving him that full superstar? Because I agree with you, but what holds you back from giving him that full superstar nod, though?
He ain't never had a struggle. He come in the
Okay,
league.
okay.
He come into the league with a second year JB, Terry Rozier, Kyrie Irving,
Oh yes,
Al Horford, with a white boy who get injured and then he break his leg that season. He come back for the next 2 seasons. Then he go into the Hornets. Hit Gordon Hayward. Like he come
yeah,
into like a comfy situation. And then after that, he run into more like he's never been on a team that had a lack of talent. So it's like I said, the Jalen Hurts conversation. We'll never know how good Jalen Hurts really is the argument mute because we've never seen him when he got a lack of talent. Jalen Hurts got an elite running back all the time. Well, not all the time, because I mean, before Saquon Barkley or whatever, but always got elite defense, got 2 top 10, maybe 15 receivers. It's like you
Mhm.
never see he always insulated with talent. If a player always insulated with talent, it's hard to push them to the top. And that's how I see
Yeah. So
Tatum.
they
It's
ain't
like when
been
you look
battle
at his
tested yet.
resume, yeah, he got the resume now. Like, don't get me wrong, like he got as good as a resume as any player in NBA history over his first,
Mhm.
I don't know how long years he been in. Even though he only got the one championship, he done been to the conference finals, the finals like multiple times. But at the same time, I've never seen you without talent. Like I've never seen you like this year when you about to see Jalen Brown with a lack of talent, it's like if he can get them back to the final, ain't even no question about JB.
I
But
don't think a player should have to play with a lack of talent, but if you do have a lot of talent, you should be able to do something with that though, consistently, which I haven't seen from Jason Tatum.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
because
shit, like Jason Tatum, like them Celtics team always good. Don't get me wrong. It's just like I said, like you, like I mean, how you use it, he ain't battle tested. And
yeah,
don't get me wrong,
yeah.
now, like I don't even use battle tested because like he has going up against teams that you would be like, okay, cool, they gonna give him a challenge, but he always got talent. Like this part, the championship team he won with probably been the least talented team he ever had, and he's still been talented.
And basically, he has a guy who could guard the toughest offensive player on the other team, which is
And
while he
he
gets his.
always got a top 10 coach in the league. Every coach he
Mhm,
had been a top 10 coach in the league. Brad Stevens
mhm.
been the top 10 coach in the league, top 5 coach in the league, matter of fact. Move up to the front office. Adoka been a top 5 to 10 coach in the league. He said he's still a top 10 coach in the league with the Rockets. Damn, the coach he got now, he's arguably a top 5 coach in the league.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
It's like
oh
he's
yeah.
never he don't got nothing. He don't when he don't win if he don't when he don't win it's like why you ain't winning? And at the same time, I think his personality, not even his personality, because I feel like he just, I don't know, it's like, I a Kobe fan, like, I don't like when people invoke Kobe name, like, for no reason. It's like, you trying to be Kobe so much. It's like, bro,
Of
be
course,
yourself. That's one thing
yeah,
I respect by LeBron. LeBron don't try to be the next nobody. LeBron just trying to be LeBron. LeBron ain't gonna be
yeah.
mentioned in LeBron's vein. But when you talk about players like Tatum's, like, oh yeah, like he remind me of Kobe. I shouldn't have to. If you a great player, I shouldn't be like you remind me of this player. Like even with Kobe, like for a long time he the next Jordan, he the next Jordan, or he remind me of Jordan. But Kobe carved his own way at the end of the day. Like you don't look at him like, oh yeah, he's Jordan 2.0. It's like Kobe, MJ, Braun, and then you got
But
you
you
got the
gotta
people
admit,
after
Kobe
them.
pretty much emulated Jordan. Like he was like,
Yeah.
yeah, he did everything like Jordan. Chewed gum like him, walk like so. But he
And
emulated the best player pretty much that ever played the game. So, and was the
and that's why I
closest
said
to him. So
to me it's a difference between emulating somebody and you just trying to be somebody. Like I don't think he been trying to be Jordan. I think he been trying to be Kobe Bryant that looked up to Jordan. Like even LeBron looked up to Jordan. He don't got a
no,
game
you're
like
right. You
Jordan.
know what? You're
I
right.
know he
You
wish
are
he
right
could
about
have a
that.
Jordan. Like I know if you ask
Yeah.
LeBron if he could change his play style right now, he'll be like, oh, I would want to play like Jordan because he played more like Magic with more athletic ability. But he
Who's
don't
that?
look up to Magic, LeBron. Like if you look
Oh,
at LeBron
Bron.
game, like he pretty much Magic Johnson of the generation. But he understand that Magic Johnson of the generation Magic Johnson ain't considered top 5 and 10 by a lot of. I mean, about top 10 maybe, but he ain't considered top 5 by a lot of people. And at the same time, like, shit, he only played about so much years, and he had Kareem with him. So the same thing people not Kobe for. They don't say nothing about them Celtics teams that had a bunch of Hall of Famers. They don't say nothing about them Lakers team that had Hall of Famers.
Yeah, I don't go by all. Yeah, that because when you do that, you could go on for days on that. So yeah, I wouldn't go by that, man. Like you got to give, you got to, especially if even this whole thing with Kobe and Shaq not being able to play with Shaq. I mean, and I think if they went on and got 7 rings, you would have known for the last 3 rings who did what. You know, it would have been Shaq, you know, kind of getting into his age and Kobe getting more into his prime. So you would have known the last 3 chips they got was Kobe carrying the team.
But see that's the problem I got with the Kobe and Shaq argument against Kobe. You got to think about it like this: if you go to all those final runs that they had together, the West always been the harder conference to get by. Everybody know whoever won the West been winning the final. That been a no brainer. Whether you been
Yeah, pretty much.
Sacramento, San Antonio, even Portland for a couple of years, whoever won the West, Minnesota with KG, whoever won the West been winning the championship. All the best bigs been in the West. Now, when you look at them runs with Lakers, go back and even if whether you want, I'm a stats type person. I don't really care about stats. I look at the context. Whether you want to look at stats or you want to actually go back and watch the game, Kobe carried the Lakers through all 3 of those finals runs in the West. Now, when you get to the East, a lot weaker, a lot, I would say smaller, but a lot damn less talent at the center position. Shaq numbers going up exponentially because he's been playing against weaker competition in the finals. So him getting those finals MVP make it look like, oh yeah, it was Shaq doing all the work. I ain't saying Shaq ain't been doing nothing. All I'm saying is he going from averaging 27 points a game in the Eastern on the Western Conference run to damn near 40 when he getting when he get inside the actual finals against the East.
The actual finals
Kobe
playing against
numbers.
the East, yeah.
Yeah, Kobe numbers been higher against the West and it going down against the East. When Kobe played without Shaq in a regular season, Kobe going on a 10, 8, 9, 10 straight 40-point game record. I think 30 points he reached to like 14 games. When Shaq come
Yeah,
back, he had to dial it back. Because if Shaq
yeah,
ain't
yeah.
engaged,
It's true.
Shaq ain't gonna play. A lot of people don't look at that context. They just see how dominant Shaq is, and they automatically go, "Oh yeah, like of course you're gonna win a championship. You had Shaq with you," but they don't realize how much Kobe had to carry them boy through the West. If they had Western Conference Finals MVP like how they have that they got now, Kobe would have just as many of those as Shaq got Finals MVPs. All them big time shots, all them coming down to the last moment. Even when them games, you see Robert Horry hitting them game winning shots, that just set up by Kobe. Shaq
So
following out.
can I ask you this? Can I ask you this
Go
though?
ahead.
If you're Kobe, right?
Uh,
If you're Kobe and you got how many chips with Shaq already?
3.
3. Do you feel Shaq has to go for you to prove yourself, or do you just keep winning as much as possible?
If like you asked me if what I think Kobe should have done, or you
Yeah.
think that's how you
Well,
think it.
like, yeah. Do you agree with that mentality? Is that something that you could understand that, like, you would do it?
Yeah.
Like, you'd
If
be
I
like, I
yeah,
need
you
a
gotta think about it. Kobe won them championships early in his career. Kobe ain't never want to be, and I ain't trying to speak for Kobe, but Kobe never came off to me as somebody who just wanted to be in the NBA, win a chip to say he won a chip. I think Kobe really wanted to be the greatest of all time his entire career. So if I won
Mhm.
3 championships in the talking stove, yeah, but he got Shaq with him. It's Kobe and Shaq title. Yeah, Kobe got his rings, but he got them because of Shaq. Yes, I want the rest of my career to be no, he been a standalone player because he going 3-1 in the finals and 3-1 in finals with Shaq. He going 2-1 by himself. Well, I say by himself because of course he had teammates like Paul and all and whatever. But as far as like when we looking at who chip was who's, like he going 2-1 on his own. And he damn near had a three-peat. He lose 1 year to the Celtics, came back the next year and beat the Magic, and came back the 3rd year in a row and beat the Celtics. It seems super team Celtics that LeBron had to run from. I mean to throw that in there, but that's a fact.
Yeah, because Shaq ain't coming from that point of view. Like, I got to be the greatest ever. Shaq's like, yo, if we could win more, let's stay together. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Of
like
course, it
Shaq
was
had
egos.
like Shaq had Penny made it to the finals and they ain't done nothing. He only get to the finals because Jordan ain't been playing or Jordan been coming back halfway through that season. He had D Wade, he won the title. He had Shaq, he had
Man,
Penny, he won the title.
I wouldn't count Penny and Shaq though, man. He
I
was
mean, they
too
made the
young, man.
finals. They made the
Yeah, but
finals though.
he was so young. The team was so talented, man.
But
It
how
was really
young you
just based
talking?
on how
He
old
been in
was
the
Shaq then? Like probably
Shaq
like
probably been
what?
like 21, 22.
Yeah,
How old
he
you
was
think Kobe
young.
been?
Well, when he won, when Kobe started winning, and then he had an experienced Shaq with him. I think Kobe was what 20, 25, 26. He was like,
Nah,
he
hell
was
no, he been younger than that. Kobe come in the league in
when they
'96. They won their first championship in 2000. That's 4 years. He been 22. If that, he probably been just now hitting 22.
18
Shaq been 22
the
with an
first.
older Penny.
But both Penny and Shaq were young. At least with Kobe, he had a more experienced Shaq with him who already lost with Penny.
I mean, Shaq, but you got to think with Shaq, well, been like what 26, 27? They ain't that old.
It's the experience that you got. You already went to the finals. You went up against the Bulls. You went up against the greatest player ever. You went up against Hakeem. So
And Shaq.
that's
So
a
let
lot
me
of
ask you this.
experience.
Let me ask you this. Would you
Mhm.
take would you take young athletic Shaq or would you take the Shaq that they had in LA that you could apply?
Def-
I mean, you could have taken Hacker Shaq on both sides. I can't just say take the Hacker Shaq out. You can say it for both. But
yeah,
that been out of shape all season.
I
That
still got to
been
take Lakers Shaq, man, because that's the proven Shaq. That's the proven Shaq, right?
I mean, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I'd have to.
But
But I
who
mean, it was the Magic's Shaq on the Magic's was a beautiful thing to watch. It was a beauty, but the mistakes and like
he ain't
you
really
could
been
just
doing
see their
nothing
age.
different. He ain't really been doing nothing different. The only thing he
Mm.
developed differently is he gained more weight and he developed that little baby hook shot.
Yeah, true. Which helped him a lot, which did a lot. But
And they
yeah, I
lose
mean,
to a
there.
Rockets team that I ain't saying that Rockets team is good now. I ain't taking nothing away from that Rockets team that he lose to in Orlando. But at the same time, it's like ain't like he losing like I know like I just feel like a whole lot of like I feel like okay, cool. If you put Tim Duncan on that same team with Kobe, I think they win a championship. If you put Shaq on them teams with, even if you put him, I mean, shit, he could. I don't know. I don't think
If
them
you put
Spurs
Shaq,
team. If you put Shaq on that
no,
Spurs
you
team with
can't put
David
Shaq on the
Robinson,
Spurs and they win. No.
and you know
If that's
why?
your,
Because now either him or David Robinson got to move down to the power forward. Now they don't got that. Even though Shaq was a good defender, I don't think he been as technically sound like you like Tim Duncan, but like Tim Duncan been scoring from the post.
yeah,
Tim Duncan, but just like
yeah.
people don't give him enough credit.
Fundamentally,
People
yeah,
don't give him enough credit. He
yeah, no,
definitely
you're
could
right.
talk team.
Yeah, Tim Duncan fundamentally, like, even though I got Shaq ahead of him in my top players, when
Mm.
it comes to fit and how he ran that Spurs team, it was just magical. It was a beautiful thing, man. But like Shaq is not gifted in that way. Shaq is more
Mm.
dominant, where
Yeah.
he's you know what I mean. He's gonna dominate the paint. He's gonna push you. He's gonna beat you up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Shaq dominant that way, but players like him, they need a superstar type of guard with them because when the game get close and that perimeter offense need to kick in, he ain't gonna give you none of that. He like think about all them Spurs team that Tim Duncan went with. Name the star guard he been with. I mean, we can say all your Tony Parker and Monty Ginobili, but if we really keep it at about, we watch them teams. Those players aren't as talented as guards. Like you ain't taking Tony Parker over T Mac or over some of these other guards. Like you ain't taking him over Iverson. But in that system with the Spurs, the act for what he was asked to do, you are 100% taking Tony Parker over Allen Iverson. But you would prefer to have an Allen Iverson because he can go get a bucket. But how
But
effective would that Spurs offense be with Allen Iverson as opposed to Tony Parker, who, he got a little Florida game together. He makes smart plays. He won't turn the ball over.
the same thing you say for Kobe, I feel the same thing. As long as you'll give Scottie Pippen that, I'll say okay. But Scottie Pippen was the same thing for Jordan,
Yeah.
right? If Jordan don't got Pippen there, then I think we see a totally different Jordan, right?
And that's
So
why I say, well, if you separate team from player, and we talking about who's the best individual player in NBA history, it's like you can go to Jordan, you can go to Kobe, you can go to all these different players. If you talking about, okay, cool, now let's add a team around him. Now you change the dynamic. Because it's a lot of players that would be ranked higher if they had a ring, but they ain't necessarily been players that you could have just put on any team. Like, think about Tony Parker got a couple of rings, but you wouldn't put him over other guards. Nobody takes Tony Parker over Allen Iverson.
oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. No, no, no one does.
Like,
No
nobody
one
gonna say,
does.
"Oh yeah,
But
give me Tony Parker." They said, "Boy, if Iverson put on them Spurs, but them boy probably have two or three more championships." That's how they talk
but
about it. But go
Tony
ahead.
Parker is that piece. Like
Mm-hmm.
if you were to put if you were to take Tony Parker off the Spurs and put Allen Iverson on there, it probably doesn't go so well. You
At
see?
all,
So that's
yeah,
what a lot of people would do that. They'd be like, "Hey, just slap." Of course, that's Iverson. Slap him on the
yeah,
Spurs. No, no, that's not how it
exactly.
works.
Like even when T
Yeah.
Mac been like, you don't think if you put me in them teams with Shaq, no, I don't think you win one. I don't think they
Yes.
understand. I don't think he wins one.
No,
Like Shaq missed so
that's
much
a tough
time
one.
throughout the regular season. Shaq, when they been them when they get into the playoffs, bro, it's like, don't get me wrong now. Like T Mac had injuries, so I'm gonna give him that grace. But bro, you
But
had
okay,
some good teams and still ain't make it out the first round.
let me add this in there, right? Because just like what you said about Tony Parker, right? If you throw McGrady on a team with Shaq, and then you add Derek Fisher, right? You're looking at a team, right? And then who else are you gonna add? It's how you build that team, how you build those pieces in between that, because
Yeah,
that could be a dangerous team.
yeah,
Let's say you put I'm just going random. Let's say you slap a Eddie Jones in there, or you know what I mean, and then you got T Mac, and you never know, man. And then a Ori, just the pieces that work together, man. It's really, that's
yeah.
really the
And
key.
mind you now, like Ori ain't been this player where he been down. Oh yeah, Ori going off for 40 last night, or Ori going off for 25 last night. He been one of those solid pieces that when he come in the game, he do his job. He ain't been
Yep,
overly a great defender. He ain't been overly a great offensive player. He did his job, and when the time come from to hit his shot, he hit the shot. They had
hit that
trust him
shot.
in the game not to turn over the ball, not to do nothing dumb. They just had a bunch of players that they could trust. Now you look at them teams, them Laker teams after Shaq leave, they've been trashed for a couple of years, and Kobe's still been doing his thing. Kobe get Paul Gasol. Think about it, he had a team where when he had that season where I think he averaged like 35 on like 50, almost 50% shooting. Like
Mhm.
people don't understand what Kobe had to go through to still be an efficient player. And then when he finally break through, he had a team. He going to the finals. He played the big four Celtics. All
But
year he supposed to been all year he supposed to been damn Kobe and LeBron meeting up in the finals for 3 years straight. For 3 years straight, Kobe but they waiting. He did his part in the West. LeBron keep getting put out by either the Pistons or getting put out by the Celtics.
the thing is, I think it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that Kobe, like, just the narrative made Kobe have to be in a situation where he felt he'd have to leave Shaq to prove
Mm-hmm.
it. Because someone like me, just like what you're saying, I could see what you're contributing, what you're doing for the team. Just like I know Kobe was needed just as much as Shaq to win
Mm-hmm.
those rings. Even if you
Yeah.
want to say Shaq was more dominant in the finals or whatever, without Kobe, it doesn't happen,
Mm-hmm.
right? So just like if we were to look at that squad with Kobe, Paul Gasol, and then the other pieces too, I think was Lamar Odom there?
Talk about that second run to the championships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lamar did win one with them, right?
Yeah, Lamar
right?
been
Yeah,
Lamar Odom been he was like the missing piece outside of him and
yeah,
Paul Gasol. Like, yeah,
yeah, man.
everybody on that team that he been winning. Like, don't I ain't trying. I'm not. I promise. I'm not trying to diminish Paul Gasol. I ain't trying to diminish Odom and nothing like that. I understand how big of a role they played. Kobe ain't even been at his best when he been winning them championships. His prime time been past. He's just been playing off of I gotta get these championships. I got like he been playing off of like people that, and that's why I say that's the thing that make Kobe the GOAT to me. Is he ain't been at his very best them years. Like the year he won the MVP, them years that they've been losing, that been the best version of Kobe as far as like athletic prime, like all that shit. He been in his prime. Them
Yeah,
championships, that been him running on fumes trying to get that shit. And he's still been
and
one of the
that's
best in the league. And he been on
but
fumes doing that shit. Not saying he been old or nothing like that, but like shit, how old he been? Like shit, he come in the league at 96. He went in what? I mean 2009. That's damn 13 years later. That's 30, 31, 32 doing it. Not saying that's old, but it's like how many early 30-year-olds winning championships nowadays? Everybody winning them in the mid to late 30s now. If you ain't
when,
Curry,
and it's pure mentality, pure. Because when you
yeah.
look at it's Kobe, then Jordan. No one matches that mentality. No, like
Uh-huh.
we have, So yeah, it's pure mentality, man.
Like you can't
So,
question none of their championships. You like I said, only reason I keep bringing up LeBron is because that's the battle right now, and it's LeBron fans want him to be one and Jordan two. But it's like, okay, cool, we're winning and he skipped Kobe. They try to diminish Kobe because it's like if we get into a back and forth with LeBron or Kobe, then we automatically settling for two. So, but my thing is, I come up in an era watching basketball where it been like, bruh, you gotta go on that court and you gotta prove to me what's going on. You can't just sit there and make up narratives and have a narrative where you can't jump ship and go to the heats and be like, oh yeah, well, I got my two, I finally break through. And then you go back home to another super team with Kyrie Irving. People try to shame his name or whatever, but Kyrie Irving, the top 5 to 10 player while they winning them championships. Kevin Love been hurt that first run or whatever, but when he been healthy, it's like it's too. And then a bubble ring. It's too much different things that you got to explain in history for LeBron James championships for you to believe that his 4 means more than the Kobe 5.
you know what I always say, with when it comes down to that. Right now, I think it's locked. In my opinion, it's locked. It's Jordan and Kobe. It's just locked from there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Now, for LeBron now, I'd rather people put him against Curry because guess what?
exactly.
At least Curry, in my opinion, Curry still has that uniform on, man. And
Yeah,
even when things got tough, he kept that uniform on and got another one. So
exactly.
I'd
That
rather
right
them,
there to me mean a lot. Like that
yeah,
2022 ring, that ring is more important than any other ring Curry win.
yeah. And I mean, why don't you compare? Why don't they compare LeBron and Curry and let them fight? Because to me, in this generation, Curry's closer to what we know known as great players, like
Hmm.
players that are gonna wear that one jersey just because it's like it's
Yeah,
my team.
yeah.
When we think a Jordan, we think Bulls. When we think Kobe, we think Lakers. Imagine
Hmm.
Kobe in a I don't know. Just think of him in
Yeah, the
another
Chicago
uniform.
Bulls. Yeah, some.
Yeah, in a Bulls uniform, where it's like it just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And see, and I look at it like this: like you got different eras. If you look at the 70s, you can say, okay, cool. That's Magic and Bird. That's two right there. They're two goats to their era. Whichever you
yeah.
want, put them in your top 5. You got the 80s. I mean, no, you got the 80s for Magic and Bird. Then you got Jordan for the 90s. That's undisputed.
Mhm.
A lot of superstars, a lot of Hall of Famers they ain't winning rings because of Jordan. Then you go to the 2000s. That's Kobe. Kobe had 5 from 2000 to 2010. Kobe had 5. The other 5, Tim Duncan. Well, the 4 I'm going to well 5 going to Tim, no 4 because Tim Duncan won in '99. So the GOAT of the 2000s, you can say okay, Kobe and Tim Duncan. So that's
Pretty
already
much.
if you want to round out a top 5, That's your top five. And then when you get to the 2010s, LeBron and Steph. But because
LeBron,
Steph
yeah,
don't got the personality to step up and be like, nah, I the best in the league. No, I take it. This my shit. Or this my league. I the face of the league. Or this because he don't got that personality, it's like it's hard for somebody to be like, well, you sure you got you sure you it's like he too much of a nice guy of a
too
player
nice.
to like to take that step to say, man, fuck a Braun, this mine. So Braun always going to be the fake of LeBron or spin his own narrative. LeBron control the media, all that shit thing. But what I will say is, look if you look at all the Hall of Famers and all the players, the future Hall of Famers that we can, everybody can be like, okay, yeah, he might be a Hall of Famer one day. He should be a Hall of Famer one day.
Mm.
Nobody has allowed more players in their generation or they playing time to win more championships than LeBron. Giannis done won them. Curry done won them. Who else get a championship in the generation? Shea. Shit.
Mm.
Who's another player?
Raptors
Yeah,
got one.
Kawhi get one.
Yeah, Kawhi.
Celtics. Fucking it's a whole like
I think
when
even Nowitzki got one on him.
the Whiskey get one out of him. It's like think about it when Jordan, when in 2000 starting Jordan retired, all you said, damn, Barkley ain't get no ring. Damn, a whole lot of motherfuckers in that generation ain't
Yeah.
get no ring. When you look at Kobe, it's like, damn, Kobe and Tim Duncan said that was their like, the 2000s, 2010s, like that been Spurs and Lakers. And Kobe
Hey,
been they for five of them.
hey, you want to know how you're so right, man? Let me keep it real with you, bro. My respect for Kobe. First, let me say my respect for Jordan and Kobe came from me going against them, bro.
Right.
I was always going against. I was a Pacers fan. I was a Magic's fan. I was a Heat fan. I was Knicks. All the teams I was trying, and he beat every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Kobe.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of teams that I was with that Kobe murdered.
Yeah.
Right. That's how I became a Kobe fan because I'm like, damn. You know what I mean?
I was saying I
Yeah.
don't that feeling I get from watching Kobe and parts of Jordan or whatever. Damn boy, you just can't beat them. Like they go on the road to beat these play these fans. It's like them boy hate them. I don't get that feeling from nobody in the NBA now. I don't get that from LeBron. And like I said, don't get me wrong, it might be a biased thing because I grew up watching a certain league. Like I come up in the superstar era where it's like you got that one main player, and then you got a good team around him, and there ain't nothing you can do because even if you got a good team, the best player on that court gonna win, and that's usually either Jordan or Kobe, and
Yeah,
that's
and they
why I
wear
come
one
from. So
jersey, so
yeah,
it's easier to hate them because you hate the Bulls, and you hate the Lakers because But
exactly.
when you got Bron, he played for Cleveland, Miami, then Lakers. Like you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Switched it
if you
all up.
retire right now, and it's like, well, like you won more championships with Miami, so would you retire there? You can't because you only been there 4 years. Well, you're
Yeah,
from Cleveland, but you only won one there. LA ain't gonna accept you because we already got Kobe over there. We already got Wilt. We already got all the great Lakers. You ain't even on the top five greatest Lakers. And don't get me
yeah,
wrong, like if we talking about who are the best top five players that ever put on the Lakers uniform, he may be in the top five in that regard. But we talking about Lakers, like people we know who are Lakers. Like Kobe's a Laker, Magic is a Laker, Kareem is a Laker, Wilt is a Laker, Shaq. I mean, I won't sit there and say Shaq ain't a Laker because Shaq been there long enough, won 3 championships. But it's
All right,
like
so let's say this, right? Let's say LeBron, he got what, 2 in Miami?
2 in Miami.
Yeah, 2 in Miami, right? So let's say he left, went to Cleveland, got one there like he did, stayed in Cleveland and only got one more, and that was his career. What do you think? How does that stack up for him?
To be honest, even though I do mention rings a lot, I think I'll give LeBron this. Just like Kobe, LeBron been a high school phenom that come out of high school, straight out of high school, and everybody thought they would have been the next somebody. And
Mhm.
both of them lived up to that hype. Most time you see players come out like KG comes straight out of high school. People thought
Yeah,
KG, he young, he about to be dominant. Look how quick he is for a big man, all that. KG only won one ring, and that's for being on a super team. He ain't live up to the hype. He live up to the hype as far as like he's a Hall of Famer, but it's like for people to say LeBron gonna be the next Jordan, Kobe gonna be the next Jordan, and for them to actually go out there, regardless how they did it, they going to get rings. You don't see
Rings,
that
yeah.
often. Like
That's very
how
true.
many times we done see somebody get drafted number one overall? Like even though Kobe didn't get drafted number one overall, how many times we done see somebody get drafted high and get all that praise of they gonna be the next and all that, and they just don't live up to that. So
Man, most of
I'll
the
give him
time.
that. If he only had win one more ring after the Heats and that Bennett, yeah, to be honest with you, like that's kind of how I look at him. Because I don't really it's not that I don't count the bubble ring, I just don't respect the bubble ring. I feel like the bubble ring been a rush process for the NBA to get money. And it's like nobody wanted to play in the bubble, but you can't take that. You can't blame a team for beating teams because they don't want to play. Like you can only eat what's on your plate. But I just don't
Yeah,
respect
yeah.
that ring. It's like
I
Curry
I
got
I,
four
I, I
rings.
don't I respect I the only I really do see the bubble ring as I respect it as a bubble ring. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
not him being on the Lakers and whatnot, but to me, if the situation is requires for you to dig more into yourself, then
Uh-uh.
whoever gets that ring, in my opinion, deserves that ring still.
Yeah.
Because
Deserving
it's the
it
same playing field for everybody,
yeah.
you know?
Like if the Heat said if Jimmy Butler had won that ring, that don't move Jimmy Butler high on the list of what I got him at in my view. I don't look at him like, oh, Jimmy Butler got a ring in the bubble like that. That he I don't. It's like okay, cool. Like it's a bubble ring. Like I don't give a fuck who won it. Man, the Pelicans could have won it that year, and that would have make me look at Zion or Lonzo like, oh yeah, they champions. Or they. It's like no, that's the weakest ring in NBA history. It is what it
Yeah,
is.
hey
Like
man,
even
if
with
I got that ring, you couldn't tell me that.
yeah, that's why I said
You
me
couldn't tell
personally, if
me
I
that
won
if I
that
got
ring,
that ring, man.
yeah, if I
Huh?
personally had won that ring, I would have had pride in that ring. So that's why I say I don't respect it. But at the same time, it's like, hey, I ain't gonna say it's not a real ring. Cause I know me personally, like, if I won that ring, I've been showing that ring off to everybody. I don't give a fuck what nobody said. But just me taking a step back as a fan, it's like, yeah, but don't put that ring in my face like you did something. It's like it's like when Kyrie won that ring in 2022. It's like I know he got that ring sitting somewhere in a secret stash where nobody even see him. I know that's his favorite ring of all time because that's the one with like even I been like Curry them boy ain't winning no more rings, and he had a elite Clay. Like they went in spite of Klay Thompson that year. They went in spite of Draymond that year.
Yeah,
That was all
yeah.
fucking Curry. Curry always show up small in the finals. Like KD got two rings. Don't get me wrong. I one of the few people that I don't knock KD for switching team and going to the war. I don't knock it. I don't knock it because at the end of the day, like he been a free agent. It's like shit. He joined a team that just lost. Like he was the what I always say. If KD never joined the Rocket, I mean not Rocket. If KD never joined them Golden State Warriors team, them Golden State Warriors ain't gonna win another championship. Like LeBron healthy with a healthy Kyrie that next year and a healthy loving them championship. The only reason why they lose that first one, the Golden State Warriors, is because of the fact that Kevin Love been hurt and Kyrie been hurt. Then when they come back to 2016 or 2017, 2016 when Kyrie and them boy come back or whatever from 3-1 and they won that championship, boom. The next year they had KD. I don't think if they had get KD, they was not winning no more rings. That
Oh no,
that Cavaliers
that
team,
one that's a tough one because it could have just been another free agent that wasn't KD,
yeah, possibly, yeah. But
right?
I just saying like without KD, if they just brought that team back with Harrison Barnes, cause mind you now, like whether they even bring KD in or not, Harrison Barnes probably would have ducked. But it's like even if they had kept Harrison Barnes, I don't think that team beating the Cavaliers two more times in a row. They maybe have gotten one more, but they wasn't beating them two times in a row. So I feel like it's not that he went to a team that just won the championship by a landslide and now he's joining them. But at the same time, that just goes to show you how certain rings hold different weights. KD got two rings that he don't never get mentioned in the top five.
My problem, my issue, like I wouldn't even go into the schematics with that one, but my issue is him leaving the team, like, and because of who Draymond, like that's a problem for me, man. Like A killer, someone who's a killer mentally on the court is not gonna let a player like Draymond, run him off the team. That should have been his team with Curry, and he should have never left that team.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like if he had still on that team, KD would have had about maybe 3, maybe 4 rings at this point.
Yeah, probably. I mean, if Curry got another one, then you kept those guys together, and yeah, I mean, I don't
The
see
worst
why
thing for
that
KD
couldn't happen.
legacy, the worst thing for KD legacy was I'm not Kyrie, was Curry winning that ring. If Curry never won another ring after he dipped, then you could have been like, okay, them rings on a scale of 1 to 10, them rings probably like a 7 or 8. But after Curry won them rings, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's why it's hard for
KD,
me to
his
say
shit
they
jumped to
wouldn't
like a
get
4 or
because
5.
you said they wouldn't get any more, but nah, yeah, Curry was still in his prime when
Mm-hmm.
KD joined that team,
Yeah.
so he could
I
have got
said, like,
one more without KD easily.
once KD dipped, I said, okay, Warriors still can be good. And then, like, when years are going by and 2021 come around, I remember in 2021, I've been on the channel right here, I've been saying, oh, yeah, Warriors ain't winning no more rings. Them rings, them days over. And shit, that very next year, he won that 2022 championship. That shit been like, hey, I gotta give him respect. I still wouldn't pick Curry in my top 5, but hey, gotta give him respect. I don't even think Curry, to be real, I don't even got Curry like top 10 or no shit like that. I don't got a top 15. Because I look
Damn.
at individual players like rings matter to me, but it don't matter to me if we
But
talking about just basketball players. Like
what do
I
you say
like,
he's the when you say he's the best shooter that you ever seen?
oh yeah, for sure.
So doesn't
For
that
sure.
doesn't put him up on the man, like not
No, cause
even.
that to me, I see Ray Allen. I see what your boy named Reggie Miller. Not saying that they've been better shooters, but I ain't talking about Reggie Miller and Ray Allen. I remember Ray Allen been carrying the team, and he been one of the best shooters in the league. I remember when Reggie Miller. I mean, you can say he been carrying the team, but he just ain't been on the level of like Jordan. Like think about it, Jordan stopped him from getting the ring.
Yeah. But those teams, those
Shit,
Pacer
Kobe
teams,
stopped
man.
them teams from getting the ring and all.
But hey, those Pacer teams, those teams are really good, eh? I
Yeah,
love
yeah,
Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller is one of my favorites, man, and the Pacers were one of my favorite teams. But he did have a really good team around him, man.
yeah.
Yeah, so he was able to beat Reggie Miller. You know what I mean? Which he
Hmm.
was one of the best shooters, pretty much that I see.
Yeah, and that's why I say like
But
if we gonna just say the best shooter of all time, and that's why he deserved to be somewhere, then we gotta look at Ray Allen when he was in Seattle and Milwaukee. We gotta look at like don't get me wrong now. Like if you add in championships, then they on different levels. He Curry on different
yeah,
levels from them boy. But
he just didn't win. That's the only. He just
yeah,
didn't win. Yeah, he didn't get them
it's
wins.
different ways I look at the greatest basketball players or the best like me personally. I believe Kyrie Irving's a better basketball player than Steph Curry. I just
All right,
believe that.
hold
I just
on. I
believe
let you
Curry's a
rock. I let you
no.
rock.
Hold on.
I let y'all rock.
I
Hold
just
on,
believe that Curry's a better. I feel like
hold
Curry's
on.
got the better
I'm
legacy.
calling you out on this one. Flight. I gotta call him out. Hold on. I'm gonna need y'all to tell me non-players better than Curry though.
9 players better than
9 players
Curry.
right now.
Y'all say he's not in your top 10?
A top
No,
10 of
that
all
wasn't me. That
time.
wasn't
That for
me.
me.
That was yeah.
When I say he's not in my top 10 players of all time, shit, you can ring off all the normal suspects or whatever before you get to Curry. Like you can get to fucking 15, 16 before you get to Curry. When
No,
I
hold
talk
on.
about Kyrie
No,
being
hold on.
better than Curry, I talk about from a basketball standpoint. I
I
talk about for
understand
what you
what you're trying
bring.
to. I understand that, but hold on. So you think LeBron James is better than Curry?
Yes.
Pro ready, you
That's
backing
a
that
tough
one
one.
too?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Honestly, I put him. I put Curry ahead of Braun for one reason. He stayed with
Thank you.
one team.
Thank
He
you.
played with one team. To me, it's not. It's tougher to do that.
I mean, but
Exactly.
see, it's a difference
No, it's
between
not.
a
It's
better
no different,
player
bro. Are you
and
kidding me?
having a better legacy. If you
Better
talk about
legacy
If you talking
right,
about,
so hold on. How would he even have a better legacy than Curry, right? When he done team hopped.
but that don't got nothing to do with somebody's legacy as far as
What do you
somebody being
mean? The
great.
legacy was cemented that this guy Curry, respectfully, rings also on one team
But
with
that,
3 different teams.
Yeah,
4
to
different
me,
teams, if you're being honest.
but see, the same way how you can give somebody a great legacy because they stay on one team, you can also make an argument that he won a championship on 3 different teams. LeBron won a championship on 3 different teams. It's
you
like
know, and I
But
heard,
like I
hold
don't
on.
like.
How many?
Like,
Look.
go
Hold
ahead.
on. How many first round draft picks LeBron played with?
I get that. I
All right, hold
understand
on.
that
No,
conversation, but
that
that don't
matters.
make him a
How
better
many
player.
All Stars he played with? Right.
That don't make him a better player.
No. What?
That don't
Every
make him a
time
better
LeBron
player.
James won a championship, 3 of his team members are All Stars, bro.
Let me ask you this question. If you took Curry and you put Curry on, just flip a coin and whatever side he land on, but not even side, just put all the teams on the wheel, spin the wheel, and wherever team you land on, put Curry on that team. Without knowing the team, you think
Big
Curry
dog.
going to accomplish anything in the playoffs?
Bro, big dog. Let me tell you something again, right?
No. Answer the
let
question. Answer the
me put
question.
something in. Wait, let me put something in there because I'm not really. I'm gonna think about it, but let me put something in there. Golden State, right? When Curry went on that team, there was a guy named Monta Ellis that was the
Hey,
dude
man,
there.
talk to him.
These are the reasons. These are the things I look at, right? He
Mm.
pretty much bumped Monta Ellis off of that team, stayed on that team, and won chips, and he's still on that team.
But Monte
Bro.
Ellis was a glorified. He was a 6th man as a
No, I'm just
starter
saying
too.
though.
Like,
No. What we're saying is this. What he's saying is correct, right? Even if you look at Dwayne Wade championship, his first chip is better than LeBron's 4 chips.
I mean, listen, that's an argument I ain't trying to have.
Dirk
All I
Nowitzki,
saying is
1
this right
chip is
here.
better than
All
LeBron's
I
4
saying is right
chips.
here. Let's answer this. The answer is what if you put all 30 NBA teams on a spinning board right now. You spin them, and you got to stop it and put Curry on that team, but you can't see who team he on. Are you going to bet that Curry makes the playoffs on that team?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mind you, we see Curry without Clay, and we see Curry without Draymond, and anybody in the lottery. We've never seen LeBron on a team and they made the lottery.
That's not
What do
fair.
you
Who was
mean?
on that team? You got to look at who else was on
Look
that
at the
roster.
teams and look at
Nobody.
exactly. Come on, bro. What do you
No.
There was
mean?
nobody on that
Hold on.
team.
And see, now y'all about to turn me into a LeBron fan or whatever like that, defending him. And I
You
hate
just
defending LeBron. Remember all
Yeah.
them
No,
Cavaliers
I'm
team
not
he
the yeah.
dragged to the finals?
what
Remember
team
the
he
ones
dragged to
that
the
had
finals?
no names on them?
What? No. Stop. Don't do that. So he dragged.
Come
You could
on,
say
man.
no. Big dog. Bro. I watch hoop, bro. Listen,
We all
bro.
watch hoops.
I will hope so because listen. All right. If you want to say he dragged a Cavaliers team to the finals, he dragged 1 Cavalier team to the final. 1.
That's how many.
1.
No, see, hold up.
You
See,
saying
now
teams?
you being disingenuous. He
No, you
dragged the
said teams,
no.
bro. You
He's
said
okay.
teams.
Yeah,
He dragged 1
he
to the
dragged the
team,
team.
1 to the final,
No,
1,
he dragged
and that was
2.
which 2?
That year after
What's the second one?
that year after Kyrie Duck, when they had that makeshift team, when they had Derrick Rose and all that shit, and he had to trade all them boys in the middle of the season. That's one team.
So wait,
The other team when he going and
hold on.
lose to the Spurs, when he that first
Of
round,
course,
that
when he got
first trip with
swept by the Spurs.
exactly. So that's 2
Okay,
teams.
swept.
We haven't seen Kyrie did it with 1.
But listen, all
It
right.
ain't no
So
but. That's
I no,
that
but
ended
wait,
it right there.
hold on. So Kyrie didn't
Wait,
just go to the finals with Dallas. They
You say
lost. Okay, they
no. Hold
lost,
on. Say
right?
that
But
again. Say
so
that
did
again.
LeBron. What happened
So will you say this now?
with what? With
You
Dallas?
say yeah. What about Dallas?
They didn't he just go to the finals?
Kyrie, yeah. Kyrie and
Oh,
Luka.
okay. So what you talking about? What do you mean?
Okay, so wait, why you say that? I say Curry. Steph
Oh,
Curry.
Curry. All right. So, but Curry went to the
Curry never
finals.
did that. When Curry had to play by himself, they been in the lottery the next year.
Which year was that?
That year that Cleveland hurt all season and Draymond been hurt all season.
Oh,
and they
so
had
look.
nobody. They had
This
absolutely
no,
nobody on
hold on. Let me tell you something. This is what I
it.
be talking about people like that, right? They wasn't in the lottery, broski. They was not in the lottery. If you don't recall, let me remind your memory. The reason why they got that number 2 pick, if that's what you're talking about, why they got the lottery pick, number 2 pick that year, that was because Brooklyn had Brooklyn pick. That was supposed to be for Brooklyn, and that was because
Yeah, listening.
You there, boss? It looks like you got cut off, man. Yeah, but I know how you feeling like you have to, like, because to me, I don't know, Curry and LeBron really aren't.
Did you hear
really,
me
like,
though? Did you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now, man.
Oh, you couldn't hear me. All right, so yeah, back to what I was
Yeah,
saying.
now we
The
can.
only reason why they had got that number 2 pick was because it was Brooklyn's pick. That was Brooklyn's pick. They had traded when Kevin Durant got traded to Brooklyn. He said
Bro,
that
they
they
was
knocked up
15-50. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they had
what
a
year was
terrible
this?
record.
That 2020 see them in 15-50.
That was the what you call it, bro? How much games is that? First of all, that was COVID year, 2020 or 2021.
Yeah, 65 games. Lakers that year had 52 wins.
2021
Timberwolves had
season.
look, Pelicans had 30 wins. Spurs had 32 wins. Mavericks had 43
Yeah,
wins.
they had a
15
terrible
wins.
season. They had a
But the
terrible
following
season,
year,
but
hold
why?
on. So we
Think
talking
about
about
it.
the
They had the
the 20.
worst
Hold
record
on, bro.
in the
We talking about the
NBA, not even
2021
just in the
season. Hold
conference.
on, bro. You said the 21 season, right? The 21 season.
2019-22 season.
That's
Like
two different seasons.
2019-20 season.
That's 2 seasons. What season we talking about? 2019 season, right?
2019 to 2020. You know how them boy got they started in
Right.
2019 and they ended in 2020.
All right.
COVID hit at the end of that season. That ain't been
Right.
at the beginning of the season. They've been bad before COVID started.
Right. But
COVID
they
ain't
only had
really
got the number
started
2
being a
pick
big thing until
that
early
season,
2020.
that year, that 2020 season, when the only reason why they got the number 2 pick that year was because of the Nets pick. Because that was
Hey,
the
but
pick.
what does it matter though? They were
It
bad.
don't
They
matter if
were
they still
bad.
only won 15 games.
Wait, hold up. But they were bad.
Yeah, they still been
To
bad.
me, okay, that really doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, okay, he had a bad season. You know that
But
No,
that
then
but
don't
bounce
mean
what
back,
nothing.
it show
but
no
bounce
listen, what
back,
it
but hold
shows
on.
us
But
what
bounce
it
back the
shows us
following year to get a ring, though.
what
That's
it
that's
what
that
no
was
hold
my
on
point. I was getting at.
when
Yeah,
you what
that's
it
big.
shows us
The contract.
When Kyrie was looked at as, hey, listen, it's you and everybody else. We just need you to get us somewhere. He couldn't even make the playoffs. What it shows us when LeBron, but in them same scenarios, even if you want to
Nah,
go
we
back to
not
his
gonna do
rookie,
that.
no,
Yeah,
listen,
that's
even if
not
you
fair. That's not
no,
fair,
no,
man.
it
That
is
is
fair.
mean, bro. That's
That's
not fair.
moving the
You know what it
goalposts to
feels?
another
Because
level.
LeBron first 7 years, it's an argument that he ain't had nobody on his team, and he's still been at least making the playoffs. Curry couldn't
That's
even
not
get to the
fair at all,
playoffs.
man. That's
First of
I
all,
don't. That's not fair, bro.
LeBron
That
went to
could
the first
happen to
How
LeBron
anybody.
went to the playoffs his first time, his 3rd season. So, like, so to the playoffs for the first time.
listen, if
So,
Curry, if you talking about a prime
all
Curry,
right,
we ain't
but
talking
look,
about like I said,
even if we move off the
no,
LeBron topic,
any era of LeBron of when he had a bad team and he still at least made the playoffs. We
that's
can look
beautiful
at
for him
any
because he was
era
on the East.
of
He was on the
Steph
East.
Curry,
He was also
but
on the
see,
East.
you
We're not
can't
going to
keep
do
see
that.
now you just moving goalpost to
No, we're
goalpost to
not.
goalpost to
You got to
goalpost.
keep it a stack.
No,
The West was always stacked.
you know what's happening though. I think you guys are arguing two things. You're talking about like actual good players and skills, and then you're talking about great, right? Because when you ask me about Curry and Braun, you're asking about greatness, and I said, yeah, I'm gonna give that to Curry. Now, if you're gonna say who's the better player, then that's a totally different conversation.
Fair
Because
argument
really,
there.
really, the
Fair
reason why
assessment.
Braun could get to the reason why Braun could get to the playoffs is because he's a better player, right? But is he
That
greater? No, he's not greater.
Position
He's not
different,
greater
everything.
than Steph.
LeBron is great. Trust me. I'm the last
I ain't
person to
trusting
sit
you on
here
that.
and defend LeBron, bro. Like I like my favorite player in the league right now. My favorite player is Kyrie Irving. I a Kobe fan. Kobe is my goat.
All right.
I have no reason to defend LeBron or nothing.
All
But
right,
you're
bro,
not
look.
about to sit here and tell me that Curry is greater than LeBron or
Yes,
Curry is better than LeBron.
he's both,
That
in
doesn't
my
no
opinion.
that don't even compute to me.
In my
and,
opinion, in my
okay, cool.
humble
and you
opinion.
know what? When I say
Let me
that,
show you.
when I say
Let me
that,
say
I
I
know
don't
it's just
compute. Let me tell you how I don't compute. Right. Let's look at rings. The rings conversation. Both got 4 rings, right? Let's look at the
Curry
stats
went to the hold on.
conversation.
Both got 4. Hold on. He went 4 for 10, and Curry went 4 for 6.
But see, that's the one thing that I use all the time when I try to knock LeBron. That is actually a good, not a good stat in the way of like it's a positive. It's like he made it 10 times.
All right,
You know what I mean? Like
I
no
hear
matter
you.
what, no
But
matter
but look,
what,
but look, hold on,
no matter what
and remember,
metric you want to
and hold
use.
on, right out those 10 times, he lost to the person we're talking about, bro.
I understand that, but at the end of the day,
What
one
you
of them
mean?
no. But see, everything is a revolving door. Because 2 of those championships, he had KD. One of them
So what?
championships, no,
One of
listen.
them he
One of them,
beat
no,
KD.
see,
Remember, he
no,
beat
listen,
KD too.
listen.
KD needed his get back.
Two of
What do you
them
mean?
championships, he had KD with him.
And he
One
had
of them, no,
Kyrie
just
Irving
listen,
with him. And he had
listen.
Kyrie Irving with him.
No, but that's why I getting that. You had
What do you mean?
if you
So you
view
got LeBron and
no, listen,
you got LeBron and
just
Curry
listen,
versus KD and Kyrie. What's up?
listen. You got Curry
yeah.
at this
Come
high
on,
level,
bro.
right? You don't
But they
got
had Klay Thompson too. They had
you
Klay
don't got
Thompson,
yeah, you don't
All
got
right, and you're
Kyrie.
gonna add J.R. Smith. You're gonna
But
add
see, now
Shumpert.
you being
You're
Kevin
gonna
Love. They
add
had
Kevin
Kevin
Love.
Love.
now you being disingenuous when you naming J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith been a defender. He ain't even know. Oh yeah,
That
he
was a
one of
former
them.
6th man of the
All
year,
right,
bro.
fine. Kevin Love.
Former
Kevin
six
Love.
man of the year.
They match up because you got Kevin Love, you got Bron, you got Kyrie. Then you got Curry, you got Durant, you got Klay.
Exactly, and I guarantee you don't got Kyrie over Steph Curry.
Who, me?
Well, they're
Exactly.
matched.
So
You
that's
got the
so
matchup
that's
there.
that's 2 players you got over LeBron's second best player on the team. So that's an irrelevant conversation. And back to what I've been saying, if we talking about rings, they match up. If we talking about he beat LeBron. He beat LeBron twice with KD, and then one of them times he beat LeBron, LeBron ain't had Kyrie or Kevin Love. So that's 3 championships that he didn't beat him straight head on. So the fourth one didn't come against LeBron. The fourth one came against Celtics.
Hey yo, can I say one thing though? Let me say this one thing, man. I'm only saying Curry because preference, eh? I
Yeah,
know
no,
what
you can have your opinion
it's
now. I ain't trying to,
yeah, it's only based on my opinion and preference. I know that it's not really. I know other people would say different, and I totally get it. Even what you're saying now, I totally get it. But to me,
like,
all my goats wore one jersey, man. They were, or pretty
yeah.
much, they dominated with one jersey. When you think about them, you only think really of one jersey.
Yeah, but seeing that right there, I understand that because like I said, Mike Goat weigh one jersey too. But he been a time where Mike Goat been threatening to leave if he can't whatever.
All right,
True,
And he
look,
been
hold
gonna
very
on.
be a
true.
Clipper or he been gonna be a Chicago Bull if they ain't that get rid of Shaq or if they ain't that come with how they supposed to come. Jordan
And it
way
could have
more than
happened.
one jersey. He played for the Wizards. So it's like if we gonna really have that conversation, it's like okay,
Okay,
add
fine,
context.
2 teams. But we don't think of the Wizards. When we think of Jordan, we don't think of the Wizards. And
And
we
in
don't
mind
really
you now,
think.
like every NBA player got something that can go against their legacy that somebody can say that'll be like, that's a check in the legacy. Like like I said, might go to Kobe. But I remember a series, I remember a game where Kobe not give up, but Kobe just been like, oh, well, y'all saying I shoot too much? Wait, fine, y'all boy doom. And they lose a series behind that. Everybody got a chink in their armor. But when we looking at the greatest players, I as much as I don't want to
So
say
what was Curry? Which one? What was on Curry?
he ain't did nothing on his own. The same thing we've been talking about with Tatum. Like,
Nobody did anything on their
Hold
own.
on.
no,
Ask
Nobody
the
no.
did.
question.
When I
Hold
say
on,
they
hold on.
on, I
Can I ask the
mean
question
literally
though?
they on. I talking about like when we look
But
at those
look,
Warriors team,
Curry get
nobody's ever
if
going to
Curry
be
get
like, oh
if
yeah,
Curry gets if
Curry get them full. We're gonna
but
be
hold
like,
on.
yeah, them set that 73 Warriors
I
team.
got
We're gonna bring up everything on, including that team as far as
But
Klay
that was
Thompson
Curry's
concerned.
team. All those teams were
but hold
Curry's
on.
team.
But
I
Curry won
understand that, but
unanimous MVP.
how much LeBron got?
Mhm.
He never got that. LeBron never
No,
got
no.
that.
How much MVPs he got in total?
Curry got like 3 MVPs too.
Okay, how much LeBron got in total?
I think LeBron got 3, right, or 4?
I think 3.
3, yeah. They both. I think they both got 3.
Okay, Kobe got 1. You got Curry over Kobe.
I got Kobe over Curry. Yes.
But see how the argument don't make sense once you like
No. I
everything
can
you
tell you why
saying.
though.
No, that's not the end
Everything
all
you
be
saying
all though.
it don't equate to what you're saying. You can't just say
No,
like,
but
I
it's
get
not
the
the end
argument
all be
about
all.
But
It's
you
not
no,
the
but what
end.
I'm
It's
saying
just
is
something you can add
but
in
I
the
yeah,
feel like
argument.
Kobe.
yeah, cool. But if you gonna
Kobe.
add that to
But
the
look,
argument,
no. Hold on.
everything
I
you
only
saying
brought up
can
the
be broken
MVP.
down into like
Hold on. I brought the
but.
unanimous MVP, right? Is because that was a season where it's no stained. That means everybody thought clear cut that this guy was the MVP, right?
And you
That's
know
what
who
I mean
vote
by
on
that.
that? You know who vote on that?
The people.
Exactly. How much time you thought? How much time a
But
player?
look, hold
How much
on.
time a
But
Or
this is
player?
yo,
about
hey yo, mm.
look, my point is
Hey,
this,
hey, yo,
bro.
how
Hold
about
on.
this? How about
Listen.
this? Why don't you give me a number? Okay, tell me where LeBron is at for you, and then how far give me LeBron's number and then Curry's number.
Cool for
Talking about
me.
all
Because
time.
you said Curry's 15, and I'm pretty sure you got Bron. I don't know. You tell me where you got Bron.
I got
Like
Braun like comfortably at 3.
at
Comfortably? That's
3.
wow.
Okay,
Comfortably
and
at
then
3.
you said Curry's in your top 15. So Curry's
Arguably in the top. It's like,
so
man,
where
I'm trying to tell y'all
where in
the
the
way
15? Just give us the number. Give us Curry's number.
I can't tell you exactly where in the 15, but I also can say he's definitively not in my top 10.
Okay, so you say at least 11. So that means he's that far away from LeBron to you.
Yeah, pretty
That to
much.
me is kind of that
Because
to
you
me
know
is
why? You
crazy.
know
Hold
why?
on.
You know
If you
why? Because
say
when I look at
LeBron,
basketball, when
hold
I
on.
look
If
at
you saying
basketball
LeBron
players,
is 3,
I don't just
if you
take
saying
into account of or
hold
how
the
much rings
fuck up,
somebody
this guy
got.
got me crazy. This guy is
I take
bugged
into
out.
a lot of different things. I look at it like this, like,
No, but
okay, cool.
that's where it gets tough because I can't put LeBron at 3 and then put Curry all the way in 11. That's too
You
much,
know
man.
why? You know why? Because I can find players like if you look at LeBron, right? LeBron is a 6'8"
So
player.
who's better?
LeBron,
Who's after
LeBron,
LeBron but before Curry?
who's after LeBron before Curry?
But
Many of
before
players.
Curry.
I got Tim Duncan. I got damn Shaq.
Oh,
I got
wait. You name it. Oh, wait. And you name it all time too? And LeBron's still at 3?
yeah. What you want me to say?
Wow.
Like, and mind you, now I'm not a LeBron fan by this like no
Yo,
stretch of the margin,
that's
bro.
crazy.
This is basketball we talking about. We talking about basketball. I talking about
That's what I'm
everything
trying.
that
That's why I'm
encompasses
so
I talking
confused.
about
If it's
like
basketball, KD is
I
definitely before. Like, if you saying it is basketball, right? Carmelo
mm-hmm.
Anthony is better than LeBron James, bro.
I
If you talk about
mean
his basketball,
You see, that's the funny thing, because Curry,
Carmelo's a better
I'd
scorer.
probably have
He's
Curry
not a better
like because you
basketball
wouldn't be
player.
happy with me because I got Curry probably like around 7, 8, maybe
I mean,
6, 7, 8.
I to be real with you, I wouldn't be mad
But
at saying
LeBron's not ahead of him. I can't put LeBron ahead of just because of my preference. So if I was to put Curry at 6, then LeBron would be at like 7, 8.
well, let me explain it this way. Well, not explain it this way, but let me give you my why I got this. I mean, this kind of going to help y'all understand how I view players versus like versus the bigger scheme of things. The reason why I think Kyrie Irving is a better basketball player than Steph Curry is because if you just break down what Curry do, like right, okay, Curry shoot about 40% from 3. Kyrie Irving shoot 40% from 3 career wide. Like it's like 38%, 39%, right?
But the hardware though, the
No,
hardware
no,
is
no,
gonna
no. But no,
separate
hold on.
them.
Let me finish. Let
'Cause-
me finish. Let me finish. That's why I just
nah,
trying to
that's not
take.
the hallway. It's more than that.
I taking out every
well,
hardware accolade. I just talking about basketball players, like what this person can do on the court.
if,
Kyrie
if we
got a
talk
low.
about skills, man,
No, no,
we'll
no.
never.
No. Listen, no. Just listen.
Mhm.
If we look at Kyrie Irving, he can score from the low post. He can score from the high post. He don't need no pick and roll. He shoot almost 40% from the almost 40% from 3 for career wise. He's a 50-40-90 player. Only 6-7 players in the NBA history ever did that. Handles
Yeah.
to me is a skill, so I don't bring up handles because Curry can dribble the ball too, whatnot. Kyrie play in the mid range a lot more efficient. Kyrie is the more efficient player.
You know, if
If I look
you
at
start you know what? If you start talking like that, then I'm gonna have to bring up Penny Hardaway then, because just the way that's what I'm gonna do with Penny Hardaway. Just like how you're talking about Kyrie.
Penny Hardaway, but Penny Hardaway wasn't a mid range player. He wasn't a 3-point
But I'm
shooter.
okay. But
He
we're
wasn't
talking
a.
you
about
see, like,
then. I'm talking about
Hold on,
Penny Hardaway's
hold
then.
on, because I ain't finished.
Y'all too old for me, bro. I can't
Hold on.
keep up.
Kyrie Irving.
Can we just keep it 2000 to 2025?
But that's what I
Because it's
mean.
only in
That's
that
what I
era.
mean. Hear what I'm saying though. That's why I say if you go into
said 2000.
skills,
When you think Penny played
if
in
we
2000, what you talking about?
no.
I
I'm just
only
saying
I
though.
only
If
want
we
to
talk
compare
about
players
skills,
from 2000 and
look,
2025.
I'm saying,
Like, I
look.
can't
That's
do
what I'm
anything
saying. I agree
before
with
that.
you, bro. I agree with you. But that's what I'm saying. If we talk about skills, we'll never figure it out, bro. Because
No, but
there's so many players that got.
those are to me a skill is a skill. Dribbling skills. That's to me like I ain't even bringing up Kyrie handling. I just talking about his efficiency as a basketball player. I talking about his finish at the
Yo,
rim rate.
bro, I
I talk about
understand all
no.
of that.
Hold
But look,
on.
Steve Nash
Let me
got
finish.
better
Let me.
efficiency than that, bro. So,
No,
like, what are we
Steve
talking
Nash
about?
do. No, Steve Nash do
Steve
not.
Nash was nice.
Go look at Steve Nash. Go look at his
You go look at
career
Steve
numbers.
Nash. He got 2 MVPs, bro. One of them Kobe deserves, but at the end of the day, we're not going to talk
And
about
that's
that.
my point. Nobody has Nash in their top 25, and he got 2 MVPs. That's why I said when you bring up MVPs, that shit don't mean a motherfucking
Yeah,
thing
but
because the
that's why they
writers
gotta
got to
have
vote on it.
hardware, man.
Steve Nash changed the game of basketball, though.
No, he didn't. Dan Antonio changed the game of basketball. Dan Antonio had a 7 seconds or less offense. Dan Antonio, the reason why Harden played the way he played and why he got all them MVPs. That was it. You may be too young for this entire conversation
That's
because
what.
if
Yeah,
you're
with the
going,
Suns, you're talking about the
2025.
Suns. You're talking about the Suns and the Suns offense, right, D'Antoni?
yeah, that's Dan
Yeah,
Antonio.
I know who D'Antoni is, bro. D'Antoni was Kobe Bryant's father's roommate, bro. I understand all that.
And Dan Antonio tried to bring that same offense to the Lakers, and it didn't work. That shit just ran Kobe into the ground.
Because they had the wrong players. Because you got to remember,
No,
again,
it wasn't about the wrong players.
yes, it was. Yes, it was. Because at the end of it, yes, it was.
It
Because he was
wasn't
supposed to
about the
get Chris
wrong
Paul.
players. He could have.
Cut the cap. Cut the
He.
bullshit. He was supposed to get Chris Paul.
You had a Kobe Bryant, bro. You don't run 7 seconds or left with a Kobe Bryant.
Yes, you do.
No, you
Kobe
do not.
Bryant's like that.
Okay, so why none of the teams
Because
ever close to win a
if you had a
championship?
Chris Paul,
Why them Sun teams always
why?
burn out in the playoffs? Why
Wait,
them
hold on.
Rockets teams always burn
What?
out in the playoffs?
What's the argument there? That what?
He's
What
trying
you
to
guys
say
talking about?
basically.
Kobe and the Suns?
He said when Dan Antonio had when he had coached the Lakers, when Kobe had get all them injuries that piled up, and he had an old ass Nash that come over there with not. He's trying to say the reason why they couldn't win because they had the wrong players. What I'm trying to tell him is when you got a Kobe Bryant, it's not a wrong player. You acquiesce to what Kobe Bryant do best because that's your best player. You don't be like, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna make you be Harden.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Kobe
Hey,
even tell Harden
how
he's
did they
not
do
winning the
that year
championship
though?
playing like that.
How did they do that year when they had Steve Nash?
That's when he
I
got
wish I had
hurt.
my
Steve Nash
computer.
that get hurt early that season.
But what
That's
was
when they had
the what
Dwight
was like?
Howard and Dwight Howard back
How
the
far
man
did they
up.
get? How far did that
Nowhere.
Lakers
They
team?
I
didn't
think
go
they get
nowhere.
put out even if they make the playoffs, they probably get put out in the first round.
That's like the same thing you said with Curry then.
Exactly.
Because you try to say, oh, Curry went that time when Curry lost when those guys got injured or whatever. You try to
We
put a
talking
bad
about a
stain on him. The same thing
35-year-old
happened to
Kobe
Kobe.
Bryant. We talking about a
Well, still, man.
35-year-old Kobe
What?
Bryant.
And
How
Who
old
got
was
Curry right
Curry?
now,
mind
Curry's
you? No,
what,
hold on.
33?
Hold on. We
33,
talking about a
34? How old?
35-year-old Kobe Bryant who also himself got hurt that season. His
Nah, no.
ACL that season.
Okay.
Then he had the
Okay.
Achilles. We ain't talking about he been healthy the entire year. Let's take the age out of it. We ain't talking about Kobe Bryant being healthy. We talking about
but
Kobe
Curry never healthy a whole season either, gang, bro. We gotta
Yeah,
stop moving the
that's true. That's
goalpost.
very
Look,
true. Yeah, it's
all
very
we gotta
true.
do is just stay focused, bro. All we gotta do is stay focused.
Hold
You
on, say
say,
that again. What you say?
let's stay focused on the
Curry was
task
No,
at
hurt,
hand.
before
man.
that, we say
Curry's
about
been
Kobe
hurt.
Bryant is injured. Kobe
No, I
played
said
through injuries.
Both
Curry's
of them
injured
hurt.
every year too, so we can't even bring like. What are we
No.
talking
That year that they went 15-50, he was not injured. What you talking
Okay,
about?
so
Yeah,
you got
not
a
on the
1 year
list.
where he wasn't
Not on the
injured, but
he
everybody else
wasn't
was
on the
injured, bro.
But
injury
no,
list,
the
but he has
reason listen, the
injuries.
reason why I bring up that year with Curry and that 15-50 season is because that been the 1 year that you can say he don't got Clay and he don't got Draymond. So now let's see what he can do on his own.
Yeah, but he's
If
a
you put
banged up. He's banged up
no,
player. Playing, but just him.
By
You know,
himself.
so
he's
you
not
mean
in
to
his
tell me them
prime.
years that Kobe had Smush Parker and all them on the team and a bunch of no fucking bodies and he still been banged up and all that shit and he still make the playoffs and that don't count for nothing? He ain't winning just 15 games. He win
But
about 40 of them motherfuckers.
remember, he's still on the West. So
And
the
which is
teams over there is
harder, which is
stacked,
harder.
which is harder.
Okay, so what is Kyrie's excuse?
The same.
No,
He
no,
didn't make it. Okay,
it's not the
bro.
Yeah,
same because when
You
Col-
gotta remember.
when
You gotta
Col- when
remember,
Cole
bro.
when Col-
You got look.
when,
You got Braun. You got Braun on the Lakers when he didn't make the playoffs neither, bro.
tell me that year he get hurt when he had Lonzo Ball in.
It doesn't, yo, bro. You gotta stop moving the goalposts.
No,
A
but
team
what?
to
No,
yeah.
that's
You
not
can't.
moving
You
the
can't.
goal.
You can't
No,
because
that's
it'll
not
go
move. No,
forever.
no,
You
no,
have to
no.
have criteria, man.
That's not moving the goalposts. We talking about a Kyrie been healthy all season with injured
bro. At
teammates
the end of the
versus
day,
no, no.
look.
See, that's
At the
why
end of
you
the day,
missing the point. Because every time I trying to get to the point that you must, you just start talking. We talking about Curry, Steph Curry being healthy the entire season with injured teammates
oh yeah, okay.
versus a LeBron James and Kobe Bryant who was injured the season with his teammates. It's two different
Yeah, but
things. I would
it
understand if
doesn't
we
mean.
talking
But
about
I'm not
LeBron
even
being healthy the whole
arguing none of
season.
that because my number
Yeah,
one player
exactly.
from 2000 to 2025 is Kobe Bean Bryant. Nobody's better than him from 2000 to 2025. I don't like you cannot argue that, bro.
I mean, nobody
Well,
gonna argue that. I mean, I definitely ain't about to argue that. Even if I don't believe that shit, I ain't gonna
You
argue against
can't.
my goat. But
You
all I
can't.
saying is,
You
it's
can't.
certain players, it's
Your
certain
man's went to
players.
the finals. Your
like I
man's went
said
to
it
the
before.
finals 7 times and got
I said it
fouled
before. Kobe was not
in
my
10
yo.
years. In 10
The
years, he got
Lakers
to the finals 7 times. Right? At the end of the day,
watching basketball,
7.
man. The Bulls and the Lakers were always my rival teams, bro. Always. You could think of all the best teams that went against them. You could think about the Pacers, Knicks. Think about even the Knicks with Melo. I had a lot of teams that went up against these teams. That's how I know how much of a killer Jordan and Kobe is. Like, so that's why I got Jordan. There's just hands down Jordan, Kobe. Okay, yeah, we know that. But then when you put
When you go to the
LeBron at
second player
third,
for me,
Man,
when you go
listen,
for
all
me,
I
wait,
do
hold
is
up,
when it
hold up,
come to
hold up,
Braun,
hold up.
bro.
Let me get this. Wait, hold up. Let me just land it. When you put LeBron at third, and then you put like Curry all the way down 11, 12, that's where it gets pretty. Like at least if Curry could get in your 10, like 8, if you got Braun at 3, it's like whoa. But everybody has their preference, right?
right? So
So,
that's why.
you know,
So look, let me give you my top 5 from 2000 to 2025, bro.
But see,
Right?
you can't just
No,
I
I
don't
can't.
I do not like that conversation when people try to take like don't get me wrong. I agree with you. In certain years of basketball that we gotta stop talking about. Like we gotta stop talking about the 60s and the 50s and the 40s and all them, but we gotta stop throwing Wilt in there just because Wilt been who we been. I
Yo, bro,
agree. But you can't just say 2000 to 2025 because now you Xing out Jordan. For what? There's
because
no
I'm
argument
telling you,
against Jordan,
I'm gonna
bro.
tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why, right? I was born 1990, bro.
But
Right?
okay, so
Bro,
your
I
top
wasn't
five,
watching
that's
Jordan,
your
so I
top
can't
five. I'm not
argue
going to
that.
argue with that. I'm not going to argue your
I
top five.
can't
I just
argue that.
saying you
but
can't use the fact that you.
why can't we go 2000 to 25? Why not? Cause we all seen it. At
We
least we
all
all could
seen
vouch
it.
for it every
If you
time.
was
You
watching
know why?
basketball, you was watching basketball at that time.
Because his opinion is shaped by what he's seen since 2000. Me and your opinion are shaped since we from what we've seen since we started watching basketball. We've seen Jordan play. Not saying that he don't have Jordan in the top five, whatever. He could have Jordan top 1, 2, 3, or whatever. But it's just
I
so
seen
much
Jordan playing in the
It's just
90s
so
though.
much basketball.
I seen Jordan playing. I've been watching ball since I was 6. I seen Jordan playing in the
But
90s,
let's
bro.
be
But
real,
I'm
Doc.
talking about
Yeah.
Let's be real.
So you could watch some of the highlights and you could watch some of the games and before
of
social
course it's
media,
different.
NBA TV was percolating, man. They was showing all them games.
I
I know.
seen all. Come on, Flight. You know I'm well educated on all of this bull. All I know what's going on. I'm a
Right.
diehard Knicks fan, so I hate them.
Right. Oh yeah, we
They
know.
Like,
broke
let
my
me ask
heart.
you the question. Who you think greater, Steph or LeBron?
LeBron.
That it's like
Me and Flight argue this
But
all the
and
time.
then
So
what's
you
your
already knew Steph
wait?
is
Hold up.
better
Can
than
I say
LeBron.
something though? Can I say one thing though? You see, my only problem when people ask that question, like, why not go off of criteria? It's such an open question. Like, based on what criteria is
Based
at
on
least?
LeBron got all of the stats. I understand it's a longevity thing, but he got all the stats that would say, okay, if you close all the videos and all the footage and you just looking at stats, LeBron got it. If you be like, okay, cool, based on other people's belief, based on crowd belief, based
But
on the
Curry name
media,
is
based on
next to
everything,
LeBron in a
you
lot
gonna
of
say
those stats.
LeBron. Based on stats, you're looking at the two players stand side by side, you gonna say LeBron. Based on what I
And that's a
understand that,
good.
like,
It's a
trust
good
me,
argument. That's a really
I
strong argument,
understand
to
he
be
been on
honest.
one team his whole career, and like that makes somebody great. I a Kobe fan, so I get it. But at the end of the day, bruh, the same way you can say, oh, he won 4 championships with the same team, that's tough. LeBron won 3 championships with 3 different teams. You got to say that's tough too. If you gonna say, well, yeah, he 4 and 6 in the finals. Well, he maintained finals. You can't see Jordan did that, or Kobe did that, or damn Steph did that. It's like every criteria you want to use, you can say LeBron. I got LeBron 3 because of that. Now, for my own personal reason, for how I watch basketball, for what I like for basketball, it's always gonna be Kobe, LeBron. Michael. Jordan, Kobe, and then LeBron, and then everybody else can find a role.
And
And then
you
you know
That's
what?
the
right.
law at this
For
point.
me, LeBron fell a few spots only because he jumped too many teams, in my opinion. And yeah. To me, because I know people say, to me,
My
it's
top 5.
easier. It's easier to pick where you want to go and win. To me, in my opinion, you say, okay, I want to go win there.
Just how you say
Jordan could
about
have done that. Kobe could have done that. Okay, I want to go win with these guys. They never did that.
But
Well, Kobe,
that's
listen, wait a
unfair.
minute. Kobe did try to get out of
Yeah,
LA. He wanted to go
Kobe
to
did try to do
Chicago.
They tried to,
But they
but
didn't
He
let
tried to
him
go to
didn't.
go.
That's what I
Chicago,
mean. We
and he
could
tried to go to
this
Clippers.
could go
They
on
didn't
for
let him
years
go.
if we go like that.
But
And
what
that's
was
when
it?
he got
Dr.
power.
Bus?
He
He
kept the
didn't let him
peace.
go.
Yeah, and mind
He
you
didn't
now,
let
like
him
you could
go.
say
So
whatever you want
imagine
to say
if
about
Dan
Jordan with
Gilbert
the
should have.
Wizards, he's still going to
Yeah.
the Wizards. He
And
could have
another
gone back
thing,
to Chicago. He could
Yeah,
have not
but
retired that second time.
what actually happened? These players had to lose a bit because they stayed on their teams.
But you
But
gotta
at
So
the
they
remember,
had
same
right?
to
time,
go
you got
through
to
the.
think about it like
You gotta
this:
remember.
the league been different.
LeBron leaving the
Even if
Cleveland.
Kobe did, I want to join
LeBron
a super
leaving the
team. He
Cleveland is
couldn't. The
how
salary
Cleveland
cap
gets
ain't allowed
Kyrie
for
Irving,
nothing like that.
right?
You
Well,
couldn't. You
LeBron
couldn't. You
leaving
can't.
Cleveland is how they get Kyrie Irving, right?
that's true.
LeBron coming back to Cleveland, right, is how Andrew Wiggins go to the Timberwolves, which end up landing him on the Warriors.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off. That also coincides with what you said the first time. When LeBron left, that was a chance for Cleveland to accumulate all of those assets, which
Yeah,
was Kyrie, which was Wiggins,
right.
and they also
Which
drafted Bennett
ultimately
that
brought
year.
him
You
back
remember
there.
Bennett? So Bennett and
Yeah.
Wiggins was able to get you Kevin Love. So all of these assets was able to get you some movement. So which assembled the big 3 in Cleveland for him to come back.
And mind
But
you,
that
And he did the
that's
same
what.
thing
Hold
in
on,
LA.
let
He
me
did the
just
same shit in LA, but it
let
wasn't
me
a big
let me
3. But
respond
he
to
got
that one,
everybody
right?
out here to get
exactly.
So this
AD.
is why for me,
Exactly. And mind you, I a
hey,
Kyrie Irving fan, but Kyrie Irving ain't button that before LeBron come back. Kyrie Irving
hey,
ain't button that until LeBron was there, and throughout that season, he grew as a player.
he didn't need
Before
LeBron.
before LeBron come in, he been battling out with damn Dion Waiters on who gonna get the ball. That's why Kyrie.
Could I ask Flight that same question though? Like,
What's
because
up?
you said you got, where do you got, Bron?
Well, listen, LeBron. My father told me that Michael Jordan was the greatest of all time, and we always had these kind of situations, and he would just always explain to me that Jordan could do everything. And like I said, I respect the people before me that say Michael Jordan, but LeBron is he's the greatest player I've ever seen. Carmelo's my favorite of all time, but I'm not gonna hate. But LeBron does have moments that where he checks in and out of games, and I can see why people want to knock him down certain notches. But when LeBron is focused, I haven't seen, like I said, when LeBron put up that 50 when JR fucked up the game. I'm talking about that version of LeBron. You know, LeBron when they went like, what was it, 26 and straight games in Miami. I don't know if it was, I don't know the exact number, but y'all know that era. I'm talking that version of LeBron, you know, dunking on Jason Terry and shutting down the Boston Celtics. When LeBron has different versions of them, you know. I ain't talking about the version where he blowing on his hands and walking to the half court line in the middle of the play. You know, he has moments like that. Kyle Kuzma pushing him, you know, so he has all of these crazy moments where he checks in and out of basketball games. But when LeBron is focused, he's the greatest player I've ever seen.
So that means pretty much number one.
Yes, but yes, when he's focused.
Okay,
yeah.
no, not a problem. So where you got Curry then?
Well, I mean, Curry's definitely one of the greatest players. He's top 75. He's one of the greatest players of this era, but he's not LeBron, you know.
But where on the list is he in your 10? Outside of your 10?
You mean all time?
Yeah.
Or right now?
See, this is why I say just keep it between 2000 and 2025. It makes it more.
Definitely top 10.
If you gotta add all the extra plays, it's hard to, like, you know what I mean? It's gonna be hard for these real players to get a spot.
But Leeds, you gotta understand, bro.
Because remember what sparked it.
Remember 2000 and 2025.
But the reason I asked that, because remember what sparked it is you said you had Curry outside of 10, and you got Bron at 2. So it's like you had them so far apart.
They are that far apart. If you want to say Curry at 11 or 12 or 15 and I saying LeBron at 3, to me that's a good cushion between them two. Because we can't just look at the rings and be like, okay, without context, well, both of them got 4 rings, so how they fall apart? There's a lot of players in this league.
Another thing I want to add, they're lucky they went and got Kevin Durant.
Exactly, and that's why I'm saying, right, it's like you can't dismiss that. And they get 1 ring off of LeBron not having Kyrie another 1 year.
But you see, this is what I'm saying though. Hold on. This is what kind of like throws me off with that. Like, this is why for me he can never be goated, right? When he lost to Kawhi Leonard right? The Spurs felt like they were supposed to beat them that year too, right? So imagine if they did lose, because remember, they end up changing the whole playoff format because of that shit, right? But just keep that in mind. But if they would have lost that too, right, then he would have had only 1 in Miami. That's when they beat on a young Kevin Durant and whatever the case may be, right? But whatever. When his contract was up, right? That's when he waited till after Kyrie signs the 90 mil. He signs the 90 mil. Then he goes over there and trades the number 1 pick. Boy, that to me was the most sucker move.
But you gotta understand, Kyrie wasn't a max type player before he signed that contract. He just been the only talent on that team. That's all that button.
Chain. That's Kyrie Irving, bro. You said that's your man.
No, but see, and that's why I'm saying you don't understand basketball. Kyrie wasn't. Kyrie, man, go look back at them years with Kyrie and Dion Waiters. Kyrie was a good player. Don't get me wrong.
Fuck Dion Waiters, bro. You keep bringing that up. If they would have drafted Andrew Wiggins, nigga, it was no Dion Waiters would have been either off the bench. If
LeBron ain't never come back to Cleveland, fucking Kyrie wouldn't even taste the fucking finals until he get to Dallas. What you talking about? I a Kyrie fan. I'm not trying to tell you Kyrie been trash. What I'm telling you is it's a lot of players that just be the best on their team and they get their max contract. When Kyrie get that contract, he get that contract not as a top 5 player in the league, not even as a top 10 player in the league. He been top 15 to 20 in the league. He been a young player. He didn't even come until he was just scoring, like that's all he been.
So he got the max contract for what reason?
Because he was the best player on that team. They invested in Kyrie and let Dion go.
And they were getting the number 1 pick, Andrew Wiggins, who was supposed to be the next phenom to Canada, right? They already built the Canada boys over there. They had Tristan Thompson, they had Anthony Bennett, all of them Canadian boys over there with Kyrie. They were
Okay,
doing
and
all this.
they was not doing it. And okay, so what
Oh,
finals
bro,
was they
you're
going to
not
make?
paying attention to ball. You're not paying attention to the
I'm
longevity.
no, I'm you see, okay, you telling me we
Why you
can
think
only go
LeBron?
from
Why you think
2000 to
LeBron went back to? Why you
2025.
think he went
So
back
that
to
lets
Cleveland?
me know you wasn't actively watching basketball that
What do you
long.
mean? Why
You
you
see me
think
watching since
LeBron
you've been
went back to
6.
Cleveland? Why did he go
Because
back
I
to
try
Cleveland? Because he
I
seen
going
that Kyrie was the next thing coming up.
okay, if he the
So he
next thing
wanted to
coming
pair
up,
with
that's
that.
not that okay, so technically that wasn't a super team. If he was just on the way up,
Come on,
he
bro.
wasn't
What do
already
you mean? They
established.
went to the
It
finals
was
the
a,
same year, bro.
Bro,
the
listen to what
Cleveland
you're
team. The
saying.
Cleveland team. The
Listen to what
Cleveland
you're
team was a
saying.
super team.
Listen to what you're
The
saying.
Cleveland team was just as much a super team as Miami. As the Miami team.
That's
Pretty
what I'm
much.
trying to. What are you talking about, bro?
Listen to what you're saying. All I
Listen to
telling
what
you,
you're
all
saying, bro.
listen, all I
They
tell you is
traded the
right now.
number 1 pick to make the scene
Well,
even
listen,
better.
LeBron played with the most talent of any superstar in the
What
history
I
of the
telling
game
you
of
is right here.
basketball.
Just listen to what I telling you.
See, and that's true too. That's very true.
Before
You got to
LeBron
keep that
come
in
back,
mind.
But
before
the
LeBron
history
come
books
back,
is gonna say
Kyrie
he ain't
was
had
not
no
a
help.
top 5 player in the league. Kyrie wasn't even
Yo,
a top
bro,
10
he
player in the
was
league.
gonna be a top 5 player
You
on the
keep
team,
saying
bro.
going to be and us is two different things. What I'm
Because
telling you is when he going back to Cleveland, it was not I going back to Cleveland and I got a super team. We gonna make the
bro,
finals.
all right, let me
LeBron,
tell you something. Let me tell you something you probably didn't pay attention to, right? Them niggas in Cleveland was tanking to make sure they get them number 1 pick so they can build that
that's my
Canadian roster.
point. That is my
But
fucking
but
point,
he
bro.
knew
I'm
Kevin
telling
Love was
you,
going over there.
if
LeBron knew
No,
he
he
was going to
didn't.
get
He
the player he
traded. They
wanted
traded the
to
number
go
1
over.
pick for Kevin Love after
I don't
LeBron
think
got
you
there.
understand what you're saying, bro.
Mhm. But they
I don't
didn't
think you
trade him
understand
until
what you're
LeBron
saying.
got there, right?
You mean to
Yeah, they
tell me
traded him after.
LeBron said, I'm gonna go to a team that's a lottery team, and yeah, that's gonna be a super team. When he said
No. This is what happened, man. They already
no,
had
I
they
know
had the
what
pick
happened.
when
What I'm saying
when
is
LeBron went there,
y'all
Kyrie was
act like
there.
that's like Kevin Durant going to the Warriors who already been in the finals the year
No,
before.
no, no.
He
Nah,
going
that's
to a
different.
Okay,
team that was
you have to
already
add
at
a
the bottom of the
component in there,
league. When they
bro.
give
Just add,
Kyrie that contract,
Just add one thing in there. Just add this in there, okay? The fact that they had that trade, they
I
already knew that
understand.
LeBron was going
I
to make that
understand
trade.
that, but what I'm telling y'all is for the team to get that trade, they had to be a bad team before LeBron get there.
They
Even if
were
they
tanking to
no
get the number 1 pick to get Andrew Wiggins.
Exactly.
bro,
He was
listen.
the
They ha-
next.
I don't think I really don't think you watched basketball around that time. There's no way you watched the Cleveland Cavaliers around that time and say,
What
"Oh
are you
yeah, they
talking about?
tanking because they wanted the
but what
first
he's
round
saying
pick."
is correct,
They were
though.
just a bad fucking team,
How?
bro. They were a
They weren't
bad
tanking.
team,
How much game LeBron? How much game Kyrie played, bro?
bro. Listen, Kyrie always been
Yeah, they
getting
were.
hurt. What you talking?
Look it up. How
Kyrie,
much games Kyrie played, bro?
They did. They literally
What are
did
you
tank,
talking
man. I
about?
let me
remember.
land this point real quick.
Hmm.
Since Kyrie been at Duke, my favorite team always been Duke. This how I first get on Kyrie, right?
Yo,
Kyrie come to
bro,
Duke.
stop
See,
pushing
no,
them. Stop pushing the
stop, bro,
goalposts, bro.
stop. He come to Duke and played about 6 games and was out the
Games and was
rest
the
of the
number 1
season and
pick.
came back exactly
What
became the number
happened? Well,
one
no, hold
pick.
on.
No,
Before Kyrie
let me
got there.
let just no.
Before Kyrie, hold on. I'm gonna let you finish. Before
So
Kyrie got there, what did they tell Austin Rivers?
once
What
he
did they tell
come into the
Austin Rivers?
league,
You
he
better
kept
leave
getting
because we're
hurt. He
signing
still had
Kyrie. You're
stretches of
not
getting
starting.
hurt. There was no guarantee that Kyrie's going to be this
And
long
they
term
talking about they
player.
didn't know he
The
was gonna be
2 years
great.
that he
Stop.
before when you say they were tanking, he just always been an injury prone player. But they also was a
Yo.
bad
Okay,
Yeah,
you
but
team.
can
he
believe that
literally
if you
they
want
You
to,
don't
man.
get the number
strategically
one pick
they
because
wait,
you're a good team and now you about to
bro.
get
You
fix your
see what
players and now you
They
about to
Terry
get hurt.
Rozier
strategic.
No, they
doing
were a
right now,
bad
Hold
right?
on.
fucking
Come on,
team.
bro.
Look, they
LeBron went to a bad
strategically.
fucking team. No matter what you want to say about
Hey
Kyrie,
yo,
they
hey
were
yo,
a
you
bad
can't.
fucking
But
team.
you can't
When they
say
made
that
that
this.
trade for Kevin Love, yes, they picked up a player. Kevin Love was
See,
a
bro,
20
if you're
rebound type of guy. He wasn't a
all right,
motherfucking, oh yeah, well, he wasn't Chris Bosh level to me. Chris
hey
Bosh
What
yo,
was
do
a
you mean this
franchise
guy
player
was
with
in
Toronto
triples,
before he come over the
averaging
thing.
30? Like he
You
was getting
can't
of
make an
40
course he
argument
rebounds
was.
a
that
game.
Kyrie been better than
Kevin
D
Love
Wade
was
at that
better
time. You
than
can't make an
Bosh, man.
argument
What are
that
you
Love been
talking
better
about?
than Chris Bosh at the time.
Kevin
You
Love was
can't.
better than Bosh.
Right.
Kevin Love was better than Chris Bosh. Sorry.
Exactly. By far. Fuck you talking about, bro? You talking about I wasn't watching
See,
ball?
wait a
I was
minute.
watching
Wait a
Minnesota
minute. I
games
don't know
where
about
he was
that.
getting 20 and
I don't
20
know
with the
about
other
all
white
that.
boy.
I don't know.
Chris Bosh's best years were really in Toronto. We're here in
Exactly.
Toronto, to be honest.
I don't
Yes.
Okay,
know.
so
Did Kevin Love even go to
And
the
Kevin Love's
playoffs with
best years was in
Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Kevin Love was a monster. He was getting like
Look,
20
listen, Chris
points,
Bosh
20
was nice
rebounds. He
too,
was
man.
going crazy.
Chris Bosh was better with LeBron. How about that?
That's fair.
Well,
That's fair. But on
yeah,
individual stats, he was better by himself.
Yeah, but I just mean what they got, what Kevin Love was on Minnesota before they got him was, yeah, he was crazy, man. Crazy
And
work.
that's why they got him. That's why they traded the number 1 pick for him. At the end of
He
the day,
wasn't
what
that
my
when
point
he
is
got
this.
to Cleveland because he had to
My point is
sacrifice.
this, right? You barely beat the Celtics, right? The next year, what you do, you go get Ray
Chris
Allen.
Bosh was a way better
Right?
defender
Come on, bro.
too.
You gotta pay attention
Yeah,
to all
yeah,
the details.
Bosh was a
You
better
barely
defender.
got through Atlanta. You went and got Kyle Korver. You super team. You took all of the best players from the East and put them on Miami Heat. So you had no competition, bro. The only team that was your comp was the Celtics, the Knicks, because they wasn't fucking with you. Indiana, because they was on the come up.
Mm-hmm.
So you had the easy, bro. You talking about I wasn't watching basketball, bro? You out your mind?
It sounds like he was watching, man. I can't lie, because he's pretty accurate with most things that he's saying, man. And that year, Kyrie, remember, Kyrie came back pretty strong the next year because he got the rest. Like they let him rest that year. So it kind of goes to say that they probably were tanking that year. Not tanking, it was just strategic. Let's get a pick.
Listen, I get
think
kicked out. But what I'm trying to break down to y'all is they were a bad team, bruh. Like they were a bad team.
Who was bad? Who was bad?
Them Cleveland teams before
They
LeBron
were
come back.
bad. They were bad.
Okay,
They
so
were. Okay, but what's the point?
It's a difference
And
between
they
being
benched they let Kyrie sit. They let Kyrie sit and nurse his injury
I'm telling
so
you
they
now,
could get the
bro.
pick.
LeBron played his entire career.
Oh, you should ask
Huh?
him the question you asked me. He said, ask me who's better, Kevin Love or Chris Bosh.
You asking me that?
Yeah, that's what they asked
Chris
me.
Bosh.
What did you say?
Easily Chris Bosh.
I said Chris Bosh too.
Easily.
I don't know about that. And
That's
then
why
by
I've been saying.
what? By
No,
what?
That's why
Chris
when I
Bosh
get cut
over
off.
Kevin
That's why
Love.
I've been saying when I get cut off, you ain't gonna make an argument and tell me Kevin Love been better than Chris Bosh. You ain't gonna make an argument and tell me
When
at that
Kevin Love
time
was
Kyrie been
averaging
better than
20
D
points
Wade.
and 20
Wait.
rebounds.
Hold on. I got you right here. I got you, bro. So look, was Chris Bosh better on Toronto? Right, the Toronto Chris Bosh was better than.
I don't think you're ready for this
Timberwolves
conversation.
Kevin
I
Love?
knew you were ready for this conversation.
Hey, just keep in mind I'm in Toronto. I watched his whole career here in Toronto. So just keep that in mind.
In Toronto,
So I
he been a
know Toronto Chris
Listen, in
Bosh, and
Toronto, he
man,
been a franchise player. He was the
exactly,
star
he
of that
was.
team. When he get to
Exactly. He wasn't the
Miami,
same
his
Bosh.
role diminished because LeBron ain't had a
But
jumper.
Kevin Love was
LeBron been
in the same position in Minnesota.
Kevin Love's role diminished. Kevin Love's role diminished when he went to Cleveland too.
Okay,
He was averaging like 20 points, 20 rebounds on Minnesota.
Okay, cool, but you know why? The same
Because
reason
LeBron
why
has to get his
the
7
same reason why
rebounds and
Bosh
7 assists.
shit declined. Because now you can't sit in the dunker spot. Now you can't get the ball ran through you. You got to space the floor for LeBron. That's the trade-off for joining that team. But that still don't make Kevin Love better than Chris Bosh. Chris Bosh always been better than Kevin Love.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Next question. That's why I've been saying before I get cut off. You ain't gonna make an argument that Kyrie Irving been better than Dwayne Wade at the time. You're not gonna make that argument. Exactly.
I can't argue that.
All right. So what I'm saying is, y'all talking about the Cavaliers. In order to tank, you have to be a good team and say, you know what? Let's tank. Cavaliers was never a good team. They ain't had no choice but to fucking be bad. There was no tanking when it comes to them.
You don't have to be good to tank. Shitty tank.
Yes, you do.
Teams tank all the time.
No, you do have to be good to tank. If you a bad team, you ain't got no choice anyway. You gonna lose.
No, I mean play below your means. Guys who are injured, kind of you exaggerate the injury, let guys rest longer than they need to.
That's what Charlotte be doing right now. Charlotte low key tanking without tanking.
No, Charlotte just a bad team and Lamelo get hurt. See, y'all don't understand what tanking is and what a bad team.
Nah, I do.
No, but you said only good teams could tank. That's not true.
That's what I was trying to get at. You got me.
I mean,
you got me.
So if you a good team, like let's say like y'all think the Lakers a good team this year?
Why would you tank if you're a good team?
No.
That doesn't.
You know why? When you feel like as an organization, we already at the point where we only win 39. We only on pace to win 39 games this year and miss the playoffs. Why the fuck we still gonna fight if we know we ain't got the team that we want this year? Let's lose some games and get a better spot.
It's not a good team.
But that is a good team. If you 39 games is a playoff team, I'm in this generation because you can make the play-in. But if you feel like our team ain't good enough, even if we make the play-ins, we ain't getting up the first round with this team we got. We good enough to make the playoffs as an 8 seed, but we missing something. Let's not even fucking go through all that. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. When Kyrie first get to the Mavericks, when he first get traded to the Mavericks, they had the roster to where they could still make the playoffs and be the 8th seed. But you know what we did? We tanked. We just let the season go. They sit Kyrie a couple of games, they sit
Wow.
Luka a couple of games, and they've been staggering everybody minutes. And that's
From
how
what
we ended up with
I've
the
seen
roster we got.
garbage teams tank. I mean,
And hold on.
Cleveland did
And
it for
because of that,
LeBron.
hold on.
Made sure they could get the
Because
number
they
one
tanked,
pick.
but hold on. Because they tanked, right? They end up getting Lively, Derek Lively. So again, my point.
No, see, now you lying. So okay, cool.
I'm lying
So
now.
so
So who did
okay,
they
so
draft
no, no,
after
no,
that
no, no,
year?
no, no, not lying or whatever. We ain't tanked for Derek Lively. Derek Lively just been there. We ain't
No.
tanked for a reason. We
No.
tanked.
Y'all
No, no,
tank.
no.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on,
Y'all
because I'm about
tank
to
for a
educate
lottery
you.
pick to try to get
We
Wemby.
ain't tanked for a
Don't
lottery
do
pick.
that. All
We
right. There
tank.
we
No,
go.
we tank. No, listen. We ain't tanked for a lottery pick. We tanked to keep our pick.
You got a lottery
Go
pick.
look at it.
I
Go
watched
look
it,
at it.
bro.
No,
I
you
watched it. They
are
sat
right
them
about
out.
that. You are right about
They made a
that.
whole thing of.
No, I remember it was a situation where they was gonna lose the pick for some shit. I don't know exactly what it
Yeah, if we
was.
had finished a
Yeah.
certain play, we would have lose the pick. So we been like, we might as well damn just tank so we don't have to give up that pick, and that's when we get Lively.
I don't know. That sounds a little sketchy.
No, that's what it
That
is.
did
This is what I'm
happen. That
saying,
did
bro. Because the
happen.
same. But they
I
could
don't
afford
know.
to make the playoffs. But they said, nah, you know what? If we do that, we're going to the other team going to get our pick. So we want our pick. What was not stated and end up being,
Yeah, we wanted to keep our pick. That's all.
bro. That's team.
I know. But okay, so was we a good team or not?
You were a
Was we a good team or not?
You could have good teams and garbage teams tanking. When you play below your means, you're tanking. That's
bro.
what I know
Everybody
to
was
be tanking.
get
When
Wemby
we been
anyway.
were we a good
Charlotte,
team or not?
bro, was a bad team. They
Why
were.
that matter?
You seen Charlotte look like they could have won, but they were just bullshitting, bro. Can you tell me? I'm watching it, bro. Flight no.
Man, the
I
Hornets
don't know.
What
when
or what
when
happened?
when Lamelo Ball get hurt, they
Oh, come
season
on, man.
went to the
Why we
tank.
just gonna throw that in the atmosphere?
No,
Huh?
I ain't saying he going to get hurt. I said when he got hurt.
Oh, my bad.
That's when they start losing.
Yeah,
And I
that's
say,
true.
and mind you, not even with Lamelo, they still been losing. So at the end of the day, they just a bad team. And then when Lamelo get hurt, they just became a worse team. You gotta
For
think about
sure.
these coaches and these teams and organizations. They plan these seasons out. Okay, cool. We got this player, we got that player. We should be able to win this amount of games. Once they get past that 25 game mark, they start realizing, like, damn, we fucking 4 and damn 21. We ain't going nowhere. Shit, LaMelo damn, he get injured. He could be out for damn 2 months. You know what? Let's just send him for the rest of the season. That ain't tanking y'all bad team. Y'all just want a better position. But that ain't tanking. Tanking to me is we got a chance to get somewhere, but you know what? We want this player, so let's just tank the whole season. Let's just say fuck the season. Fuck. If you ain't about to win anyway, I don't believe that's tanking. I believe you just a bad team. You just want better position. And in the NBA, it's dumb to even tank because you don't even got the same odds again. You can have the worst record inside the league and still have the fucking 8th pick in the draft. Just in the NFL. Matter of fact, what a Cavs record been in 2020? What that Braun come back in 2013? Let me see, 2012. They had
So hold
Cavs
on.
beat
I'm gonna ask a
Ellington.
question now. Because you know me. When it comes
Man,
down
you see
to it,
this
right?
roster?
I mean,
Who we trading Melo for, bro?
no one.
Lamelo.
I'll tell you what, if something did, it's God forbid that things don't go as planned. You
Like
know, they may
you
look to
traded
make some
Lamelo.
moves.
Lamelo gotta get traded, bro. Stop. Like, give it up. He gotta
No,
get
well,
traded.
no, I think this the year for for at least the playoffs or the play-in.
Man, y'all need to go look at this 2012, 2013 roster and tell me if LeBron sees this roster and be like, yeah, we definitely got a chance to make a big three here. Fucking Wayne Ellington, Alonzo G, Daniel Gibson, Kevin Jones, Army Caspi, Sean Livingston, CJ Miles, Chris Quinn, Maurice Spears, Tristan
Now,
Thompson,
Daniel Gibson was
Andre
All
good.
right, yo,
Gallagher,
flight,
Dion
flight. Let me
Waiters,
tell him
Luke
something.
Gibson
Let me
was
tell him
Walton,
good.
something that he don't be
Thomas
knowing.
Taylor. Like, come on, bro. You
Yo,
ain't gonna sit there and tell me
Ray,
LeBron
let me
gonna
Daniel
tell
do
you
that and
something
Gibson,
make
else,
a
man,
right?
big
I
three
can't let
incoming.
you do that.
Hey,
I can't let you do
Let
that.
me tell him something. Let me tell him something real quick, right? Look, bro,
Mhm.
you gotta learn something about the NBA, right? You see that season who they had, like who you the roster you named, right? Then now
Uh-huh.
look at why you doing that because you want to be researching, right? All
No, I didn't even
right,
research it. I watched it
bro, let me just
live. I
finish.
lived this shit. I lived
All
it.
right, cool. Now you go look at their contract that year, right? And then look at team the following year. So hold on, right? Before, while you doing all that, remember, right? When LeBron decided that he wanted to go to Miami, they blew up,
Mhm.
they traded everybody on the team. They cleared the whole books so they could have their team. And LeBron basically handpicked and built back Miami Heat. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
exactly what he did in Cleveland. But I
yeah.
don't watch
Listen,
basketball, bro. Stop
no,
it.
listen. I'm telling you what I'm telling you. We've seen this all the time. When a player is one of the best players on a bad team, you usually use the money that you have available and you put it into that player because you got to spend a percentage of the cap. When LeBron came, now you got a $90 million player in Kyrie. You got LeBron James coming on his contract, and now you got all this random people on the roster, right? So when you trade the number one overall pick coming in, which is the 18-year-old player, and then you trade another number one overall pick you drafted the year before the year prior, that's 18, 19 years old, and you trade him for another player from another team, bring him in, that's three players. Of course he gonna make roster moves or try to get moves to get other players on the team. You making it seem like he came to a team where Kyrie was a top 5 player already, Kevin Love was a top
He
10
was.
player already. None of them was in the top 10 when LeBron get there.
It
Even
was
after that
easy to
first season
see that
together,
they
they
were
wasn't the
going
top
there.
10
It was
players.
But
easy to
listen,
see that
Kevin
these
Love
players were.
was getting there. Like he was on the
Yeah,
verge.
Kevin Love was
Kevin Love
way.
was
Oh,
Kevin,
hold on.
Kevin
I
Love was
want to
the
say
best player
something.
on a bad team.
I want to say something about that. If people remember Kevin Love before he was traded to Cleveland, it was a deal on the table with the Golden State Warriors for Klay Thompson,
Thank you.
Harrison Barnes. I don't know if Draymond was in it. It was something crazy, you know,
I
and
vaguely remember that.
they didn't do the deal. So it was going to be, I think, Steph, Andrew Bogut, and Kevin Love. You know, I don't know how that would have worked out, but good thing they didn't make that move.
Jackson
No,
And
for
mind you
Kevin
now,
Love.
the
like,
battery in the back when he was like
I know
those were the
for a
best
fact
shooters in the
Harrison
backcourt.
Barnes and Klay Thompson was in the deal. You know, so this is the kind of shit that teams is ready to put on the table for Kevin Love. But I just
Kevin Love
always
was
thought
nice,
Kevin
man.
Love was a player who was just playing on a bad team. You know, he was just
Remember, let's not forget Kevin Love went to UCLA with Westbrook. Let's not act like he was no like. Come on, bro. Come
and
on, bro.
hold on. And you wanna know it's crazy? That ain't even been the roster the year before LeBron come. This the roster. Earl Clark, Andrew Bynum, Anthony Bennett, Seth Curry, Matthew Dellavedova, Luol Deng, Shane Edwards, Carricker Felix, Alonzo Gee, Spencer Hawes, like, bruh, you Jarrett Jack, fucking Henry Sims. You don't even know these players.
But what
They
does that
all
mean,
got
though?
traded
What
the
What
does
it
year
that?
means
of
What
is
does
because
that
the
mean?
contract was
no,
up.
no.
That's
This is
my
what it
point.
But
means.
when you name those players,
He just been
what,
saying LeBron. He's trying to paint the narrative as LeBron came to a Cleveland team that was tanking. These are bad teams.
no, but the thing is, though, the piece that you're missing is that a lot of this stuff is strategic. Kyrie was playing with them for another figure. How could we actually make this a team and build around this player? Because Kyrie was proving that he will be an all-star and a
they didn't know for
superstar. It
sure
was
LeBron
showing.
was coming either.
So
You
they
know,
Remember
let him
him
Kevin
and
sit.
had
Seth
They
he
let
had
Curry
him
to
played
make
sit.
his
together
They
in
let
money.
him
college.
What
sit.
y'all talking about?
They would have never
They let
hired
him
David
sit. Wait, hold
Bly.
on. Let me just land this one. They let Kyrie sit
No, they
because
didn't.
it's like,
Kyrie
yeah,
played
he was
70.
injured. He's
No,
banged
no,
up,
Kyrie,
man.
man, listen, don't do that. Kyrie played 75 games in rookie season, 53 games in second
No,
season,
I'm talking about the
72
year
games in third
before.
season,
That year before.
72 games. Oh, let me go all
Yeah,
the way
just check
back. Let
that.
me go all
How
the way
much?
back.
How much games did he play the year
I
before
believe it was like
LeBron joined?
50 plus, maybe.
Yeah, and yeah, because
It wasn't
there
the
was
full.
no
It
point
wasn't
for
more than
them to.
70 for sure.
There was no point for them to win. They were trying to secure a first pick. They
It
knew they
was
were going to trade
trying to
that pick.
secure
They knew they
because
were
he
going to
was the
get
next
LeBron.
LeBron James. That's what they were
Okay, cool.
saying.
Look, Kyrie
Exactly, but
played. He came in 2011, right? 50 games, rookie season. At that point, you feel like they know they gonna tank because they what? You feel like they've been tanking because rookie season. I gonna go one by one. I going one by one. The rookie season, you see they've been tanking.
Who
no,
knows, though?
no. I just wanted to know the year before
Yeah,
LeBron.
that's all we were talking about.
He played what year LeBron come?
2015.
He
So
come
that would be the
2015.
2013, the 2014.
Okay, cool. 2011, 51 games. 2012, 59 games. 2013, 71 games. 2014, 75 games. 2015, the season LeBron come, 53 games. So at what point did he miss a bunch of games? Y'all say he missed a bunch of games.
Okay, all right.
That's a good
Well, you know
argument,
what?
then. Fair
They
enough.
still lost. They still lost games.
See,
Facts.
that's why
Yeah,
I
they
say
still
y'all just
lost
gonna
games.
move. Now y'all moving the goalpost. Y'all just been helping
No, but
on.
they still
They sit
lost. They
him
lost.
all
Only
these
How
played
many
less
games.
games
games
that
did
year.
they?
Now
I'm not
that I
even gonna
say
lie
he
to you.
played 70 plus games, it's well, they still
I
lost.
thought he played less than. I thought he less
I
played. I
know
thought
you
he
thought
played less than 70.
I'm telling
I
you, bro.
said
I
that.
love this shit. I was watching this shit live. I was an adult.
Nah, yeah.
A lot of the things that
I
you
was of
talking about,
age.
you was a
I was
kid.
about
I was an
23. I
adult.
was outside though, but I was
You
watching the
probably been
games.
outside, but I was an adult watching basketball live. Like, I was
I was
living
an
this shit.
adult. I was an adult
I was
watching it.
adult
And
too.
there's some
I was
things I
23.
remember, some things
I remember
I
very
can't. But I
vividly.
remember they were bad. That's why they got Wiggins, right? And
And
I'm
mind
telling
you,
you,
okay, and y'all want to know something else? Kyrie been averaging 18, 22, 20, 21, 19. 21 points a season before LeBron come, 20 points before that. Right?
it
Okay,
doesn't matter.
cool.
He was a star.
That's
He
the
was a
point.
star in the
That's the
Field goal
making.
point though,
percentage.
that you knew he was
Hold
gonna
on.
be a
Field
star
goal
though, right?
percentage, 43%. When you ever know Kyrie to shoot 43% in his career other than that season? Other than them
Right.
seasons,
So he did
43.
all of that,
So
and
he
LeBron
wasn't
said,
playing.
"That's the
So he
player I want
was
to go
not
play
a
with."
top 5 or 10 player around that time. Is what I try to break down to y'all. He
It
was not
doesn't matter
Kyrie.
if he
Y'all,
was a
the
top five
Kyrie y'all
player.
know today was not that Kyrie, bro. I'm
He was
telling
a
y'all,
budding star. He was a budding star. And a
bro.
player like LeBron would be able to know that, okay, guess what? If I pair up with this guy, but it was all planned. Okay. LeBron knew he was gonna go there, play with Kyrie, and trade the first pick for Kevin Love. It was all strategic. That's the
it.
point.
That's the point. And then he did. Then he did the
Y'all
same
moving the
thing.
point
Then he
so
did the
much that
same
I
thing when he
can't
went to the
even
No, that
think
Lakers.
was
about it.
the point.
Now it's strategic. What happened was,
So
That
look,
was
hold
the
on, hold on,
point I was
hold on, hold
making
on.
from the
Let's
get
stop
go.
right here.
That's
No
what
panic.
actually
No panic.
happened.
Let's stop right here real quick.
Y'all using revisionist history. Let me tell you what actually happened. LeBron been in Miami for them 4 years, and LeBron realized he's not going to ever have the control inside Miami with Pat Riley. So when his contract been up, he decided to leave. He couldn't go nowhere else. He couldn't go to the Lakers at the time. He couldn't go to no other team other than back home. He went back home, and he had all the control in the world because now the city at his mercy. Now the owner at his mercy. He
And
been
he
trying to
traded
trade
number one
Kyrie.
pick,
No,
everything.
hold on. Because the reason why Kyrie going to Boston, which y'all don't understand, is he been trying to trade Kyrie to try to go get Chris Paul. So when y'all saying
Whoa, you jumped, you skipped the whole what
what I'm
what
trying to
about that? What
what I'm
about
trying
that
no.
year?
What
Did
I'm
he
trying to
not
break
wait,
down
hold
is
on. Did he not
the same way
construct
how
that trade
the
for
same way
Kevin
how
Love?
y'all no listen, y'all say he been the budding star and he been strategic. So if even the budding star and
No, can I,
strategic,
bro?
how
Let me
come
just
even
wait. Hold
after
up.
they
Let me say it so you could at least argue against the point that I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I agreed with everything you said, and I added to that when he got there, he made that trade. He pretty much was that. That was his first executive trade for Kevin Love. Okay,
I'm
that
not
and so
disputing that.
everything else we're agreeing on pretty much, but you jumped
Okay.
that part. You skipped that part.
No, everybody know that he made that trade for Kevin Love. He been looking for
Okay, that's all
he been
that's all I'm
okay.
saying.
But what
So
I'm
he
saying
had
is if you
Kyrie, he
saying
knew that. He knew that. He knew, okay, I
Okay,
got
so
Kyrie, I got Kevin Love, and me.
in order
That's
for
three
what you're saying to
superstars.
be true, then why would he try to trade Kyrie 2 years later? If he
Doesn't
couldn't see,
matter.
he
It
said,
doesn't
I see it as
matter
a
what
budding
happened 2
star.
years later.
At no point,
Doesn't matter.
man, listen, at
They
no
already
point,
won.
at no point would somebody say, hey, would you take Chris Paul over Kyrie? Maybe in this first couple of years, cool. I can see him try to trade him, but not after y'all reach the finals and y'all actually won the final. Y'all actually won one of them.
Did LeBron go to the Lakers and the same thing that he did in Cleveland?
I mean, that's what LeBron does. LeBron
Yeah,
try
that's
to
what he
build a
does.
winning team. You got to think about it. LeBron is a point guard type of player. He's never going to be that player that I'm gonna go to this team and I'm gonna just and I'm going to be the person that put the ball in my hand and I'm gonna drop 50 to try to get us to the playoffs and win the championship. He's
And
the
that's
type
his
of player
problem.
where.
That's why he
I'm,
can't be goaded to me, bro. He move out like a sucker. What he
but
did
if you
was,
look at Kyrie, it's the same thing. Kyrie don't do nothing on his own. Kyrie is set up by the rest of the team. He had a top 3 shooter of all time next to him. He got a defensive player of the year next to him. Harrison Barnes if you remember basketball one time, Harrison Barnes ain't been no slouch.
excuse me.
Harrison Barnes ain't been no
Whoa.
slouch. Harrison Barnes he probably ain't been a top 10 player, but he definitely been a top
Whoa.
25 player.
But
Harrison
look, hold on.
Barnes?
The only reason why Harrison
Come
Barnes
on.
numbers, they had Iguodala coming off the bench, so he could bring the firepower.
And that's why I don't like when you try to put a limit on basketball. Iguodala been the starting Philly before he come over there.
We know that. But he
But
got
Okay,
where
so
was
hurt.
Harrison
when you
Barnes top 10?
I never see him in top 10.
Oh, my bad. I don't know
Oh,
why I heard that.
no, I say he ain't been no slouch.
No,
Oh,
I ain't
okay.
saying
I
he was a
thought
starter either, but I'm saying he wasn't the starter though. The bright,
He was
and this is what I'm
starting.
saying. No, I'm saying he wasn't like a star, like the real star. And this is the difference. This is the difference. When they lost, right? When they lost to Cleveland, right? To whatever, when they lost, right? They were both healthy and they came back 3-1, which I feel like the finals MVP should have went to Kyrie Irving and not LeBron, but that's another story, right? So at that year when they lost, right? Kevin Durant's a free agent and Harrison Barnes is a free agent, right? You do not go and re-sign Harrison Barnes when you got your team, bro. You make the better basketball move. Why? Because at the end of the day, who you got to match up with? You got to match up against LeBron, right? So you know that Harrison Barnes and LeBron is not a matchup for you. That's an easy picking for LeBron. So you got to get somebody to match him, which way you get KD. And you make it running back, and they lost, bro.
Listen.
What the fuck you talking about?
Listen.
yeah.
I understand. Like I said, even when I said
Yo, that's
earlier,
raw right there.
I don't blame KD for signing with. I don't call him and be like, oh yeah.
At the end of the day,
I don't look at him
hold
as
on,
weak.
and let me go
But
back
at
to
the
that because
same
look, at
time,
the
at
end
the
of the day,
same token,
I'm a fan. So let
they're
me
not
get
winning
back to
though.
KD. Hold on,
Kyrie is
let me
not.
get back to KD real quick.
If Kyrie, from what we've seen, if Kyrie was healthy that first finals, if Kyrie
They
and Love and
win.
helped that
They
first
won. They
finals,
won.
that's one less ring Kyrie got. If Kyrie and that get KD on them two, that's two less. That's three less rings he got. At this point, the only
Whoa.
ring he really would have had in
Hold on.
2022.
Hold on. Right? Then this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying. First of all, right? First of all, again, I'm not arguing that. If Kyrie
Your phone
Hey,
going
first
out.
year,
breaking up,
right?
man.
I'm not gonna argue that. I'm not, right? But guess what, right? The second year, if Draymond didn't get do the fucking the leg shit and hurt and all that shit, we never know what may happen, right? So let's keep those plays in mind. If we're gonna do those
Okay,
analytics,
well,
right?
swap
But
one
what?
ring.
No,
He
no,
would have
no.
had
But
two
at the
rings.
end of the day,
Yeah, but we can't do the Curry
yeah,
can't win without
but this is
KD
what I'm trying to
narrative,
say.
man.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Well, we can no, we ain't
The
that the narrative
second
I
year,
painting. I ain't
bro,
painting the narrative he can't win
let
without
me
KD.
finish.
What I'm saying is,
Broski, let me finish,
if
right?
the
So
same
the
way how
second year,
y'all give certain grace to certain players for certain things, it's like, okay, cool. He had KD. Why Kyrie rings don't get knocked for having KD, but KD rings
Because he
get
won
knocked for
without
joining.
KD before KD was there and after. So that's
Okay,
out the
but
exactly.
door.
okay against an injured Cavaliers team. Like I don't get why that part is
Bro,
missing
hold
y'all
on.
mind. Y'all
Let
just
me
say they're a
explain
big
that to you.
three.
Let me
Y'all
explain.
just say a
I'm not
big
just
three,
saying that.
right?
So look, he was cool. They ran it back. He was healthy. They won, right? And now it's like, as from a perspective of the team, right? It's like, look, we need. He's a free agent. Harrison Barnes is a free agent, right? Because he's a champion also. Why pay this one the top dollar championship money when we could pay someone else that could actually help us and elevate us? So they went and
It
got
only makes
KD.
sense.
They needed that, right? They needed that as a team, and they got him and they won, and it proved you. Kyrie said he wanted out, right? So at the end of the day, that's on LeBron, bro. LeBron fucked up the chemistry between him and Kyrie for whatever reason. My point is this. This is why he can never be my goal, right? Because at the end of the day, when he went to he did that shit that fucked up Kyrie team.
Wait, what? What was that? What was that?
When he went
What
to Cleveland. I feel like he should have let Cleveland. He left Cleveland. He made a whole fucking ceremony. I'm taking my talents all. When you was over here fronting with the Knicks, fronting with all these other teams too, and you went to Miami. Cool, right? So now you do that. Now, after Kyrie...
You say he was fronting with the Knicks too, you know. I forgot about that.
Exactly. Yeah,
he was.
Remember. Yeah. So, right? But remember, and from what we know, he...
You're breaking up.
I said the reason why, from what we know, is why he didn't sign to the Knicks was because, right, he didn't want to have to pay taxes. So he went to Florida where it's non-tax.
No, that ain't true. Why he ain't going?
All right,
He ain't
whatever,
because of
bro.
that.
You could chat what you want. You can chat what you want. I live in New
If
York,
that's
bro.
the case,
You
he
can
might
chat
as well
what you
going to
want,
fucking
bro.
Dallas with Dirk.
Listen, the year before that, the Cleveland wanted Amari Stoudemire in Cleveland. And the Cleveland said no, they didn't want to trade for him because he was going to be a free agent next year. They said they were going to get him in the free agency, and they signed Anton Jameson. He was upset about it. As soon as the free agent marked, the Knicks signed him thinking that LeBron was going to come there, and he backed out. Bro, anyway, change that subject because we're not talking about that. So back to what I was saying, right? So when he did all of that, to say, all right, now he want to go back and fuck up what Kyrie was building in Cleveland after he left, right? When they're saying now we're going to have a new LeBron James and all of this shit, this the new era, all that, he ain't like that. So
but to be honest with you, though,
all right, hold on, bro.
but to be honest with you, Kyrie wouldn't have had nothing without LeBron joining him.
Thank you.
Kyrie wouldn't have had nothing.
They ain't been bullying nothing in Cleveland that was sustainable.
I would have rather see that. I would have rather see the Andrew Wiggins and Kevin Love. Andrew Wiggins, and let them build and see what would happen. I'd rather
that shit ain't been going nowhere, man. Bennett been the boss.
But
Wiggins,
bro, that's cool.
Wiggins didn't find herself until he got to Golden State. Like,
that's all cool and dandy. I
that
would
ain't
have
cool
see
and
how they
dandy
would have
because
developed and
we
let
talk
LeBron
about
do what
people.
LeBron do. But let me finish to what I was saying. So after he did that bullshit and he realized he couldn't do all that.
You taking a long route to say one thing. LeBron wanted control. He only been gonna get that control in Cleveland. Because New York ownership ain't about to play that with him where he can just say where the fuck he want and they gonna do him.
So he went to the Lakers because who was going to come up in the Lakers? Who was going to come up on the Lakers?
D Wade and Carmelo Anthony. That shit fall through because Carmelo Anthony signed a longer term contract.
That's
so
cool,
then
but
it turned into him going to New York. And they signed Maury Stoudemire because they already know that LeBron is gonna boast some shit with D Wade somewhere else. And when Maury Stoudemire start getting hurt and shit like that, that's when, like I said, that will fuck. To me, that's what fuck Carmelo career up because he chose the wrong place to go with the wrong teammate.
That's cool. All right, that's cool. You could say that, but I feel like other stuff is in play with that one. But that's another topic.
It ain't no other stuff in play. Like they signed D'Antonio. I'm a diehard Knicks fan. D'Antonio try to run that same 7-6 or less offense we've been talking about, and then that shit ain't even working with Carmelo.
Who was the star on the Lakers when LeBron decided to go back to the Lakers? When he wanted to go to the Lakers, who was the star?
There was really no star, just a bunch of young players.
Watch your mouth, bro. Watch your mouth. Remember, you know what channel you on. Who was the star on the Lakers?
That don't matter. Trust me, brother. I've been saying this for years. I'm not a biased person like that. Like there was no star on that alien team. It was Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram,
cool. I'm glad
Julius
you can say his name. I'm glad you
Josh
knew what I
Hart,
was talking
Kyle
about.
Kuzma.
I'm glad
none
you
of
knew
them
exactly what I was
stars.
talking about. Because Julius Randle was not there when LeBron got there, bro.
No, what I'm saying is that been the Lakers team before he got there.
Julius Randle was not there. The reason why Julius Randle was not there was because they signed LeBron.
Yeah, they
instead
let
of
him go
him.
because they needed to clear up money. And they had plans of down the line and going to get a big star next to LeBron. That was always the plan.
All right, and
You
now they
all
did
you
that,
doing is
and they got rid of the
reiterating
whole.
what we already know about LeBron. When LeBron goes to a team, he wants to build immediately. You ain't saying nothing new. You saying all this to
My
say the same
goat,
shit we've
bro.
been saying.
This is why I'm. All right, that's cool. You traded your boy. Right, you gave up your 4th pick. You gave up Lonzo Ball. No, I'm sorry. You gave up your 4th pick. You gave up Lonzo Ball. You gave up Josh Hart, right? All of that for Anthony Davis.
Okay, like they won a championship, and if
One
they
bubble
didn't,
ring. One bubble
okay,
ring.
but
That's
if
all
they
you got to
didn't
show
do
for
that,
it.
they was
This
not
is
going
a
to win no
bubble.
championship.
You
Them
got
niggas
one
ain't
bubble
been winning
ring.
no fucking
Let's be
championship
clear.
without that
Let's be
trade.
clear. Let's be clear. Before COVID happened, right? Anthony Davis was hurt, bro.
Okay.
Once he got to
I
heal
think
up, so then he goes to the
I
finals.
think
Yo,
I
bro,
get
get
you
the
now.
fuck out of here.
I think I get you now. You one of them people that you rather see a fucking beautiful train wreck than to see somebody really build a actual train that can last. You say, "Oh, I wanted to see Kyrie and them. I want to see them and see what they could do." We know they ain't gonna do shit. I want to see what the young Lakers do. We know they ain't gonna do shit.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You're
Okay,
not God.
I understand that, but you rather see people
What do you
struggle
mean?
to not
What do
do
you mean you
shit
know
Yeah,
that?
than to see
Like,
a
yeah.
championship.
Wait, who wants to see Lonzo Ball, Ingram, and all those guys? Ingram, they're all better off where they're at right now.
Yeah, like it would have been
watch it,
fun
yo.
to see. That's like what it's like.
Lonzo Ball's better
That's some
off on
2K shit.
Cleveland right now.
That's some 2K
Brandon
shit.
Ingram.
You put a bunch of your favorite rookies on the same team, and then you want to see them blossom. And even if they don't do nothing else, you just want to see how that shit will look. This the NBA niggas trying to win championships, bro. You living in the fantasy world, like I don't want to see no Kyrie Irving, Wiggins, and no motherfucking Andrew Bennett, like for the next 5 to 10 years struggle.
You
Nobody want to see
wasn't.
that shit.
But you would have seen them develop, and you would have seen something. And then if you wanted to trade them
We
in the
watched
process, you
all
could
them
trade them.
develop. We
My
watched
whole
all
point
them
is
develop into
LeBron.
where they were going to develop into. Bennett out the league. Wiggins had to go to a team with structure to where he only had to do certain shit because he ain't the leader and he ain't the second dog on the team. Kyrie's an off-ball scorer. He needs somebody to have the raw. We seen what they develop into. They wouldn't have did
Look,
all that on the same team with each other. You know what would happen? They would have put the ball in Wiggins' hands, and he would have been the second guy. They would have made Kyrie more of a point guard, which he ain't really a point guard. Bennett, they would have wasted more years on his motherfucking ass, and they would have just keep collecting #1 overall picks and top 3 and top 5 and all that. When they changed the lottery, they really wouldn't have get top picks. They would have been #5, #7, #8, picking
look,
up. Man, bro, anybody want to see that bullshit? That's all that would have
where,
happened.
where, where me and Prince agree is like, yo, honestly, there's a lot of things LeBron did that I don't respect, but when it comes down to it, when LeBron moves and he goes on a team, the big dogs are coming. Everybody else got to
Yeah,
move
like
out the
shit.
way.
That's how he
The
supposed to
big
go.
dogs are coming. Yeah, get out the
Even
way. We're
man,
here to
listen.
win
Even
rings.
Kobe been trying to get better players on the team, bro. Even Jordan that want better players on the team. Every star player gonna want better players on the team. Do they get it? Not always,
I
but
hear
do they
y'all,
want it? They do.
gangsters. I hear y'all. But actually, that's all I'm. That's
You
my
matter of
point.
fact, you
That's
just
my.
prove you just going against your own point when when he bring up Curry been trying to get Kevin Love on the team. Maybe not Curry himself, but they've been trying to trade for Curry.
Yeah, but that
That ain't
had
trying to
nothing to
get
do
a
with
big
Curry
dog.
though.
But y'all knocked
That's not
LeBron for
Curry saying
doing.
go get the best player to come play with me. That's the management doing that.
But
That's
listen.
my point, bro. That's my.
No,
That's
you
my.
okay? So
All
you
my. That's
trying
all
to
I'm
knock
saying.
LeBron? So
That's
you
why he
knocking
can't beat
LeBron for
Golden
trying
for
to build a
me.
championship team when the goal is a championship? That's what you're doing.
Honestly, it's just the fact that LeBron's that bigger dog that he can go somewhere and dictate. You know what I mean? He's
And that's
like one
why
of
I'm
the
saying
Super
first
like
players
teams
to be able to do
and
LeBron.
that.
build the super team for you
LeBron
to
is not
win
going to go to the team and
and get only
he's
one ring
not going
out
to
of
go
it.
to a team and they just struggling. Like he going to the young Lakers with plans of bringing AD already. He ain't going there like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to these young
Yes,
Lakers
and he
and I'm
was a
gonna build
free
some shit
agent
with
next
them.
year. He was a free agent next year, so why not just wait it out? But
Ain't
yeah,
nobody got time.
you throw up the whole team for what?
Because
You know
LeBron
You didn't
said,
why?
get
You know
anything out
because
of
why?
it.
LeBron said,
Because LeBron ain't on fucking Curry time. LeBron on LeBron time. LeBron trying to have as much championship as Jordan. You think he got time to wait an extra year of his time, waste a whole year of his career, and for
Bro,
80 to
you
waste a
made
whole
the
another
trade
year of
and
his
still
career?
did nothing. You
They
didn't
won
do anything
championship.
until COVID happened.
Regardless if we respect the championship or not, he won a championship.
Well, remember, you gotta lose that first one sometimes, to get to
Yeah.
position. You know.
How you like it? Like I said, right? They team to Dallas, right? Dirk went on a bigger run than him. Dirk had to take out big dogs
And he
to get
only
to the
got
finals.
one. He got that one
And his
chip.
one
All he
his
take is
one
all
championship is bigger
listen,
than
I
LeBron's
guarantee
four,
you,
bro.
if Luka had won one championship, if Luka had won that championship in 2024, that would trump fucking Dirk and the whiskey championship inside Dallas.
That's cool. But look, that one
No, but
that
see,
one that
the
Dirk
problem.
that
No,
one
that's
that
the
Dirk got
problem.
that
That's the
one
problem right
that Dirk
here.
got trumps off.
Instead of you trying, instead of
I
you take,
like when he says that though. I like
instead
when he
of you,
says the one that Dirk got trumps off all bronze 4. It sounds good. I like it, but I say
instead of
2.
instead of you
Maybe it
taking
trumps
in what
LeBron's 2
somebody's
in Miami.
saying, you just trying to get to your point. Sometimes you gotta stop and you gotta listen and be like, you know what? Let me think about that for a second. You just saying random shit. You saying Dirk
How?
one ring means more than LeBron 4.
Yeah.
That Cleveland ring, no, that Cleveland ring against a 73 win Warriors
Yo,
team coming
bro,
back from
that
3-1
Cleveland
and some
ring,
fucking t-shirts, my nigga. Like, what
only
are you talking
happens.
about?
That
Yeah,
Cleveland ring only happens because of Kyrie, bro. Cut
It
your
don't
nonsense.
matter. It
All
don't
right,
matter.
cool,
And
gangster.
do we look at it as Kyrie ring or do we look at it as LeBron ring?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because the NBA did that. If NBA
No,
really
it's
would have
not even.
gave the
No,
finals
no,
MVP to
bro.
Kyrie,
No,
they would different.
it's the same thing with the
Stop
Kobe
it.
and Shaq. It's the same thing with the Kobe and Shaq thing. I understand completely that Kobe meant as much on that run as Shaq,
Look,
but
look. What you just said.
the
What you
way we
just said proved
remember
my
that
point.
shit
Hold on.
is,
What you just
Shaq
said.
been dominating the
All
finals.
right, hold on. Look,
Yeah,
let me
the
tell
narratives.
you how
Yeah,
you prove my point. Let me tell you how you prove my point. Right. So when LeBron didn't have Kyrie, they lost. Right, to the same team. Right.
He had
Then they
Kyrie,
have
neither Kevin
Kyrie,
Love.
and then they
He
win.
had no love, neither
The
love.
fuck. But
He had
who took
love
the
or
last
Kyrie.
shot? Who took the last shot?
Not Kyrie.
Kyrie. Talking about
And 2016,
game-winning shot over
the
Curry,
last.
bro.
That wasn't a game-winning shot.
Bro, go
That
back.
wasn't LeBron. LeBron shoot 2 free throws after that. What are you talking about?
yeah, but Kyrie was there, right? Yeah, Kyrie was there.
And how much
What
Kyrie had that game? 40.
How much LeBron had that game?
40. Okay.
The fuck, see, everything you saying is like you just talking right now.
All right.
You just talking.
All right. But if Kyrie wasn't there, right? Kyrie averaged 40 in the 4 last games. He had 40. If he wasn't there, they would have never won.
I'm
That's
disputing.
true, but
Listen,
but that's true.
I'm not disputing.
I don't like those narratives,
Listen,
man. Those narratives,
I'm not
go on
disputing
forever, man.
Kyrie involvement. I watched the games. I understand Kyrie meant as much to that championship as LeBron meant. I understand that. But what you
you
leaving
see, that's
out
key,
of
and that's
that
key.
first
That's
championship that they lose against the Warriors, Kevin Love been out too. Not just Kyrie, Kevin Love been out too. And that
But
one that they
LeBron is
won,
so great,
Kevin
and
Hart played.
his team is so
Kevin Love
suck.
played.
Why couldn't he do it then?
Say that again.
Nah. That's not fair, man. Come on,
No,
let's
what
be
you say?
fair, man. Let's be
What you
fair,
say?
What
man.
you mean? No,
So what you
because
say?
That's not fair.
hold on, bro. Hold on. You had J.R.
Yeah, you keep
the
saying
same
J.R.
kid-
Smith like he
No,
been a
bro.
big ass
These are the
fucking
same
factor, bro.
bro. These are the same guards that y'all was expecting Carmelo to win with, right?
No one was
Outta
expecting
here, bro.
Carmelo to
Get the
win with
fuck
him.
out of here.
No, you know the problem.
Nah. That
No,
next team,
listen.
come on. That next team, they had J.R.
No,
Smith, they had
that's what,
Shumpert.
and that's why they traded them
Yeah,
because no one was expecting them
Those
to
was our
win shit.
guards. Those was our 2 guards from the Knicks.
You know why?
Shumpert was nice.
No,
He
listen.
was
The
playing
reason
with
why that
J.R.
next
Smith
team
and
didn't
Melo.
work out. The reason why that next team didn't work out because Dan Antonio been trying to run a 7 seconds less offense, and it only worked in that
not
low.
bro.
But listen, I watched
Alright,
these
bro.
games. I'm telling you what it was.
You watching the games? I'm living it, bro. I'm out here in the Knicks, bro. I'm out here.
Bro, listen, you ask anybody that really a Knicks fan and ask them
So what am I not a Knicks fan? What am I not a real Knicks fan?
I don't you like a minimalist basketball fan at this point. You trying to narrow basketball to the last 25 years.
No, I'm just trying to keep at. That's all I said. I'm not trying to narrow nothing. I said,
but that is, but no, that's narrowing it because
players in eras of where they all played the same at.
No,
with
me
no
and
handball checks.
no,
It's none of that
listen,
extra stuff that didn't exist back then, bro. You can't
but
compare certain rules.
eh,
That's like, what do you
that
mean?
when it outlawed the handshaking. Just entertain me for a second. When it outlanded. I mean, when it
Somewhere in the 90s, I think.
That
Somewhere in
was
the
like
90s.
2001 or 2002. That was when, like, more so with Iverson.
So what you're telling me right now is
I thought it was late 90s.
from 2000 to 2005, we're talking about the easiest era of basketball at this point, and that's who you want to limit it to. Because
No,
without
from 2000 to
handshaking,
2025.
okay. So what I'm telling you is
Years, bro.
handshaking made it harder for players like Kobe. Not Kobe. Handshaking would have made it harder for players like Curry to even get to the basket.
But this is why I can't compare him
So
with
okay,
the 1980s, bro.
so what you by your
And that goes for LeBron too.
logic, most of the players that's from the 2000s on before are superior to the players from 2000 up.
I didn't say that. I didn't
But that's
say
what you're
that.
saying if you're trying to say in the handshaking thing.
I'm saying
No.
overall. I'm
It's
saying
no.
rules change. I just use that one rule as an example, bro. There's
But that
plenty of
one,
other rules that
but
You
you
gotta
gotta
separate. You
understand
gotta separate.
that
You gotta
one
make
rule.
separation, man.
That one rule is why players like Curry even can exist in this
not
league.
just Curry, bro. Not just Curry, bro.
Curry,
Hey
who else?
yo, you know,
We can
okay,
go a
put it
list
this
of
way.
motherfuckers.
From these
Hey yo,
rules,
put it
bro.
this way. Wait, hold up. Look at it this way, right? If you got a Mercedes Benz, right, you're gonna compare a 2015 to a 1997 or 78 Benz. Like, come on, it's a different
Them
time, man. You got to make a
1978.
cut. You got to cut it
I
somewhere.
bet you them 1970 cars still run to this day.
Come on, bro. You
And
chatting,
the
bro.
technology, we're
Come
talking
on,
about
bro.
technology, man. We're talking about technology. We're
Okay,
talking about all kinds of things, man.
okay. I'm gonna use
You throw a player like
No, I'm gonna
Iverson
use your
back
same
in like
example,
in
right? I'm gonna use
Jordan's
the same
time, it's just
example. I'm gonna
crazy.
use the same example. Is it harder to fix a 1970 car in 1970, or is it harder to fix a
No.
2015 and
How
2016?
about
Come
this?
on, you
How about
moving the goalposts.
let me make it way better. How about this? Put Kobe in Jordan's time. What do you think Kobe's doing?
He played in Jordan time.
At the
No,
end
he
of
didn't.
Jordan's
No,
time,
he
that's
didn't.
not
In the
fair.
90s, in
Listen,
like the early 90s, late 80s.
no, Jordan. When we think about Jordan, we think about that run in the 90s. Kobe came in halfway through in the 96 season.
No, he did not.
Kobe came in like 98, 97, 98.
He came in 96. He was drafted in 1996, bro. I'm telling you. That's not
He
even something
played
to
the
debate
first
right
year,
now.
97 season.
He came in 1996, and he
He
went to
came
the
in
finals 4
97.
years.
He was coming off the bench, man. That's when he was
Bro,
coming off the bench in 97.
that's why Google is here.
Go
He was
ahead,
coming
Google
off
it,
the
Mr.
bench
Google.
in 97 behind Eddie Jones, man. He wasn't even starting then, man.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. The
Kobe
only reason why he
Bryant
went
drafted
into
by the Charlotte Hornets with the 13th overall pick in the first round of the 1996 draft, meaning he played
When
in
did
the
he play?
1996 season. What the fuck is y'all talking
99,
about?
no, 1997 season
Oh my! When is the draft? In June, right?
in June, right? And when
Okay,
did the season end,
and
bro?
when did the season start? In October
No,
1996. What the fuck is y'all talking about?
yeah,
But
he
that's
came
not the
in with
1996
Iverson, right?
season.
He came in with Iverson, Camby, all of them, right?
No, they
See,
came in the year before. Yeah, no,
y'all
yeah,
will
he did, he
argue
did, he
things
did.
that don't fucking matter. Did he come in 96 or not? Yes, he came in
Yeah, I believe it was
96.
96. But he didn't play. He didn't play in 90. He barely played. He played behind Eddie Jones, man. He was coming off the bench. Come
Before
on,
I
don't
type
even
this
compare
in, because I'm
them.
about to give you exact stats. I'm about to give you Kobe rookie season numbers.
Probably
It was
13
low.
points a
He
game.
didn't. He wasn't doing.
Oh.
Iverson was rookie of the year. Save me the time, bro.
Kobe Bryant played in 71 games in a season, right? Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Let's keep moving. All right.
That's wild, man. I'm talking about prime Kobe, man. Kobe
No,
wasn't like
no.
Kobe didn't get to Kobe till like 98. He was
But
just starting to get up
But
into
okay, so and Jordan won the Jordan. Bro,
Jordan was
Jordan
wrapping it up.
won his last championship in
Bro, like it's
1998,
not a
bro.
good comparison. Jeez.
Jordan won his last
It's not a
championship
good
in
comparison.
1998.
When did Kobe really hit prime? Like 2000.
2000.
Kobe hit, bro. See, and that's how I know y'all don't really know ball. Kobe prime ain't but no 2000, 2001, or 2002. Two.
What, 99 then?
Kobe
No, we're
real.
saying when he start getting no. That's not what we're saying. We're saying when he start really getting playing time, still like really trying to do his thing. That
He
was
just
like
say prime.
2000.
He said prime. You saying when he start getting play time? He been
No,
getting
when
play
he
time
really
since rookie
started
season.
hitting his stride, when he really started actually like producing.
About
2000.
He scored probably
97. About a year later. What is y'all talking about? They traded away
He's
Eddie
probably scoring
Jones
like
and
17
fucking Dick
points a
Van Winkle
game.
because of him.
When they
He's
got
probably
Shaq
like
over there
7.
in 2000, that's when they started doing something.
Exactly.
And that's why it's like, hold on, I got you. Give it a second, real quick.
That's why I said just keep it comparing from there. 2000 and up.
Hold on.
The whole point is when Kobe started, Jordan was done. When Kobe started, Jordan was already out, man.
And then when Jordan came back on the Wizards, that's when Kobe bullied him. Fuck you talking about.
Y'all
That's
talking
the real
about
deal.
see y'all. That's called moving the goalposts. We talking about the hand shaking, and now it's Jordan versus Kobe.
No,
Kobe,
I was not saying hand checking, bro. I was just
you
saying
just say
rule change. I gave that one example as hand check as a rule
You say
that
put
came
Kobe.
from the
You say
the
put
90s
Kobe.
era.
You say put Kobe in Jordan's era with the hand checking. Specifically, that's what you just said.
I didn't
I'm
say that.
telling
Pro
you, if
already
you
said
put
that.
Kobe,
You
I'm
can
saying if
rewind
you
them.
put
You can
Kobe,
rewind
I'm
the tape
telling you,
back. That's exactly what you said.
telling you, if you put prime Kobe
That's what
in
Pro
the
already said.
early 90s, I'm telling you that it's just ugly.
It's the
It's an
same
ugly
thing you see
team.
with Jordan. What the fuck is you talking about? It's the
No, it
same
wouldn't be
thing
the
you see.
same as Jordan.
It
It would not be the same as Jordan. It would not be. This
How
is the
not?
thing you need to
How
understand,
not?
right?
How
This is
not?
the thing you got to understand.
How not? How
Kobe,
wouldn't it be the same?
Kobe, Kobe jotted down Jordan's game. After that, he got work with Hakeem. He watched Tim Hardaway. He got help from Eddie Jones. Like these are all things that add into his game that make him more his
Who was his
technology.
best
That's what I'm
friend, bro?
saying.
Who was his best friend that he played one-on-one with every day
Okay, let me
in the
tell you.
offseason?
Okay, cool. In 1997, right, he won Sixth Man of the Year, and he went to the All Star. His third season, NBA third team. In 99, 2000,
His third season was what, 99, 2000, right?
his third season, but now 98, 99.
Okay. Well, 99
Yeah, yeah,
is when I
yeah.
remember he
Yeah,
started
it
getting
sound
into it.
crazy, right?
99 is when he started hitting his stride. So fine, 98, 99. That was Jordan's last.
So
That was
That's the
90 so
so
in 1997,
I'm not gonna lie.
98, when he been a sixth man of the year and he make an all-star,
no, Jordan
that
won in
is
97,
banned his
98,
stride.
didn't he?
He
Jordan
won the
won in
championship
97,
that year.
98.
Yeah, he won the
No,
championship
Jordan
that
won
year.
97, 98, not 98, 99.
97, 98.
97, 98, he won sixth man and he been an all-star.
Right, and then Kobe retired. I mean, then Jordan retired after that because the next year Steve Kerr
No,
goes
he
to the
retired
Spurs.
after the 98 season. So Kobe
98
played
season.
2 seasons.
With Kobe, with him. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not the conversation. We talking about his era. The same hand checking. Matter of fact, that's why I mean to look up. When did the hand checking get banned? When
I
did
swear that was in the late.
hand checking didn't get banned to 2004, 2005 season?
That's
So
what I was saying.
excuse
Early
me
2000s.
about what y'all talking about. Kobe played in Jordan era, basically, if we just talking hand checking.
No, he didn't play in Jordan's era, man.
But
He
what if
didn't.
okay,
That
so
was
Kobe
the
did
end
not
of
play in Jordan's era.
so
Yeah.
why bring up things like hand checking?
I just
It
said that
doesn't
it's
matter because
easy.
if you put Kobe in Jordan's era, hand checking doesn't matter.
It do matter.
None of that
You know
matters. No,
why?
it
Because
doesn't.
no, listen, this why hand checking matter. Freedom of flow. Freedom of flow. The NBA
So
wanted to
you
be.
know what's crazy that you
That's
say
what.
that?
Think
So
about it. Think about it like this. I want y'all to think about it like this. Go look at the score, the final box scores of all those games in the quote unquote Jordan era,
James,
and
that's
look
crazy.
how people barely been scoring 80, 90 points, a little bit over 100 points. Then look at after they ban hand checking, and that shit start ballooning every season after. What they did ban is Iverson crossover, and they start calling it a carry.
Yeah.
Other than that, they played in virtually the same fucking era.
Hey, yo, who's more skilled? Who's more skilled? Because this is where it gets crazy, right? Because then I'm gonna ask a question that's gonna be like, how you even gonna answer it? But who's more skilled, Jordan or Kobe? I mean,
Skill,
it should be an easy
I'll give it
answer.
to
It
Kobe.
should be an easy answer, though.
I'll
It
give it to
should be.
Kobe.
Okay, well, so if you put Kobe in that time, Kobe kills that. That's why you got to separate. You got to separate. You can't compare the
Okay, so
90s and
so
the
all right,
2000s. You got to.
so you basically agree with Ice saying you can't separate 2000 to
You
2025
should. You
away
have
from
to
the rest of the
compare.
league. You
No, you
can't do
have
that.
to. You have to separate the 90s because if you put players from the 2000s in the 90s, it's just not fair. If you put Iverson in the 90s, come on, what does that look like? It just doesn't look.
That
Even
look
some
every
players.
bit of not doing shit.
There's
That look
some
like every
players
bit
right
of
now. Look, there's
motherfucking
some
setting
players
You
point
put
right
players
now.
game.
like KD in the 90s, bro. Come on, bro.
Like, come on, it
You
don't
can't
look
do
right,
nothing
man.
with KD in the 90s, bro.
Okay, you can cherry pick certain players and
This
put
is
them
what
in
I'm
the
saying.
90s.
That's why
But
it don't make
but
no sense to compare.
you look
You
okay. I'm
just leave them in their era and we just move forward. We
no,
got
no,
25
no.
years
You
of
know
new
why you
basketball.
can't do that? You know why you
Hey,
can't do that? Because basketball ain't start when you say basketball start.
I
Basketball
ain't
been
say it
going on
did.
hey,
since the
Content and
fucking
conversation
40s.
purposes, it's
okay, but
easier
let
that
me
way.
add this. Let me add
But
this. Let
see,
me
but
add
no,
this right here. Hold up, hold up.
let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. What you keep saying for conversation purposes, me and my man older than you, so we don't look at it just from 2000 to 2025. That's a disingenuous conversation you trying to put us in right now. Because you
No, it's
want us to
not.
skip
Not necessarily because we're
everything
talking
else
about
we see.
players. We're talking about players in this era, bro. Can you really imagine
Okay,
this
so
event when Yamba in
if
the
we
90s?
so
You
what
can't
era are you
compare
talking
him to
about?
like
Hold
Shaq in
on.
the
You know
90s.
what? Okay,
Because
let
Shaq
me
played in
add
this
this.
era and Shaq played in the era with Jordan. So Jordan
You
played
can't
in the
compare
84
them, bro. It's
season.
not a fair comparison.
Oh,
Okay,
how? Okay, so
let me
basically
say
what you're
this. Let
saying
me
is
say
you
this.
can't compare Jordan to Magic, them boy,
Wait, hold on. Let me add
when
this,
they
bro.
actually
Let
played
me,
while the same era.
You said
bro.
Jordan and Magic. You can't
Look at it
compare
this
Jordan
way.
and
Look at it
Magic.
this way.
Why not? Jordan came in the league in '84.
No, I said you can compare Jordan and Magic.
So
Yes, you
why?
can.
So okay, so now so basically you're trying to say
Somewhat,
Kobe can't
somewhat.
be inside your
Wait,
2000 to 2025.
hold up. That's not true. Jordan changed the game, right? So Jordan is way ahead of Magic's time, right?
No,
Because
not necessarily.
Yeah,
in a sense, yeah, because
because
he
he get his
changed the
first ring.
game.
He get his first ring when the year before I'm sorry, Magic Johnson retires.
You do realize they've been in the finals against each other in 1 year, right?
Yeah, and after that he retired,
Yeah.
bro.
So you can't separate. It's like that makes no sense to me. It
Jordan
makes
was a
no sense to
more
me.
advanced. Was advanced, man. He was advanced to the
I get
80s.
yeah, I get that. I
Magic
get that.
Magic was mastered the 80s.
I get
Jordan,
that.
if you put Jordan in the 80s, it would even be even worse if you put him in the early 80s, like late
He
70s.
was in the early 80s. He came in
And
the
he
league in
was getting
84.
cooked. He was getting cooked by Isaiah Thomas and Larry Bird from the 80s. Bro.
So
Yeah, but
Jordan
that's what
ain't dropped 63 and them saying on them like what y'all talking about?
I'm saying though. Once Jordan
Cook
developed his
about
game in his
as an
bag, right?
individual player, Jordan was never getting cooked in the fucking 80s. As a team, him on his team, they wasn't doing too much shit.
This is
Cool.
what I'm.
But as an
You're
individual player,
moving the
man, listen,
goalposts
y'all,
again.
I feel like y'all just saying shit at this point. I just feel like y'all just saying shit at this point.
Okay, look. Okay, this is all I'm
First, I'll
saying
say,
is
first,
wait, hold
Jordan
up.
didn't play in the
Let me
early
just
80s. He
add this
got
one
drafted
here,
in
right?
84.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro, and you might laugh at me, but I'll pick a random player like Norman Powell, bro, and I'll throw him in the 90s, bro, and he'll eat, bro.
No, the
He'll
fuck he
cook, bro.
wouldn't.
Oh, are you crazy?
LaMelo cooked
It's
the
Bruh,
Lakers in the
advanced.
90s
It's
all day,
too
bro.
advanced.
No,
Yo,
what
if
you
you put
see,
Norman
what
Powell,
you
he's cooking these 30 points, 40 points a
I
game.
understand the advanced conversation, but just to take it back a little bit, that's why I feel like Kobe is most skilled because the things that Jordan could do naturally, Kobe had to damn work to do that shit. When Kobe been working on his footwork with Hakeem and all them boy, he had to work on that. He developed, he mastered his foot skills. A lot of the things that Kobe did, he had to develop into that. He wasn't naturally a high flyer. He wasn't naturally
That
a
was Tracy
strong player.
McGrady.
Exactly. So when you say we can just put Norman Powell inside Jordan era, okay, cool. You can say that, but then you got to throw in Jordan era had hand checking. The reason why a lot of these advanced players, these new players, I do give you this, they are naturally better nowadays than they was back in the day. Jordan is an outlier because he been ahead of his time. But at the
Yeah.
end of the day, if you throw in hand checking, I don't think y'all understand what hand checking is. Hand checking is I can put my full arm on you. All them motherfuckers, strong motherfuckers, put their full arm on you and damn stop you from movement. Well, you can
It's
do
not
that
gonna
because
work on everybody. It's not gonna work on speed and
bro,
movement and ball
listen,
movement.
you know who you know when you look at players like Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas ain't necessarily been getting to the basket. He's been a floor general.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at Jordan, it worked against Jordan to a certain extent. Jordan had to go get stronger. When you you bring up Norman Powell, you put Norman Powell, you put Steph Curry, you put any of these little fucking agile ass guards in that era,
Norman
them
Powell is
motherfuckers ain't
tough.
getting past the three. They're
Hey,
not
yo,
getting.
Norman Powell's tough, man. That's a
I
tough
get
guy,
that, but
man.
he's tough in this era when you can't put hands on motherfuckers when they drive into the basket, or you gonna get called for a foul.
I'm
So
saying that he
look,
seems
That's the
like
thing that
he's the
y'all
type of
must
guy
do
that
when y'all
loves the
type
talk
of
about
contact.
players
He'll
who
take
basketball,
players
the
that's
about
gonna
understanding
contact.
do that.
basketball now. Y'all
Hey,
skipping
some
past
guys
the
thrive on the
physicality of the game.
contact. You know that, right? Some guys thrive on that.
Like James Harden.
No,
Yeah.
James Harden don't thrive on contact. He don't get fucking contact. He runs into
Uh,
people with his big body and then he pull up.
yeah, but some
Pause.
people are able to use that against you because strength
No,
is
but
not always
it's
gonna
what
win.
I'm telling y'all is hand checking is a way to impede any guard. I don't care how athletic you was. John Moran is not even getting to the basket to do none of these dunks in the hand checking era. That don't mean he wouldn't be considered athletic or he wouldn't consider like a good player, whatever like that. That just mean
Okay, but
all he
what's
was
that?
not going to be doing none of the shit. You look at
What's a
Curry right
hand
now,
check
right?
gonna do to? All right, let's really get into the game now, though, right? What's a hand check gonna do to a spin move? I'll just spin right off of you. How you gonna?
All
You
day.
see what I'm saying?
You
No,
just gave me
see,
a
bro, listen. If you try to
You hand
do a
check me, I'm
spin,
spinning right off of you. You can't hand check every player in the league right now.
but you got to think about it like this: if you trying to get to the basket, you getting impeded. If I can hand check you, I already eliminate any type of spin because I know you ain't going this way. The only shit to do is spin. That's what hand checking means for. It means that you can't do none of that crazy shit. That when y'all make fun of damn Magic Johnson for damn backing down the whole way on the court, yeah, part of it is because he had a limited dribble skill set, but part of it is like, bro, you can't do but so much when you get in hand check because I'm pushing you to what I want you to go. That's what hand checking is. You can talk that spinning shit all you fucking want to. You gonna try to spin and I'm gonna knock your ass backwards.
So think about trying to hand check Anthony Edwards. How's that gonna work? How would you even catch him to be able to do that?
The game was different. And hand checking is not a full arm. It's I'm literally putting my hand on your hip and I'm moving you to where the fuck I want to move you at. You still got to dribble with the
Yeah, if the
ball.
players are slow and limited with ball handed, limited.
No. It don't got nothing to do with
exactly.
speed. It don't got
More
nothing to do with
skills.
speed. It don't got
More
nothing to do with
skills.
speed.
These
Because
players with way more skill.
Exactly.
if you getting hand check, listen to what I'm telling you.
Hmm.
It's exactly what it sounds like. A hand check. I'm moving you with my hand to wherever the fuck you want, where I want you to
You
go at.
can't touch me if
You
I'm
can't.
moving too fast, bro.
Yeah, and you
Bro,
can't move me where you want because that's a foul. It's
Exactly.
within the game,
you don't think even plenty like you don't think Isaiah Thomas been fast? You don't think they had a lot of fast players?
but they don't have the ball handling that. Hey, look, let me tell you
No.
something.
See, that's why you
Let me
saying
tell you.
you
Okay,
keep
let me tell
bringing
you
up
how
ball
ball handling.
handling. All
Let me
that
tell
should
you.
go out the
Let
window
me tell you. Let me
I don't
tell you
have to
where it
stay
came
in
from,
front
though.
of you. I just
Rod
You
need to
see,
have a
Strickland.
hand on you.
you
That's
see Tim
all.
Hardaway. You see Tim Hardaway. He started that. He started
Rod
that.
Strickland too. Hold on, Rod
Yeah,
Strickland.
Rod Strickland. All right, those types of guys. Then you have guys
But
who
you know the
made
difference
it even
between Rod
Iverson,
Strickland. You know the difference between Rod Strickland
Iverson,
and a lot of players that you name.
Jamal
Rod
Crawford.
Strickland
Like
actually had
these
a
guys.
mid-range
Jamal
game.
Tinsley.
Yeah, like you know what I mean? It's just way too
But
advanced.
see, you said Jamal
What you seen
Tinsley.
Iverson do to Jordan?
Charlie
Remember when
Ward.
Iverson dropped Jordan that time? That showed you that the
That
era changed.
no,
That was your proof right there.
no, that
Yeah,
didn't
yeah, it
show that
was.
the
Because
era
Jordan didn't even know
changed.
what
That
happened
was
to
a
him.
carry.
Jordan had no clue what was happening.
No,
Well, okay,
no, that was a
you can
carry.
say that. You can say it
At
was a
any
carry, but
at any era, that's a carry.
I call it shifty. I call it the era of shiftiness. Now players are shifty around. You can't just check the players and shift.
Iverson, no, like that, no.
Now they carrying and traveling all day. Niggas is taking like 3-4 steps. They not even calling it in this era.
What
In this era. I'll give you
what
that.
I'm
But
telling
I mean,
y'all is, if somebody can put their hand on your hip I understand all this. How you gonna catch me? That
You
shit
can't
don't
get the
fucking
hip.
matter.
If you're facing me up, you
If I
can't
can
touch
put
my
my
hip.
hands on your hip, you can do whatever you want to do. You need a free hand to get my hand off your hip because I'm gonna be with you. Hand checking allows for me to either stop your progress or stay with you better. I don't give a fuck what you
That's
doing.
because niggas couldn't really play defense before, so they made shit like that for niggas. Like,
Just like
bro,
nowadays, niggas don't want to
niggas is
play.
too
Niggas
skilled for
don't
that.
want to play defense, so anybody can score.
Yeah, but
See
the
y'all.
guys, you got
See
to
the.
give
All, see
credit to the guys who
the.
do actually play
That's what
defense.
I'm saying, bro. He
And
not like
that's why.
that's why I
You.
don't like comparing the errors, bro. This is exactly why, bro. Because it's like, bro, it's not even about because that's not how they play no more. So it's waste to even talk about it, bro. It's not even point to compare. Like, it's
Then
not
there's no.
even
Then
realistic.
okay. Then there's no point. There's no point to compare at all because if you telling me okay, this generation of players can do this, that, and the third. We only can see that on the free flow era. We can't see what they would do against the hand check era. Just like the hand
Exactly.
check
So
era,
why
we can't
compare it?
see what they can do against the free flow era. We can't
That's why
compare
you
either
can't
one.
compare them. They're
All,
two
all
Okay,
the
different eras.
players
You're
we've
but
been
saying
you
the same
can't.
talking
thing.
about,
But you can't
all
just
the
say,
players we've
okay,
been
let's
talking about
minimize it
tonight
to
are all in the 2000s.
2025. When we
That's why
got
I'm
up to
saying they're all there.
2005
So
with the
just
hand
keep it
checking.
there. Don't need to
That's all the
point back.
players we've been talking about all night. We haven't. The only player we mentioned
Okay,
is
so
Jordan.
okay,
And
you
We
that's
know
not
haven't
and
talked
that's
why?
not
about
fair.
You know
Ewing. We
why?
That's
haven't
You know
talked
not
why?
about
You
fair.
know
John
why
Starks.
Jordan
We
the
ain't
only
talked
one we
about.
got to talk about? Because you got players like if you got Isaiah Thomas, you don't think Isaiah Thomas can play in this league right now? Isaiah Thomas a killer in this league.
He would adapt. He would have to adapt, and he couldn't
I
play
don't
the way
know,
he
bro.
was
I'm not
playing
gonna
then.
lie. If I see him comparing anybody, and I may be a little off, but I'm gonna say he'll probably be like a Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, and
Like I was saying,
if he adapted to how the game's played now
the way
in
the
terms
game
of his
played
ball
back then,
handling,
He'll be a Jalen Brunson with
there was
defense.
more mid-range shooting back then as opposed to
could
it
be.
is
You could be
now.
right, man. I
Back
like that
then,
comparison.
nobody shot the three ball because that was considered a high risk shot, high risk, low reward shot. Well, not low reward,
Mm.
but that was a high risk shot. So a lot of teams didn't shoot the three. Not that they couldn't, because you had people like Steve Kerr used to shoot the three. You had motherfuckers like Hornets that could shoot the three. You had
Oh
plenty of
shoot!
motherfuckers that could
You
have shoot
see,
the
you
fucking
just
three.
reminded me that Brunson he would have killed Isaiah. Isaiah couldn't even shoot half as good as
You see what I'm
Brunson.
trying to tell you, bro? And it's just like players like Brunson, bro. And
Bro,
remember,
we
his
saw
father
players
played
like
in the league.
Brunson. We saw players like Brunson. We saw Muggsy fucking Bogues. What are you talking about?
You
Come
know,
on,
see, this is why I'm saying. This is why I'm like, I don't want to
come
do that because
on,
I'm like,
man.
you can't compare Muggsy to. Come
Bro,
on, bro. Stop, bro.
If you take Jalen Brunson's skill set right now,
Come
I
on,
promise you,
bro.
Jalen probably
I'm
still
good
could
off
have
these
shoot the three
topics, bro. I'm
ball.
good
He
off these
probably could still
conversations.
shoot
It
the
don't
three
make no
ball.
sense to me.
But I promise you, Jalen Brunson wouldn't be averaging the shit he averaging because all that getting to the basket shit wouldn't be going down.
He'd
And
average
that's
a
a fact.
30 easy. If Brunson's 30 points a game, you put him down there. 30
So
points a game,
so
easy.
if you look at how Brunson get to the basket, right? Because a lot of people think
And you
Brunson
saying
be
30
shooting
is being nice, bro, because he averaged 26 now. So I don't think 30 is like really
30 is
shitting because
being
Exactly.
amazingly nice.
you know what I'm saying? I
Well,
think
yeah, you put him down there. He's an easy 30, easy bucket. There's no issues. He's a point guard. He's a big point guard. He's scoring. He'd be one of the best shooters if you put him
So
in that
so so you
era.
do realize Jordan has season he ain't even averaged 30.
You're saying sorry?
There are seasons that Jordan didn't even average 30. And you
Yeah,
saying
to me
Brunson gonna
that's not
average
a big.
30.
To me that's not a big. I'm just saying you put him in an
that's what
era
I'm
like
saying.
that.
I
He's
think he will
cooking.
average more than 30, bro. Honestly speaking. And I'm not saying that to sound because you know why? He gets to the free throw line.
See
He got the
the
three.
problem with what
So
y'all
it's gonna be
saying,
like he's a smart player, bro.
the
Like he
problem
will
with what y'all saying is this right here. Y'all saying y'all don't want to compare eras, right? Cool. But y'all also saying if y'all take players from the free flow era and put them in the era where there weren't any free flow, they would average more, which makes no fucking sense because
No, I'm
that's the
saying
purpose of taking the hand check out. So there
no,
would be
not
more free
because I
flowing.
no.
feel like you
Right,
overlook the skill
That's
set too.
backwards.
yeah,
I feel
exactly.
like
No,
you
yeah,
overlook a
no,
lot of other
yeah.
stuff.
You're overlooking the skills, man. You're overlooking
That's why
I'm
I'm
not
saying
how.
what I said.
overlooking the
Yeah,
skills.
you're overlooking how
You know
shooting, ball handling, schemes. There's so
All
many
that.
things
So
that have
in this era
been
now
added to
that
the
they
game.
didn't have then, bro. It just wasn't a thing.
Players are supposed to be better now. They're supposed to be. Everything's
Exactly.
supposed to get better.
Listen,
What are you
but
trying to
okay,
say,
Technology's
listen.
better.
bro?
Everything's
But
supposed to get better.
I get that. I understand that. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm telling y'all is y'all don't hear what y'all saying. You're telling me that, and we can look up these. And
I'm
what I'm
not
about to
saying
say,
every
what
player.
I'm about to say is a fact.
Certain
This
players,
ain't
yeah.
nothing that can be disputed. You can go look this up. From the hand checking era to the era we in now, go look at every season in history up until 2004, 2005. Then go look at how the points varied from up until the start of basketball to 2004, 2005. Then go look at the numbers from 2005 on up. I understand players get better, but look at how much the scoring has gone up so much. That's not because all of a sudden this new era, because Kobe played before 2004 and after 2004. T Mac played before 2004 and after 2004. There's plenty of players like KG that played before 2004 and after 2004. You can go look up all these stats, and all these offensive stats has gone up. Why? Because less defense are played. The reason why we look at players like, remember, like Lonzo Ball, we look at him and say, "Oh yeah, he a defensive player." Da, da, da. The reason why he looked at as a defender now, not saying he can't play defense because he is elite defensively, but he's elite for this era. Because when you watch Lonzo Ball play, Lonzo Ball ain't necessarily he instinctual defensively. He got times where like somebody shoot the ball and he don't even jump to defend it. He just kind of stand there because it's like, oh yeah, I right here, I kind of bothering your shot because I standing right here, whatever, and the person that must have shot.
I'm
We
saying
can't.
though. I'm
You
saying
can't
though.
sit there and say
You put Gary Payton on James Harden. James Harden is putting
he
Gary
would. He
Payton on
would
his ass.
exactly
Gary
because he's a
Payton's
bigger player than Gary Payton.
no, because Gary Payton won't be able to keep up with him.
Keep up is that
Just
he would
wouldn't
be
be
able
able
to.
to.
No, listen. Yeah, and that's the thing I be hating. Y'all do understand like. Even going back to Wilt, y'all know Wilt Chamberlain was an Olympic athlete, right? That's like when we look at certain players, we like to look at the competition and say, yeah, he played against a bunch of short white boys and slow people or whatever. Cool. Let's take the people like Jordan. Let's take the people like Wilt. Let's take the motherfuckers like Dr. J. Let's take these motherfuckers and take them and put them in this new era. They will kill in this new era. Y'all looking at it
Nah,
like, oh yeah, well they
nah,
can't. This new
it's
era
not.
can shoot. Okay,
Okay,
cool.
but you
So
know, okay, this what I mean is you would have to take them from there with their skills there. You can't add nothing else. So whatever they have, you'd have to take that and bring it up here.
So let me ask you a question. How old was Curry in 1991?
91.
He's still been
Ooh,
alive, right? He's still been like a kid, like
yeah,
maybe a couple years old, right?
91. Yeah, probably. Yeah,
That
he's a little
okay.
kid.
So if we stop time right there with basketball, and we advance his age to 18, and all he know of watching basketball is Jordan in the 90s, his game will be the same. Of course, when you watching basketball, you got the benefit of growing your game, doing different things, seeing people do things, and build upon that. That
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
necessarily
You
mean you're a
learn
better
from them
player.
and then you
No,
add
I
to it,
understand that,
which
but that don't
automatically.
necessarily mean you're a better player. It's plenty of times you go in this park right now, and it's a motherfucker 40 years old hitting everything. His game look old school as shit, but he hitting everything. That don't mean he a worse player than a player who can do every crossover, who can put the ball between the legs, who can jump high. That don't mean he a better player. That older player just older. He's still putting the bucket in. Basketball always been about putting the ball in the bucket.
Yeah,
Always.
but they just find so many different ways of doing it right now.
Because they're
There's so many
growing.
different
Because they
schemes. Yeah,
okay.
that's all I was trying to say. That yeah. Oh shoot, can't hear you, man.
Oh no, I still here. You hear me?
Oh yeah. I can hear you. Yeah.
But
What's
but all I saying is right here.
mm,
The same way how you can say this free flowing basketball era players would do X, Y, and Z in Jordan era before the with the hand checking and all that. It's like y'all adding them to that era without taking into account the fucking hand checking. It's like y'all want. It's like y'all. It's like
no, it
everything
would
y'all. No,
affect
no, hold on,
some
hold on, hold
players,
on.
but some
It's like every
uh
rule, everything y'all saying, every metric y'all using today's rules and taking those same rules to Jordan and boy era, and now it's we playing by the free flow era rules with Jordan and them. Yes, they may do fucking average 30, 50 points and all that shit there. But if you play inside their era with their rules, it's not going to be the same way that y'all saying. That's just a fact. We've seen there's numbers and there's facts showing that shit. We've seen the numbers. Jordan been
There's
ahead of his
players. There's
time.
players.
Jordan could very well be a Ja Morant in today's game. Athletic, maybe can't shoot from the three as consistent, but he can get to the bucket and dunk on people
But
without the
it's not
hand
just
checking.
about that. We're forgetting about ball handling, man. There's so many different ball handling that they didn't even have ball handling like that back in the day. It was really just crossover between the legs. That's really what it was. That's all they were doing back then.
The thing about it is that's why I say when it comes to basketball, that's why I love the details of basketball. Y'all focus on ball handling. All ball handling does is I can control the ball. When you look at Kyrie,
No,
no,
that's
hold
not
on.
true.
I'm gonna use Kyrie for a perfect example, and you can look this up because he'll tell you himself.
That's not
He'll
true.
tell you himself. It's not his ball handling that sets him apart from other ball handlers. What sets him apart is his footwork. What sets
Well,
him apart
it's a
is his
combination.
creativity.
In my
So
opinion, it's a combination. They go hand in hand. The footwork
I
and the
mean,
ball handling.
exactly. But at the same time, you got to have that control of the ball, footwork while you're doing it. That same level of lean, that same creativity as you got the ball in your
Yeah,
hand.
the footwork is very important. Right? And Jordan was one of the best at that. That's what I mean.
Okay. So
But
why
the
you saying?
era,
So why you saying is when we
but
talk
what I'm,
about ball
mhm.
handling, don't like if when you look at Tatum, you think Tatum was a better ball handler than a lot of players that played in the 90s? No, he's doing the same shit.
No. But you look at
A
Anthony
lot of
Edwards,
most players in the NBA aren't great
Trey
ball
Young.
handlers.
No.
Like Lonzo
When
Ball
you
is a
look at
guard.
Trey
Lonzo
Young,
Ball ain't got no handles.
no. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about. There's hundreds of players I could name. Hundreds, like Damian Lillard, Trey Young, James Harden. I could go on for days, man. There's so
See,
many
and but
ball handlers.
no, see,
So
and
guys
that's why I
that can
said,
create
y'all
space.
you looking at that like them special, like James Harden ain't doing nothing special, but put the ball between his legs. That's all he doing. Like you don't gotta
Nah,
put
that's
you don't
not
have to put
true.
the ball between your legs to say
The
you a ball
step
handler. Ain't
back,
nobody can do
the
that.
step back. What about
And
the step?
you don't think Jordan could have did a fucking step back? Be real
It
now.
doesn't
Like
matter. He didn't. It wasn't available then. It's
it was
available
available.
now.
It's just the
No,
creativity of it, bro. Like I'm telling you, it's just
the
when you
level.
watch when you
Mhm.
watch something for a long time, as you watch it and you growing, you NBA players nowadays, the things that it took Jordan like maybe until like year 5, 6, 7 to master, they've been doing that shit on their own as a kid. So by the time they get to Jordan age, they done master the regular basic dribble, but they done add their own shit in there. Evolution
Yeah,
is a real thing. I
but
agree
these
with
kids
that.
watch. Remember, you got exactly. That's all I'm talking
Yeah,
about is
no,
evolution.
yeah, like
Because
and
these
I ain't
kids,
gonna
they
dispute.
watch. Wait, hold on.
I'll
Let me
never
just say
dispute
this,
that.
right? These kids, they watch Jordan. Then they get to watch Iverson. They get to watch Kobe. Then they get to watch Durant. That like so. These kids are just gonna be better. They're just gonna get better and better because
And
they
I know
get
I
to.
get that, but being more skilled or having a creativity or having like be like Jordan may have had like that time Jordan did a jump where he put the ball between his legs like 3 or 4 times whatever against the Celtics in the corner.
Mhm.
That ain't even nothing special, but for that time that been special. If you give them same players the same hindsight, if you give Jordan the same hindsight of, okay, Jordan, you ain't gonna never age. You gonna be 25 for the rest of your life. You don't think Jordan will be doing these same shit as he playing basketball, coming up playing basketball throughout the years? Evolution is a real thing, sure. But at the end
No,
of the
but
day, it's like you
yeah.
can't say
It,
take today's
mhm.
skill set and put them with and put them in the past, but keep today's rules. If you're gonna use today's skill set in the past, you gotta use that skill set with their rules. And all that dribbling shit don't mean a motherfucking thing if you getting hand checked. That's why they outlaw this shit. Because even
No.
two of my players out,
I know
Jordan was the
exactly.
only
Remember,
one
I
that
was
could.
watching it, so I know exactly what hand checking is. And you
Yeah.
can't. There's only
So
so much you
okay,
could do. You still got to
okay,
be quick enough to stay in front of the player. Because
all
if you're
right.
not, then
And what
your
I'm
hand
saying
checking
is,
is a foul.
If you
If you
look at
can't
how,
stay in
if you
front of
look
that
at Joe
player,
Dumars,
no,
you
wait,
look at
hold
them
on, but
Pistons
hold
team.
on. Let's just you do agree with that, right? If you can't stay in front of a player, then your hand checking is doing. It's not going to do anything.
No, you can still be effective because what you're gonna do is if they do get a step on you, you just shove his ass to the down wherever he going at.
Not
You speed up and
you-
shot. Think about
yeah,
like when
but
y'all
there's
talk
limit.
about
There was limits. You
the
couldn't just like push the player, right? So it's just
yeah,
like
you couldn't be real. Come
no,
on now,
not
be
no, not
real.
necessarily. There's limits to it. If you did,
That's
it
the
is a
Jordan
foul.
rules in itself. That's the Jordan rule. Jordan was the only player that hand checking really didn't affect. So when they realized hand checking didn't affect him, but it affect everybody else, that's why they changed the rules. When Jordan been getting all beat up and shit, they changed that rule. They been like, well, shit, we gotta ban hand checking because Jordan
You
like the
mean they
only
used to?
person.
If
Go
you
ahead.
even touch Jordan, they blow the whistle on you. You
Nah,
couldn't even
hell
touch.
no. You ain't see them Piston days then. You couldn't
Yeah,
watch
right.
Jordan against a lot. The only like when he
His
played against
last three were like that.
The Pistons
His
win
last three, you
championships.
can.
They win
Mm.
championships on the strength of Jordan. They ain't letting Jordan do what the fuck he want to do. When the Pistons start getting older, and all them players that been beating up Jordan, Jordan start getting stronger. So now it's like now that the hand checking ain't been working to begin with, it really ain't working now. And now you can't even beat him up in the hole because he's finishing now. He finishing through all that contact. Nowadays, you breathe on a motherfucker wrong, they gonna call a foul. So you mean to tell
Jordan
me
wasn't getting hand checked. You showed me.
you
You
could
showed me
no
tape
no 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 no
where
no.
Jordan was getting pushed around.
No, listen to what I just said. I say
Hmm.
Jordan was like the only player that you couldn't really hand check. Now I ain't saying it because the rules been saying you can't do that. Somebody or the refs say that. What I'm saying is Jordan been bigger, stronger, faster than a lot of players at his
No,
position.
it'll blow the whistle on you.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wasn't, bro. Listen, they was not calling them whistles on Jordan. When Jordan,
They
before Jordan
would.
started winning, see, you thinking about Jordan when he been winning the championships instead of the Jordan before he get there.
No, I'm talking about the last three. That's what I'm saying. The last three championships, Jordan. You couldn't just hand check her. You couldn't
Yeah, a
because if he
lot of
was
by the time Jordan been in the league on them last three championships, a lot of players have been faster and not faster. A lot of players been in that Jordan mode. Not saying Jordan level. What I mean is even a lot more 6'5", 6 players that could have moved like Jordan coming in the league. They just ain't been as good. So a lot of that hand checking, you couldn't hand check everybody like that.
but they still would blow the whistle on you easy if you touch
And
Jordan, man.
exactly, but Jordan era
Because
is
he was the NBA's
from
baby. He was the NBA's baby.
From 84 to 98 is considered Jordan era because that's when Jordan played from 84 to 98 outside of them 2 years that he retired. So if we talking about the Jordan era, we can't just say, oh, we're gonna keep it at the 95 to 98 season. We gotta do the whole thing. We gotta do all the
No,
shit he going through.
I'm just saying things changed then. It changed then because when he became the baby of the league, like
No,
he was the league's baby, right? So you couldn't just
I get all that, and I'm disagreeing. But what I'm saying is, you can't make the all. If you going like, I agree. Today's players, as time going, he gonna be somebody that gonna come in the league in 10 years that we're gonna be like, oh yeah, he's way more talented than LeBron. He might not be LeBron level, but he way more talented because evolution is a real thing. My problem is if you gonna take today's players and put them in the past and say, oh, they would average 30. Are they averaging 30 under today's rules or back then rules? If you say
some of
any
them
rules, then you're lying.
oh, okay, you know who I think well, nah, that's not yeah, nah,
Kobe
I
can
can't.
survive in Jordan quote unquote era. LeBron can survive in that era. T Mac probably
I
would have
think
survived in that era.
Durant would, Iverson would.
I don't think Iverson
Um,
would.
Iverson was gritty, man. Come
But
on.
ain't about being. It's not. I see that
He
was
loved the
saying.
contact. He took contact, man.
The reason
He'd
why
get in the
Jordan couldn't get past them Piston teams is because he ain't been physical enough to get past them. Ain't because of skill, ain't because he couldn't put a
Mhm.
bucket, ain't because he couldn't score points. Even them Celtics teams with bomb that he played against, it ain't but nothing. The only thing, even the physicality. Once he start buffing up and once he start getting a roster behind him, he start realizing like, I gotta make these motherfuckers know I ain't give a fuck. Even if y'all beat me up, I finishing at this hole. Y'all can't make me stop coming to this basket. Y'all can't make me
Mhm.
do nothing or whatever. That's when he
Mhm.
start being Jordan. Like everybody know the athletic Jordan. Every play, like even with LeBron first 7 years in Cleveland, that been his pre championship Jordan phase where he just doing athletic motherfucking shit. Every great player got that era where they just doing athletic shit until they start winning. Kobe just so happened to have Shaq, and he ain't had to go through that super athletic era first. He did go through that era where he's just like, damn, he's just one of the best. He's just the best player all around. This is Kobe fucking Bryant. That's when they've been losing. They ain't been winning no championship. And then he gets to his era where he calmed down and start understanding what he need to do to win. Just like Jordan had to calm down in the 90s and realize what he had to do to win. Just like LeBron had to realize the way I gonna win is I'm gonna build a great team that fit what I want to do best. I don't want to be the top scorer on the team. Every team LeBron built, he got a top level scorer, which is Kyrie or Dwayne Wade, and he got that big that can scratch this team out because he can shoot and he can also get to the basket. He can also rebound or whatnot. That's a LeBron team. When he get the Lakers, he ain't had that score like that, but he had a collection of players that could have get a bucket. He had fucking players that been stepping up, but he had AD. AD been your big man that could have scratched the floor and be your elite scorer. Every player
Yeah,
gonna win a different way.
it's
But you
every
can't sit
player
there and
needs
say
certain
this
pieces
era
to
and
play
that
with.
era. I don't like that people will be like, oh, I don't like
Yeah,
I'm a
but you
man,
see,
but
the
like
thing is
2000 to
though, some people don't
2025.
like it. Some people don't like it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, like I said, like,
Technology gets better, things get better,
and that's a
and
fact. But you
yeah,
can't. But if you gonna do that hypothetical, you got to do hypotheticals the right way. Don't be disingenuous and be like, oh yeah, if you put Harden in the past, he'll drop 30. And when you say that, I mean, you'll drop 40, 50. When you say that, you thinking about free form basketball. You ain't thinking about the handshaking era.
nah. But I was watching both. That's what I mean. I know.
No. You've been watching both. That's why I say for me and you to have a conversation with somebody who want to limit it to 2000 to 2025, that'll be already starting off as a disingenuous conversation. Because yes, we can all three of us can agree. Evolution is a real thing. Today's players is a lot more, not even just individually better. I talking about like as a whole, as an average. If you take the average person in the NBA right now and the average person that played in the 90s, you probably will pick the person that played right now. But at the end of the day, if you gonna say um we're gonna take Steph Curry and we're gonna drop him in the 90s, okay, cool. Well, long as you add in there that we're going by the 90s rule. Don't just say drop him in there and he still get the do the shit he doing by getting to the
Yeah, I
basket and
think
getting
that's
fouled and all
overrated.
that
I
shit.
think the '90s rule is over. It's way overrated. Like it's
It,
not.
no, it's
They would
factually not
have to
overrated.
adapt, but they'd figure it out. I don't
No,
think
let me ask you a question. So you think how you think Shaq will do in this era? And
in this era
that'll
right now.
disprove your point right there.
Honestly, he might be able to. Oh,
Do
I don't.
nothing
He wouldn't dominate as much as he did
at
back
all.
in his time.
They would have to take him out the game. He would be unplayable. He
Not
would literally be
necessarily. Nah,
unplayable.
that's not.
How
That's not
not?
true. I don't believe
Bro, listen,
that.
these offense, like the pace of the game is different. Shaq ain't
Yeah,
running
I
up and
agree.
down the court like he did. That's why I say the Shaq that went in Orlando probably can play inside this era. Shaq in LA, he can't. He's not going to do that shit. He'll be hurt.
Maybe you're right. Bro. Maybe
Like
you're right.
Rudy,
Bro.
like think about
LA
it.
would be tough to.
Rudy Gobert is unplayable in the playoffs. Not even because of the pace, because some fact that he can't get out and guard on the perimeter. Think
But
about
didn't
it.
he have a decent play? Didn't he play decent in the playoffs this year? Last year, thought he was like one of the. He
No,
was
no,
like one of the,
it's not. It's not. It's all about matchups. If you got a big man, the thing about it,
definitely.
if I playing against the 2000 Lakers, you know the first thing I'm gonna do if I a team like let's take the 2024 Boston Celtics. Porzingis could shoot from three. Shaq ain't living out there with him. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
I
On the
know.
other
Yeah.
end,
I get that.
Porzingis
Yeah,
can't
that.
guard him. But you know what we
I
gonna
agree.
do? As soon as that ball come off the rim, we running. Shaq can't keep up. We gonna always be a 5-on-4. By the time Shaq get back down and get the ball off us, he too tired to really put moves together to do anything. We got a better advantage. Ain't but that
Yeah,
much. He was on
like
this
I said,
Lakers
I don't
team.
think he wouldn't dominate. Definitely wouldn't dominate the way he did. But
Yeah, like they'll be treating him like Eric Dampier. He'll barely be able to play.
I
If
think
you
that's a tough one to call, though. It's a tough one to call, man. It's a tough
But
one.
that's the point I'm making. If you say, "Oh, Shaq would average 1,000 in this era," And you like first thought about like, hell yeah, this small ball era where everybody small ball shot but average 50. But then you gotta take the fact, okay, are they playing with the pace of today's game, or are they playing like how they played in 2000s? Then you
Yeah.
down with the pace. Now that I don't know if he can average no 40, 50. That's all I
No, no.
seen in a reverse
That's what
way
I mean.
about the playing in the
So,
90s. It was
yeah,
more
but
physical.
some of it's too much. Like I don't know. I don't know. I can't say what would happen with that. The only thing I know for easier for me, and it's probably just makes it easier, is if I compare the '90s players to the '90s players and the 2000s to it just makes it easier.
But okay, so
Because then
cool.
I could
I
say
can get
a player
I
who
can get
dominated
behind that.
in their era, right? And I don't have to.
And I agree with that. But what he been trying to do is, if we talking about the best players of all time, you can't say, oh, we talking about the top 5 of all time, but we only talk we separating the 90s from the 2000s, because then you separating a whole lot of players that would be considered in the top 10 for a lot of people. Like think about, what if somebody tell you
Yeah,
right
but
now?
that's feelings. That's all about feelings. It's not fair to go off of that. It's what makes
No, no,
sense
no.
to
It
me. It
ain't. But
makes sense.
it ain't feelings. If somebody can say, I can see Jordan playing in this free flow era because ain't no hand check and he'll have a free down range
But
to the fucking
we
basket all
can't
the time.
prove it
That's
because
not
we
feelings.
won't be able to see it.
Just like we can't prove nothing about nobody today is playing in the past. We won't be able to see it.
Yeah, that's why it's better to just not do it.
Okay,
It
so
just makes it way
then
easier just to
then
separate it. Let
then
that time be
but
that time.
but if you listen to
And
what you're saying, I can agree to that. But if we agree to that, then at that point there's no comparing nobody. We can't compare nobody. Like if the question is who's the top 5 players since 2000, that's a conversation we have all day, because we can say, okay, we don't see a lot of those players in 2000 play against some of these players in 2015, and so on and so forth. But if you saying all time, then at that point you can't limit it to a certain point, because that being
but you know
disingenuous.
what?
Because anything I say gonna be wrong, anything you say gonna be wrong.
If I look, if we do all time, it should be something that we have. I think people make it too easy. They make those conversations way too easy. If you're gonna talk about all time and you're gonna cross eras, you really got to sit down, get paper out. You got to have some criteria. You can't just, you know what I mean? It has to be, because what
But
criteria
see,
would you?
no,
What would you go based
it
off of,
wouldn't be
right?
hard. It wouldn't be hard. It only get hard after like 4 or 5. That's the only time it'll get hard. Because if you be like, okay, we talking rings, like, okay, rings is the criteria. Jordan 6-0, Kobe 5-2, shit. Tim Duncan, he got 4 rings. He only lose what 2? He got 4 rings. No, he got 5 rings. He only lose what, maybe 2 or 3 finals. I can't remember. Kyrie said he got 4 rings and he lose. Like that'll be the conversation for people who got Kyrie in that high or whatever like that. I just say his name because y'all know y'all boy got him high. Okay, no, we
Rings is
talking
one of the big
we talking
rings
about
is one of
stats.
the
Okay, well, cool. We
rings is
talking
one of
stats.
the biggest things
LeBron,
that you
Karl
gotta have up
Malone,
there.
Wilt,
Wait,
Kareem.
hold up. Rings is one of the biggest things you gotta have up there, right? But there's definitely gonna be other criteria,
No,
other
but yeah, that was it.
MVPs.
Yeah, listen to what he's saying now. Like that, why I breaking them down. If we talking rings,
Mhm.
then you gonna be Jordan, Kobe, Tim Duncan. Shit, even if you want to throw Curry in there, if you look at them in that regard, like even if I got them top 15, and then we talking rings and we talking about who ringers ring whatever. Okay, cool. I can move Curry up higher than we use, and LeBron got 4 rings or whatever. We talking about stats. Share LeBron, we talking Kareem, we talking about Wilt, we talking about Karl Malone. Like them automatically gotta be in your top 4 because they got the stats. And we talking about all year longevity. LeBron played 20. Shit, like Tim Duncan played for a good minute. Kobe played for a good minute. Jordan
You see,
wouldn't be
but you see
considered
what
because,
you see what you're
but no,
doing
why? No,
different.
no, 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 no. Hold
Wait,
on.
hold up. Let me just
Finish.
say
No,
this though,
no. Let me
because
finish real
there's
quick.
some. Wait, hold up.
No,
Let me
I no,
add
cause
this though, because there's something different that you're doing that most people don't do. Is you're creating the criteria. Most people just bunch it all together. So I could respect that you're saying, okay, for this, right? But most people don't do that.
but no, I know. But why he's saying is, if we break it down to different criteria, there will never be an absolute It's not really a real conversation because all that based on facts of, okay, cool, rings. And like I said, when it comes to rings, you got some people that gonna be like they gonna try this thing with like, well, Robert Ory got X amount of rings. Well, Bill Russell got X amount of rings. But a lot of us don't. Nobody has Robert Ory in the top 5 or top 10 or top 15 or top 20 or fucking top 100 for that matter. So it's a disingenuous conversation
Okay,
already in
you
that
know what?
regard.
Okay,
If we
how
talk
about
about
this then?
stats, it's like, okay, cool, LeBron got all the stats, so he should be the GOAT.
All right,
Yeah, but
how about
LeBron
this?
played 25 fucking years. So it's like,
All
yeah,
right,
and he
how
played a
about
new
this?
era to
How
win like
about
he
this,
more.
bro? Just hear me out. Hear me out. How about this then? Right? If people have this conversation and they say they're talking about the GOAT, who's the greatest, right? You could
Mhm.
cross eras because then you're going to say, okay, who are the greatest people to play the game? Right? That's easy. You could go top 10, maybe even top 20 with that. It
Not
should
really.
be
I
an
mean,
easy
I,
one.
I mean, you can,
Because but then it's still criteria because you're talking about greatness. You're talking about what they did to the game, how they, like, you know what I mean? When you
but
think
okay,
about,
but that directly contradicts everything y'all been saying earlier about starting in that 2000 and that 2025. Because if we
you're not hearing what I'm saying, bro. You're not
no,
hearing what
you
I'm saying. What
yeah,
I said is,
go ahead.
mhm.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
what I'm
Repeat
saying,
it.
if the topic is who's
The
the
greatest.
greatest, then
Uh huh.
you determine what that means. Okay, what is
Mm-hmm.
great? Great is a
Mm-hmm.
combination of things. What you
Mm-hmm.
brought to the game, how you changed the game,
Mm-hmm.
how people remember you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's what you think when you think of GOAT. That's why people say Jordan, because there's nobody like Jordan. Nobody's changed the game like Jordan. Jordan, everybody knows Jordan, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that's really great. That's a great player. Then second to that, it could be tough, but we can't argue that Jordan's the GOAT, the greatest, because that's what most people would agree on, and it's
But that
on the
but
basis.
and what I saying is this is why I saying right here. That was the original. That was the original thing because we've been saying who greater between Curry and LeBron. He said Curry. That's what get us started on the conversation. And when I mentioned Jordan and Kobe, the first thing he said was, "Oh well, we can only go from 2000 to 2025." And me and you agree when you talking about greats, you can go to any era that can any era can be broached in that conversation because we
Yeah, when
talking
you're
about
talking about
greatest.
the
It don't
GOAT,
matter.
yeah,
Yeah, even if we ain't got a criteria, even if we just going based off our own little personal criteria, we can cross eras. What he's saying is no, okay, from 2000, and we just going from 2000. That means everything you just say about Jordan is bullshit. Not even bullshit. Everything you say about Jordan is irrelevant to him. What I'm saying is
but you
that's
can
why I
still
don't.
split the eras and talk about GOATs in a particular era. You could still do that
But
too.
if we doing that, we can't go 25 years for a goal because most players don't play 25 years like LeBron.
Okay, so then you chop it up
And see now
2000
you
and
and now you
you ended at about 2010 then.
but see now and mind you, the reason why you can't do that is because now that shit is perspective based. Because who says we gotta start at 2000? Because like I
No, I
say,
hear
like
you.
shit,
I hear you. I hear
like
you.
if
But
Kobe
you
get
should
drafted
always
in
have
96,
criteria.
that mean I gotta take away 4 years. And no, I get yeah, everything does have a criteria. I'm not arguing nobody criteria. I'm not saying your criteria wrong, mine wrong, yours right, or whatever. What I'm
No,
saying
but
is
if
I
we
don't
agree
like
on
when
it,
people separate. If we talking about greatest, if
no,
I
okay.
say who's the
But when I
greatest of
say
all time, we don't
yeah,
need to separate eras, no matter what your
yeah, but okay,
criteria is.
but when I say that, I say okay, boom. If we're gonna talk about greatest, right? Me and you are gonna decide what the criteria is. So if you say no, okay, we're going all time, then that's the criteria. Or if you say, okay, no, we're only going 2000 to this time, then that's the criteria. What's it based on? But it can't just be all mumbled up into one thing. So if you go, okay, we're talking about the greatest, you're saying, okay, greatest all time. So we're going across all eras, in
Okay,
my opinion.
but
But as
that,
long
but
as you have
that's
the criteria,
But that's
you're
the
good.
point. But that's the point I've been making all night. His original jump, but like who was greater between two players who play in the same era? I say LeBron. He said Curry. When he said, okay,
Mhm.
so who you got Curry at all time? I say I got Curry outside the top 10, and I got LeBron 3. And I say I got Jordan, and then I got Kobe. Then he said, man, no. Once he heard me say Jordan and Kobe, he said we need to keep it at 2000 and 2025. Don't ask
Oh,
me
you
who the
see that
greatest of
part? I
all
don't
time.
remember that part.
But
You
that's
can't
why I
skip that. I
saying
don't
that why I
remember
keep
that.
saying y'all boy don't let me finish what I saying. I be trying. I don't get. I know I be over talking y'all boys sometimes. So I mean, I ain't sitting trying to
I've been
gas y'all boys.
listening. I've been
But
listening to you, man.
but that's why I
I've been
said
listening to both of y'all.
I don't. I just saying if you saying who graded between LeBron and Curry, let's keep the conversation at that. If you say well, I got Curry at all time, and I say I got him at 11, I got him at 12. Don't tell me no. Let's keep it at 2000 to 2025. Because now you're trying to mark Jordan out to move him up. Because if you keep it at 2000 to 2025, what if I had Wilt in my shit? What if I had Barkley in my shit? What if I had, you know what I mean? What if I had all these players that played in the 90s in my shit? Now, by default, Curry got to move from 11 to maybe 4. That
You see,
ain't that's not a genuine that's a disingenuous conversation.
if we
That
have
ain't
a
no good
conversation,
conversation.
and we're talking, okay, let's say the young man that was there, right? If
Mhm.
he only watched 2000s, and you mentioned Wilt, how's that gonna work? How
That
could
ain't
he
my
compare
but now I said
that
that ain't my
that?
fault that he don't agree. I ain't gonna
Well,
you don't have to agree with my
you gotta
opinion
you
on
got,
who my top 5 is. If I say Wilt is number 1, I ain't saying that to be like, oh well, let me take it from number 1 since I know you ain't watched basketball back then. I ain't watched basketball back then. So
but
I
I
can't
can't
fault
make
you
a
for
good
not agreeing.
judgment because I don't know it. So I'm out. I'm
But that
instantly out of the argument. I can't
but
even
no. That's
participate.
but no, you never out of the argument because your opinion is still your opinion. If you say your
But I
if
never watched Wilt.
I know, but why? Okay, cool. Let me. That's what I'm trying to say. If I say Wilt is number 1 for me because I watch Wilt and I think Wilt the best, you don't have to agree. Your number 1 can be motherfucking Seth Curry for all I care. You don't have to agree. That's the beauty of having a top 5 or greatest of all time. It's perspective based. It's never like if I say I got Kobe number 2, you got motherfuckers that ain't got Kobe in the top 10 at all. That don't mean they're wrong. That's just their opinion. Just like I've been trying to
No,
tell him.
I agree.
His
I
opinion
agree.
is his opinion. I ain't gonna say like if he only going from 2000 to 2025 in his mind, cool. I ain't about to argue that. But don't tell me to tell you my top 20, my top 10 my top players of all time, of
You,
my all time. This is my all
you know what
time.
happened? You know what happened before? I can't remember. I was on a show before, and they asked me who my greatest was, and I told them like you got to be specific, and they're like they didn't get it, but I'm like, because if I could tell you who I think the greatest are, and I could tell you who my greatest are. You see
Mhm.
what I'm saying? That's how
Yeah.
I'd approach it. But it's hard I couldn't just say just run it. I'd be like, I need some criteria. You see what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
I
no,
got
like
my
if
greatest.
yeah,
Because
like if I say my top
Penny's in
5,
my
but I
top
don't
five.
care. Yeah,
Like Penny
go ahead.
Hardaway is in my top 5 players that I love to watch all
Mhm.
time. Reggie Miller is gonna be up in there. Just it's gonna be odd players that you'd be like, they're not the GOATs, they're not the greatest of all time, but they're my favorites of all time to watch. But if you say, okay, who are the actual guys who like are the greatest in the game? When you think about guys who dominated in the game, and that's a totally different story.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a totally different story. So that's why I'm like, there's different criteria for different things. So
Yeah,
if he
that's it.
said, okay, if he
I'll
said
never
we got to
argue
go
somebody top
2000s
5
and up,
like
if he said we got to go 2000s up, I'm like, yo, to me that's a good idea because really we're mostly talking about these players anyway. So,
no, but
and if
see,
we're only talking about Jordan and we only leave Jordan out, like who else is gonna make it? No one other than Jordan is gonna make it into our
I mean,
into
you got
our.
some people that got Karl Malone in their top 5. They just don't say it out loud because of what he got going on off the court. Like you got, I trying to tell you, bro. Like when it come to people top 5 and all that shit, there, I don't argue with people about their top 5 because I understand that shit perspective based. Some people got their bias. Some people were like whatever. So when somebody be like, "Oh yeah, what's your top 5?" and soon somebody be like, "Oh yeah, I got damn,
But
I
I
got
would
my,
never say
I
Penny
got Barkley
Hardaway, and I
number
know you
1."
know why. Why wouldn't I say Penny Hardaway, even though he's one of my favorite? Why wouldn't I say he's the
Because other
greatest of all
people gonna
time?
be like, "Oh hell no, that boy ain't no
Nah,
top
nah,
5."
because he just doesn't have the accolades. He didn't get the time. He didn't get
Yeah,
the time. He was injured, so it doesn't even make sense for me. I wouldn't even put his name up there. He doesn't have the accolades. He doesn't have the numbers. Doesn't have
but
the
see
hardware.
that's why it comes down to who do you feel like is a top 5 players, not your favorite players, but who do you feel like are the 5 greatest players in NBA history. I can't sit there and say because this young man don't know nothing past 2000, not before 2000. Now I got to take out players that I feel like will be number 7 or number 9 or some shit like that because he don't know them.
I
I
could
ain't got
kind of,
time to do that shit there. This is my top 5 that I feel like is the top greatest people. It's all opinion at the end of the day. It's not a fact. Like there's no factual basis to go and see who's the greatest player. That's all opinion. So when he try to limit it to top 25, if the conversation been, oh well, who's your top 20? Who's your top 20 players of all time? I mean, top 20 players of since 2000. That's a different conversation than who's your top 20 players of all time. If you ask me my all time, I'm not about to start my education in basketball at 2000. That don't make sense for me. I've been watching it longer than that. But if he
yeah,
only
but
got like that, I say it's a disingenuous conversation because it's like like let's say I build cars for a living. And I
mhm.
said, well, shit, I about to give you a car. I about to give you a car that got the same problems this car got. And me and you about to go fix the car. But you can't use YouTube or nothing like that. That's the disingenuous because I got the knowledge of seeing this shit and fixing cars and all that shit there, and you can't even
Yeah,
use YouTube.
I agree with you on that, but there's nothing wrong with if you say, okay, boom, this is going to be the criteria. We're going to use players all across generations, or we're not. It's just a
No, no,
decision.
I agree, but don't but the conversation me and him been having, going from who greater between two players within this era, and the second I say one, as soon as the second I say LeBron, it's oh well, where you got Steph at? I got Steph outside the top 10. Well, who's your top 25? Who's your top players of all time? Okay, Jordan, Kobe. Oh wait, no, we got to keep it the top 20. It's like, well, what you asking me?
I don't
That's
know.
the
That's
shit that be
nasty,
putting me
man.
off.
Because
Don't get me wrong. I get what you're saying about the criteria shit. It's like, okay, let's set boundaries for criteria of what we talking about. But if you gonna ask me about a specific thing, and then I give you that answer, and then you ask me about a bigger, larger scale of something, and I give you my answer for that, and now it's like, oh well, saying, well, you know what? No, let's just do from 2000 to 2025. Now you trying to use your not saying advantage, but now you using what you know versus what I know. I seen players that you ain't see. So I can't sit there and say, oh yeah, John Morant my top 5. Nigga, that's your generation of people. I don't got fucking John Morant my top 25. That's what you got him as. I don't got him as that. You can't force me to be like, oh yeah, well, I gotta put Ja there unless you say, well, name your top 5 of 2015 to 2025. Of course, Ja might be in my top 10 at that point.
yeah, I probably would have been just so that there's no confusion. I've been like, set the criteria right off the bat.
Yeah,
Okay, what are we
if
basing
that's what we doing,
before?
cool.
Yeah,
If that's what we
yeah,
doing, cool. But at the end of the day, don't ask me my top 5 of all time just to say, oh no, only the past 25 years. That don't make sense. Now you just trying to rake the conversation. You ain't being that. Like I said, you having a disingenuous conversation because I can't. I can't give you a top. I can't give you a top 5. I can't give you a top 5 of all time
yeah,
but
but
only use
that
25 years. That's all time. All time
yeah,
means all of time.
but that's him though. For me, like I said, I could have went either way. I just want to know how far you had Curry from LeBron. That's all I want to know. That's
And
really
that's what that been his problem. That's why he narrowed it down to 2000 and 2025. Because like I said, let's say I got Curry at so let's say I got Curry at 15. But in that first 14, I got like 9 players from the 90s. Oh well,
yeah,
no, we doing it
which
from the 2000s. Now Curry the top
which we
5.
know that's gonna happen. We know that's gonna happen.
And mind you, now
Which
like most of my
which I would have rather you scrap the '90s too though. I can't
no. If
I
you
can't even lie.
but what I saying is if I talk to somebody who's 70 years old and they old enough to watch vote and all that, I can't tell him, oh yeah, well we only going since 1990 season because he gonna feel like well shit, the
No,
golden
I
age of
agree with you,
basketball
but
of me, but in the
the
70s and
70-year-olds isn't here. It's just us. So we
no,
could do
okay,
that.
but okay, it's cool, but me and you older than him. He's just like I said, he been
Okay,
watching basketball since
wait,
he was
wait. Let me
six.
add this one in though. You know another reason why I say that because really the only other the only player you had really in the '90s was Jordan. So I'm like, you know what? Just take out
No,
Jordan
hell no. You
and
had
just
way more than Jordan now.
well, I mean, just in terms of like most of the players we've been talking about were in the 2000s. So I was like, okay, why not just keep it in that era and just keep
But
Jordan
even
out?
if we do, if we talk about Jordan era, let's say Jordan era, like are we talking about the span of Jordan career, or we talking about Jordan era as far as the rules? Because we talking about the rules, I mean we got to take 5 years from Kobe, well 9 years from Kobe at that, because the
Nah,
handshake
nah,
ended
not
for
even the
04 and
rules.
5.
Just in terms of overall, like you know what I mean, overall greatness. So you'd be talking about numbers, MVPs, hardware, all that type of stuff.
Okay, but do you consider James Harden a great player, like one of the greatest?
Nah,
See what I mean? And he got
nah.
multiple MVPs.
No, but that's what I mean. It's a combination of things. It's not one that you see because when you do that now,
Ain't enough.
that goes
There's
for
not
too long.
enough players in the last
When you
25
come,
years that you can even consider great.
but you know what usually separates. You know where most players drop out when you start talking about hardware. When you start talking about that, a lot of players don't make it into the cut. So that's why when you add that in, it makes it a lot easier.
And like I
Say,
said, a
okay,
lot
this
of
guy
players.
has one. Does he have? He has none. Can't even put him in there. Can't even mention him.
Yeah, and that's why I said if we do it like that, we got to take Iverson out in favor for
Yeah,
somebody like motherfucking
yeah,
Tony
you do.
Parker.
Unfortunately, but they're not in there. They're
Like I
not
said,
in there.
if we looking at just ranks like Tony Parker got a couple at point guard. I mean, he got to go over a lot of people.
No, but he's not. People don't recognize Tony Parker. His name, like all these stuff going into play. Like when you're talking about great, people got
So
to
we
know
talk.
you.
So what about
How are you
Kawhi? We
great
we
if
look at
people don't
Kawhi
know
as
you?
a leader of a team. He got one ring, but he go at
No, but
he a great
greatness. When we talk about greatness, people don't say your name.
since
People got to say it.
2000.
You see,
Since
even you know what I agree with you with. You see how you said Curry kind of takes a step back, like with the media. He's not forceful with it. Yeah,
mhm.
so he kind of loses points with that too,
And that's
right?
why I said
His
you
greatness
can't.
has
I look at
dwindled a
greatness
little bit.
like this. I look at greatness like this. Can we tell a game of basketball, the story of basketball, without this player? It's a lot of players since 2000 that you can do that with. You can. There's more players in the past before 2000 that you can't. You got to be like, oh, you can't forget about him. Oh, you can't forget about him. Oh, you can't forget about him. But in the 2000 to now, bro, it's so much players that you can be like, oh, I forget about him. Oh, I mean, shit. I can go
I
like
agree with
you.
that.
If you can
I agree with
educate
that.
somebody right now on basketball, I guarantee most of the people you will be talking about gonna be before the 2000s or that early 2000 range. Motherfuckers
I
remember
agree
T
with that,
Mac
but
more
that
than they
makes
gonna
it so
remember
much
motherfucking James
easier.
Harden.
That makes it so much easier because it's easier to choose from. Because really, you only really got LeBron, Kobe. We should want the conversation to be easy,
And
and
that's
then you
why I
could go to
say
another
it's a
tier.
disingenuous conversation. Because if we keep it from 2000 to 2025, there's not really that much great players. So now, if your narrative is I want this man to say Curry is a top three player.
Oh,
Now you get to get me to say that.
yeah, you see, I see where you're going.
You know
You
what I
see,
mean? That's it. Disingenuous.
you feel like a victim though. You feel like
Exactly.
he's trying to do something to you, like he's trying to get one
Yeah,
up
it's
on
like,
you,
but it's like if we play that game, cool. I don't mind. Like I ain't tripping. I'll
like
say,
he's
oh
trying to
yeah, we
corner
keep it
you.
at. Yeah, we get that. If we get to that point, I'll say, yeah, okay. Well, at that point, yeah, Curry is top three of 2000 and 2025. So now it's like, and you had him at 13, 14, but he third. It's like, okay, cool. Now you kind of saying something to somebody who don't really think like that. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, he is right now. Because if you had him at 17 and now you saying at 30, then it's like, no, we ain't about to have no conversation like that. Let's keep it a real conversation. I can't you It's not my fault that you start watching basketball after me. It's not my fault that you don't know that much about basketball. I'm not here to educate you in basketball. My job here,
But
not even saying job, but I old enough to where I can dumb down and be like, okay, let's go from 2000 to 2025. I can do that with you all day. That still ain't
yeah, and then
explain
Curry
what it's
goes
saying. Because
way
I
up. You know that Curry
exactly
goes
because
way up on your list.
exactly because
Exactly.
my
Okay.
thing is
There's
not
nothing
about
wrong with
being
that.
right. My thing is I always tell people this right here. I don't care if somebody agree with me or not. I just want you to understand why he's saying. If you be like, oh, I understand how you get to that point. I don't agree, but I understand. That's all I care about. I just don't want nobody to be like, oh yeah, he been trying to say, damn, Kyrie Irving, and he tried to say Kyrie Irving been trash before LeBron get there. I ain't never been saying that. I want you to understand. You ain't gotta agree if he been trash or good or whatever. I want you to understand. I'm not saying he trash. I'm trying to say he was not the player that you thinking he was when he first get there. Kyrie ain't been
No,
no superstar when LeBron first get there. He was an up
but
and
I
coming
agree.
young
You
player.
feel like he was scamming you into getting Curry up on your list. Like
Yeah, like I already.
it was a little bit
That's
dirty
why.
how he was
That's why I
doing it.
keep like think about it. I don't say the same word like 1,000 times. Disingenuous. I hate when people try to have disingenuous conversations. Don't try to say something that I automatically, oh, by default, I gotta say this. Like that's disingenuous because you ain't trying to really get. 'Cause what if I be like, okay, well, who's your top 5 of all time before 2000? He going,
But you
I
should
only
have
care
just
about
told him
that.
that and see what he said then.
But
Because
that'll be a. But
I
I
don't
know
know if
this.
he got.
I
I
know
don't know.
disingenuous person like that. I don't want to have irrelevant conversations. I don't care to come on here and talk about shit that don't matter. I want to talk about shit that matter. We can't erase a certain era of basketball just to appease somebody because they're younger. If you don't know, you don't know. Just stay out of it. But like I say,
Mm,
he the one been like, oh yeah, well, who greater between LeBron and Curry? Everybody and their mama gonna say LeBron, but he don't
yeah,
agree. Cool. So
I
he
go
need to
against the
find a
grain.
way.
When I say Curry over LeBron, I know I'm going against the grain, and I think I said
Yeah,
that.
and they ain't nothing wrong with that. Don't get wrong. Now y'all both can have your opinion. I ain't gonna say y'all wrong. It's just to me, it just sounds crazy or whatever like that. Not crazy as like, oh yeah, stupid. It's just more so like I've never thought about in a world where like Curry is considered greater than LeBron. Like
Most
LeBron
people
gonna
would say
be,
it's stupid, and I totally understand that. That's
yeah.
why I was hoping
Just
that
like
he would
just like how
understand
you
that we're
say about this
both going
Penny
against the grain.
Hardaway John. If you say Penny Hardaway is your top 5 all time, people could be like Penny Hardaway, but then you ain't saying nothing wrong. That's just one of your favorite players.
Yeah, but
That's
he's
all.
not top 5 all time. There's no like, I couldn't say that, man. It's
Yeah,
hard to
and
say
now
that
I
he's
said
top
people
5 all
like
time.
to engage in disingenuous conversations all the
I
time
could say
because
he's
they want
my
you to
top
say
5.
something, then say something else. Like you're not about to get me to move Curry to number 3 all time by just all time. But if you narrow it down, like who's the greatest warrior of all time? It's like shit, Wilt or Steph. So you got him top 2. Yeah. Then how he number 17 in your whole list? Bruh, what are you talking
Nah,
about?
yeah,
Like I'm
nah,
not about to
man.
play
You
that
see,
game
you're
with
taking
nobody.
it too far, though.
Yeah, like
I
I'm not
don't
about
think
to
it's
play that
that
game with
serious, man.
nobody. I have basketball conversations all the time, bro, and I hate when people be doing that shit. Is like I get it. We can break down years, but let's keep it to them years and don't try to have no ulterior motive on why this, why that, and then 20 minutes later into the conversation, you just said Curry number 3. You just said you had him number 3, and it's like, no, I said I have number 3 from 2002. No, you ain't. And then now we jumbled up trying to argue about a
But
relevant
all
point.
you're
Like,
saying is he was trying to set it up for
yeah,
that. He
like
didn't
don't
really
that
get there, but he was trying to
yeah,
set it
like
up.
you
That's
ain't
what you're
really have
saying. I don't know, though.
yeah,
I don't
you
know
ain't
if he
about
was
to
really trying to do that, though.
I mean, but that's the only reason why you would try to cut it down. Like I like think about it. We can if we having an argument about something, you basically asking me, oh, let's debate. But you gotta help me out on my debate because you know I don't know much. Like
But
I'm not about to
I
do
agreed
that.
with the cut down. That's why I say, like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I
I
agree
don't
with the
know. I
cut
don't
down.
know if I
I
agreed with
agree.
it. So.
That's why I agree with the cut down. If you saying let's do the cut down because I don't know much about basketball past that time, and I ain't gonna lie, like I just want to know who in the past 25 years would you have in your top 5. That's a
But he
gen.
did
That's a
say that, He did say
no,
that.
no, no.
He
If
said
he
because
has
he doesn't.
no, if he had said that as a standalone, cool. But what he
Mm.
set it up as is who greater between LeBron and Curry. When I said LeBron, he said, "Well, where you got Curry at?" No, you say, "Why I got Curry at?" I say, "I got Curry outside of my top 5. I'm out of my top 10." He said, "Damn near out of my top 15." And he said, "Well,
Then he
damn."
narrowed
And
it.
when I say that, no, listen. When I say that, now I'm like, "Well, damn." Who you got in the top 15 or who you got better than Curry or whatever like that. Once I start naming names, and he hit Jordan coming in mode, he hit Tim Duncan and all that shit there. Oh well, no, we only doing from 22. It's like, oh yeah, because you want your point to be right by default. Because if we cut it down for the past 25 years, it's a no brainer that he gonna move into my top 10. And now you gonna run
Wow, you
with it
got
and
a
say,
point, but
"Oh
man,
yeah, you just saying this, that, and third. You already said Kyrie in your top 10. Well, how you that far back if he in your top 10 the last 25?" And I ain't about to play that type of gymnastics. We gonna have a conversation we in. If you want to have a standalone conversation where you asking me, okay, cool, no bullshit, no nothing else, just this one question. Who you guys are top 5 or top 10 in the last 25 years? I'll give you an answer.
Yeah, most people don't do that though. Most people don't do that. They just say who's your top 10, and then
Yeah,
they'll do criteria after that.
yeah, like if you like say, just tell me, listen, I don't know much about basketball. I'm watching that long. So can we have a conversation but cut it down to where it fits my margins? Okay, cool.
Yeah, but
But
most people don't
don't
do that.
have an
That's not
argument about something.
realistic. That's not realistic though. That's all
Yeah,
I'm saying.
that's why I
It's
said
not a realistic.
nobody cuts it down to top 25. Nobody cuts it down to the last 25 years. Nobody do that. Nobody does that
Sometimes they
shit.
do after a long argument. Then they'll be like,
Yeah,
nah. We'll only deal with these amount of players.
and see,
People do that all the time.
to me, if you gonna do that, then that need to be how you need to start the argument. That just means you just talking to talk. If you argue with me for 20 minutes about my top 5 of all time, just to get to the point where, okay, cool. Well, how about the last 25 years? Because you trying to get me to rank somebody that you got higher than I got to be higher. So, okay, well, we can
Yeah,
agree to that. And now to do another
I agree.
argument. And
Yeah,
I
I
ain't about to
agree
keep
with that.
arguing about a different. Then you gonna be like, well, how about the last 10 years? What how about the last 2 months, then?
Yeah, I
It's
agree
like,
with
I'm not
that. But
about to
there's
do
no
that,
point
bro.
you telling me, because at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. It should be set off the
Yeah.
bat.
Yeah, and I
So
say I don't got no problem with criteria. If you want to say, well, the criterias they gotta have at least one ring. Who's your top 25? Or the criterias they gotta have at least 14. I mean not 14. They gotta have at least 12 all-stars or something like that. Or they gotta at least win 3 rings. Or they gotta at least play at least 10 years. Those are criteria that we set in that, okay, cool. Now it can get tricky, but I don't feel like you trying to trick me. You just trying to figure out, okay, like this is my criteria. I feel like rings matter. So I don't care about if you got less than 2 rings, you can't even be considered for the top 5 of all time. So who's your top 5 of all time that with 2 or more rings? Then we can argue about it. We can argue on a certain criteria that me and you understand. Like, okay, cool. We gotta take out some of these players because they ain't got like you gotta take out damn KD. KD got 2 rings, so he would qualify for a conversation like that. He will be
yeah, but
higher on the
then
list, but he
I
wouldn't
could
be damn
also
higher
ask you a
to my
question.
all
I could
time.
also ask you a question like, all right, I could just say, all right, boom. Do you think a top 10 player should have at least one?
Yeah.
All right. You see, that's how you get closer to, then we could go from there. It's like,
Yeah, but see
okay, so we both agree on that. So then, okay, let's
that's
name
why I'm
top
saying
10, but they got to have at least one ring.
and see that right there is an honest debate. How you start an honest debate, but being disingenuous would be you only saying that because I said something that made somebody you believe is higher, and I say they've been lower. Now you throwing all these caveats to try to narrow it down.
Yeah, but you see,
That's when
again,
it
that's
becomes
not me. That's,
disingenuous.
yeah, I
Yeah, I don't
agree,
like
but
shit
that's
like that
not
because
me.
now you're trying to get me to agree to certain things because you just want to feel the satisfaction of hearing you'll play a high on the list. Like don't like if you say, okay,
No.
well you got Katie on the list, I got Katie at number 20. Damn, you got him at number 20. He definitely top 5. He definitely top 10. Okay, how about this? Everybody who got 2 rings, they only can have 2 rings. Where you got him at now? Shit, I got him top 10. Top 10? What the hell, no? Well, okay. They gotta have 2 MVPs and they gotta have 2 rings. Where you got him at? Well, shit, ain't 2 of my players did that, so I mean he top 3. It's like
Yeah,
you
that's what I
trying to
mean.
get
But
me
once
just
you
to say
set it
your
out in
favorite
the
player high.
start, they can't
I don't
even do
got
that.
time
So,
for that. It's like you just trying to get me to roll down the river. That's an irrelevant conversation. Cause now, no matter what I say, I can keep pushing them back. You gonna keep trying to find ways to push them out. Like you know,
yeah.
I a Kobe fan, and I a fan of damn Kyrie. You ain't hear me not one time in this conversation trying to push Kyrie higher than where he should be. I don't got Kyrie over Steph, and I feel like
No, I hear you.
Kyrie's a better player. But I don't got Kyrie
Yeah,
nowhere near Steph.
more skills maybe, but most of the stuff we agree on. I mean, that's what I mean. That's why I wouldn't put players that I personally like in on the high up on the list just because of my personal. Nah, I go off of what to me is realistic, just like what you
Yeah,
said.
see, don't get wrong, Kobe might go it now, but it's like that's a personal favorite, and he also got the criteria to be out there. Like, even if you don't got him
Exactly.
number 2, he got the criteria for the conversation. Kyrie's like my second favorite player, but he don't got the criteria to be in the conversation. I'm not gonna put him in the conversation. You got
Yeah,
motherfuckers that'll be like, oh yeah, my favorite player is John Morant. So it's like I'm gonna just sneak him in some of these conversations. Like, no, you
trying to
can't
sneak
do
them
that.
in there.
Like It ain't that. Like, you can't be doing that because now you sitting there arguing. Ain't nobody gonna agree with you if you say John Morant top 5 of all time, but you just sneaking him in there because he's your favorite player. I don't do none of that. I keep it real with the play. I understand who Kyrie Irving is as a player. That's my favorite player to watch. He gonna be in my top 5 player. Like, someone be like, who's your favorite player of all time? I'm gonna name Kyrie in that shit. But if you say who's the top 5 greatest players of all time, now we ain't talking personal favorites. We talking about greatness. We talking about if I tell a story of basketball right now, how long can I tell a story before I gotta mention this player? Jordan gotta be mentioned early. To me, Kobe gotta be mentioned early. Kyrie gonna have to be mentioned, but you ain't gotta start off with Kyrie. But Kyrie gonna be a lot damn higher when you talk about him. You can't tell a story of the basketball without mentioning LeBron within the first 5 minutes of the story. Tim Duncan, you might forget about him for a while or whatever. Oh no, hell no, Tim Duncan got like 4 or 5 rings. Yeah, Tim Duncan did. Like, that's how that shit go. Like, people forget about how good David Robinson been because time go by and people just like, but he been good. There's a
That's what I
lot of
mean.
players that
Across,
before the
I don't think
2000s
people are
that is
going to
like,
forget about. People will never forget about Jordan, Kobe, Curry. That's why when I say
and mind you,
goals like those,
Karl Malone been the number 2 scorer of all time for the longest. But because it's all
no
field
ring,
shit, no ring and all field shit, nobody even bring him up.
and they got close. They got damn close, but just
Yeah. But that's it. Getting close don't mean a motherfucking thing to people.
exactly. Me neither. It doesn't mean nothing to me either. Why? Because I got players who I can't put on the list because they
Yeah.
got close, but they ain't got it. So
Uh-huh.
right?
I said, like, I want to say a motherfucker, like, Kyrie got 1 ring. So it would be blasphemous for me to sit there and be like, oh yeah, Kyrie is greater than Steph. Like Kyrie got the rings, he got the legacy, he got the
But he
name
got one.
recognition. Like, he in one of them rings. He can walk into certain rooms. Kyrie can't get into certain rooms. Everybody will be like, oh yeah, Kyrie's one of the best players ever. Everybody can say that shit all they want to, but when it comes down to what really matters, what it mean, the fans and the writers and other players and all that shit there, and everybody collective opinion on shit,
Yeah,
man,
collect,
you
and
ain't.
that's hey, man, that's the key right there. Collective, because
Yeah.
there's certain things that we're gonna collectively agree on. Just like we said,
Mhm.
okay, yeah, you should at least have one chip, right?
Yeah.
The collective is important though. That's important.
Yeah, I say people be trying to
Yeah,
get
man.
their favorites to be moved up higher than what it is, and it's like, I get it. You want, like, well, me, like, whenever I see these debates about, like, I'll never debate Kobe versus Jordan. I always tell people all the time, if somebody come and say, oh yeah, who you got, Kobe or Jordan? I'll be like, I got Kobe. Oh no, Jordan better. I'll be like, I mean, shit, he probably was better. I'll give him that 16 on the final. Shit, Kobe emulated him, all that good shit. But the motherfucker say, oh yeah, what about Kobe and LeBron? Kobe. No, LeBron played 25 fucking years. Of course he's gonna have all them motherfucking stats. Man, the guy nigga had to jump from
Yeah,
team to team.
yeah.
All these different things I would use against LeBron. But at the same time, it's not lost to me that these still great things he did. Like, you still going to 10 final, whether you went 4-6 in the finals or not, you still going to 10. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong. I can say 5-2 and 6-0 is better than 4-6, but shit, 4-6 is better than not having none at all, or only being in fucking 2 finals, or not
that's
ever
my
making to the
thing
finals.
too. I know. Even though I got my issues with LeBron's career and whatnot, I know he has to be in the 5. I try to push
Yeah,
him
like,
down as far as possible. I'm gonna try and probably put him at 5. If I can, I'm gonna put him at 5 and look for a reason to put Curry at 4. And I know it look crazy, just so I can feel good about it. And I
yeah.
know I could put Curry there because he's one of the the best shooter of
And
all
see, the
time.
reason why I don't put Kyrie high like most people is because I watched all in finals except for the 2022 finals. I watched all in finals where he disappeared. I watched
Yeah,
all
to
the
me it
shit.
doesn't. To me it doesn't matter because I could say he has 4. He still does have 4, right?
Yeah. But I just saying,
So,
like, with me knowing the context of watching them games, shit like that, I just can't. I can't. I know he got the 4, but it's like, yeah, but 3 of them you kind of get carried to if you really think about it.
but remember what I'm saying. I'm looking for a reason to put him ahead of LeBron, just because all my goats are gonna wear. LeBron's the only goat who has like different teams.
Different, yeah.
He's the only one that I could put in the 5, and I have to,
Yeah,
that
and
wore
see,
different
and
jerseys.
that's why I said the conversation about the goats and shit like that is never an absolute conversation. It's all opinions. Because somebody might look at that and be like, damn, just because he played for one team, that's all that matters. That don't even make no sense. But to somebody, it does. You know what I mean? Just like I said, somebody 4 and 6. Oh shit, he made it 10 straight years. Like that gotta be something. It's like to somebody that means a lot. To some people that like, okay, but he ain't won most of them. He won 4 of them. He won out of the 10. He only won 40% of them. It's like everything somebody can use to boost or decline somebody. It still gotta come down to whoever you talking to, how much they value that shit. Because if they don't value rings like that, they don't want to hear nothing about no 6-0 in the finals. If they value stats, they can be like, shit, LeBron got all the stats. Like, he got to be the GOAT. So it's
That's true.
always
That's
a
what's happening
conversation with
now,
people.
especially with the younger generation, because they don't
Yeah.
care about no championships like that.
They don't watch basketball. They just look at stats.
Yeah, because they don't remember a time where someone went back to back, and what that actually means. So they're like, you know what? Screw that. It doesn't mean nothing. You
Yeah.
can't do that.
It's
Can't
like you
do
gotta
that.
show
Someone,
and prove. Like I said, Kobe and Shaq, they had a three-peat. Cool, y'all want to say even Shaq, and mostly Shaq, or even he had Shaq or whatever. Kobe did
to
the
me,
same
together
thing.
together, because I don't know how I can't separate it. I can't be like,
Yeah.
okay, if you took Kobe off, Shaq would have 1.5. Like, come on, they got 3. Kobe,
Yeah.
if
Like
without
Kobe,
Kobe,
Kobe
mhm.
always had his own little three-peat. If he didn't lose that first finals of Boston, that first year they had that not first year, but that super team Boston with Ray Allen and them boy. If he didn't lose that first one, said he would have had 3 in a row. Because he won the
Yeah,
next year against Orlando, and then the year after that he won against Boston. He beat them boy the second time. And like I said, he had a three-peat with Shaq, and he had an almost three-peat without Shaq. So you ain't gonna sit here and make me believe that, oh yeah, like Kobe been some fucking Robin. That been Batman and Superman in my opinion.
yeah. Honestly, I
And
mean,
see, the younger generation, they don't look at it like that because they going based on what they hear. They going like, oh yeah, if Shaq is a top 5 player all time, like then Kobe shouldn't be number 2. Bruh,
yeah,
y'all got fucking Magic
because he
Johnson in
played
the
with
top
Shaq.
10 and
Honestly,
Kareem.
that's some of the stupidest shit I hear. I'm like,
Yeah.
when I hear it, I'm
It's like
like,
y'all got Kareem
it
and
makes
Magic in the
no
top
sense,
10
man.
together. So why do y'all ain't knocking them? Kareem been the
Yeah, it
number 1 scorer
makes
of
no
all
sense,
time
man.
until LeBron break that shit. Y'all,
It makes,
and that's why I hate the, oh yeah, let's go only by the last 25 years. Cause it's like they dismiss everything we grew up watching in order to benefit their conversation. And that shit fucked up because we don't do that shit to them boy. We don't be like, oh yeah, take we only going from 1970 to 2010. We don't do that shit to them boy.
no, but if we do, then they, like you said, they just have to keep their mouth shut. So it is what it is. If
Yeah, that's
that's
why
the
I said so.
criteria,
Either we gonna keep it real or we gonna just try to cherry pick to be right. Like I ain't in the cherry picking to be right. I don't mind being wrong. Like I tell you, like my favorite player is Kyrie, bro. But I'll tell you firsthand, if somebody be like, "Oh yeah, who graded between Kyrie and Curry?" Curry, and they ain't even a fucking. It's not even a damn. I don't even have to fucking think about that shit. So if you ask me the same thing with Braun and Curry, man, come on, man, Braun. Listen, now and like I said, me having to defend Braun is like. I hate having to do that shit because it's like I feel like Braun is the only thing standing in between. Not between. Braun is the only reason why motherfuckers do respect Kobe so much, having him at number 11 on certain lists. Because motherfuckers feel like if we can get Kobe to drop low on the list in people's mind, then at least we can be in the battle for one. Because ain't nobody. I don't give a fuck how many years go by. Jordan always gonna be people number 1. The average person you ask them who's the best player ever, they're gonna be like Jordan. Even if they want to say LeBron second, LeBron fans rather be debating. They'd rather be in a debate for number 1 than to be in a debate for number 2. Like they don't want
yeah.
to be in the back and forth with Kobe fans because they feel like if we start going back and forth with Kobe fans, people ain't gonna know if we 2 or 3. But if they get debate against Michael Jordan, it's like, well, shit, at least he in the conversation. Shit, he in the conversation for number 1. Cause ain't like think about it, ain't nobody ever really had a real shot at dethroning Jordan. Whether you think Jordan the GOAT or not, like you ain't nobody really had a real shot at dethroning that shit.
But that's what I mean. That's the, and when you think about it, it's like having a child, right? LeBron's children, that's his family, right? And they have the same attitude as him. Like they're just scheming, don't want to get it the right way, taking shortcuts. No,
Pretty
you don't
much.
see the
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, taking shortcuts. Oh, you're gonna try and do that? Nah. That's LeBron to me. Nah, get it the right way, man. Do it the right way. Don't scheme and try to go here. You're trying to flip a team the right way. Then that don't work. You go back to that team. Nah, to me, I'm looking for any reason to not have you in my top 5, even though I can't do it. I'm gonna try to find any reason to not put you in my top 5. And LeBron was one of my favorites when he first came into the league. I loved the kid when he came into the league, but after to see some of the stuff I seen, really disappointed. So yeah.
Yeah.
Still
Like
there,
I
bro?
said, I ain't
Yeah.
got nothing against LeBron. I just don't like how I know for a fact LeBron control the media, and a lot of the things, a lot of these narratives we see about different things is coming from LeBron. Like all on ESPN, all these different like fucking Brian Windhorst for a long time, keeping for LeBron. Every chance he get, he can make an excuse for LeBron. Like, oh well, LeBron's thinking is this. Oh well, LeBron was this. It's like, man, listen, ain't nobody got time for that. Y'all hooping or what? And don't get me
Yeah,
wrong, like
yeah.
LeBron been doing his part. It ain't like he ain't been showing up and he ain't been reaching certain levels, but it's like it's just too much, bro. Like when Kobe been playing, Kobe game did the talking. They tried to damn when that whole shit was Kobe with the girl in Colorado and all that shit there. And that's even though that girl been lying and all that shit, and I ain't saying she lying like I the one down just making up shit. Like the girl come out and say she been lying and all that shit there. That shit derail how people view Cole because at that point he become a real villain to a lot of people who ain't been educated to John. That become a staple, but he been so great that you don't even. I mean, you do see people here and there like say little jokes about that or whatever, but he been so great that the NBA couldn't even hold him back from being great no more. Now I say if he
Yeah,
ain't never
but
had
like
that
you
little
said, he
era,
like the work. Kobe's method is always the work, man. He'll let the
yeah,
work speak for everything else. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Not the narratives, not nothing else. Not stat stacking, none of that.
mm.
Because I'm pretty sure Kobe could have scored, probably been closer to LeBron. That wasn't what he. That's not the focus, man.
Shit, if he ain't had a fucking shit a ball with damn Shaq ass, imagine what he would have been. He probably wouldn't have won as much
Bro.
championships, but he would have definitely been one of the highest scoring fucking players of all time.
Yeah. So to me, all those accolades, all like how many points. This to me, I'm like, yo, who had the most killer mentality when it comes to this game? And to me, it's Kobe and Jordan, man.
Yeah.
There's just no doubt about it, man.
I say
And they
that
have,
you could tell some people go by the generation they grew up in. Like we grew up in a generation where like you gotta go get that shit. Like you gotta be a
you see,
dog.
yeah,
And the
yeah,
younger generation, they don't want to work for shit. Like if you look at like in the job market now, like go outside and look at how much of these motherfuckers 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, and all them boy ain't got no job because they don't want to work.
yeah.
That's the
No, it's real.
mentality of their generation. So they rather, oh well, winning championships don't really mean nothing at the end of the day. Cause I mean, look how long he been playing. He got all the stats. The stats show that, yeah, cause that's our generation. Y'all care about how y'all look to the outside world and what the work y'all actually put in. Y'all don't want that self gratification of I did
But
this shit. I took the hard route to get here. Y'all don't want
but
that shit.
you know what? I kind of understand it a little bit now too as we're talking. I'm like, what? They feel like they're missing out because they're not gonna see players like that anymore. Like could go
Mm-mm.
3-peat. They're not gonna see them. That's
Mm-mm.
those eras gone, man.
Yeah.
3-peat, 2-3-peats. We actually seen that shit.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, and
But
then
I
Curry's the
said,
closest one to pretty much do that. How much did they get? What, 2 in a row or 2 in a
uh
row? So, and then, they were the last dynasty
Yeah,
pretty much.
him and when he had that KD team and boy won 2 in a row.
Yeah. So,
They said when was the last repeat champion? The fucking Warriors, that KD Warriors.
yeah, yeah. And like I said, I can't split them up and say, oh, because KD. Nah. To me, It's Curry's just as much as it's KD. So just like you said with Shaq and Kobe, I can't split them up and be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, even though Curry do be showing up damn small in the finals, he also do be running through that West with them boys. Like, it ain't like he don't be putting in work in the West. He just when he get to the finals, I know he just be coming up a little short. But like I said,
Yeah,
that one ring in 2022 that Curry won, I feel like that ring right there, like shit, that's a powerful ass ring. People don't even understand how powerful that ring is. Cause that
yeah, man.
Celtics
That's
team
why
is
I say.
good as
That's why I say.
hell.
I gotta say you've been fair. You've been fair with it still, man. Like, because you could have been like, but you were saying, yeah, you do respect that ring. So it's not like you're
Yeah.
saying Curry's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and see that's the new generation. Them boys think just because we don't agree with something or we feel like a player ain't as good as they feel like it is, as we hating or them boy this that and the third or we saying they trash. And it's like, bro, two things can be true. I can say somebody ain't as good as this player. That don't mean they trash. That just mean they just ain't as good as this player. Like when I say
Yeah,
damn KD, like KD, they need KD to win that championship. That ain't saying Steph any less than who he is. He just everybody need great players. Like shit, LeBron had great players.
exactly.
They just be hearing what they
Yeah,
want to
man.
hear. That's why when they be trying to change the narrative and argue this and argue that, it's like, no, we ain't doing that. Like, if your top five players consist of only players from the 2000 on up, cool. I'm about to make that mine. Now, if you want to have that conversation of who's the top five players in 2000, like how they got the top 75, we can do that all day. But don't be trying to use that as no damn way to try to get over. Like, have a real conversation.
Exactly. Split them up. Keep them split. Keep them separated. Don't
Yeah,
don't
like,
mumble them up.
and
Because
I say, like,
If you got Curry outside of the 10, and that's because that's your all time, then fine. But if you narrow it to 2000, obviously he's gonna go up. But that's two different criteria.
yeah, like I said, like, if I've been watching basketball longer than you, it's like, then every conversation we have after this, if you want to narrow it down from the only last 25 years, that means every conversation we have about basketball after this, you need to admit before you start talking with it. I knew you know more basketball than me, but you need to be saying that because that's what you telling me when you want to split things up just to try to get a point across, bro. You just basically admitting that I know more ball than you, which ain't no bad thing because I older than you. Of course, I'm more ball than you, but I ain't gonna use it. Like think about it. You ain't hear me try to shame nobody for you only been watching basketball for this long and this that, and third. Woo. I just saying like don't try to limit it with how long I've been watching basketball to how long you've been watching. I'm like, no.
Yeah, no, I get it. But just gotta agree. It's better for everybody to agree on something so you can have a good argument. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
lay down the groundwork.
I said that's all I asked for, bro. Keep it a fair argument. Don't have me a hit down. Now I gotta go through all my damn thinking of like, damn.
Yeah.
So who been in the league from 2000 to 2025? Who I can't name? Because if we keep it in the buck, didn't Jordan play in the league in 2023? So I mean, can I not list Jordan? But he been damn playing for the Wizards. That happened in the 2000s. So his name can be
Yeah,
thrown in
but
the
then they're gonna
ring.
say, okay, well, that
He
wasn't
been
prime
old,
Jordan,
yeah,
and
exactly.
there's a
Like,
lot.
anybody got time? That's the conversation I don't be trying to have. Like, now we going back and forth on irrelevant parts of the conversation. Like, oh well,
Yeah,
he ain't been the
that's
real
the shit I don't
Jordan.
like. Just going back. Yeah, it should be relevant. Everything should be relevant, agreed on. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I said, ain't no right or wrong with no opinion. I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind if I got an opinion about something, even if I don't change it. If you making some good points against my opinion, bro, I ain't gonna. I'm gonna be like, I ain't gonna lie. That's a good point. Like, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can say that. Like I said, like the whole LeBron thing. I don't got no reason to defend LeBron, bro. Like, I be arguing motherfucker about LeBron all day long because them boy be on that fucking trying to diminish Kobe shit or whatever. But tonight is like that just shows you like no, like if I ain't
Tonight,
gonna let.
tonight.
Don't get me wrong. I be using that same argument when people would talk about championships. Like, oh, the nigga only been the nigga only won 4 championships. He been there He been there for 10 years. Only won 4 times. But at the end of the day, it's not like I don't agree. Like, yeah, that is kind of still a good thing. Like, yeah, that is kind of amazing feat to do. Like, cause ain't
Bro,
too much people can say they been to 10 finals. But at the
Bro,
same
I've been
time,
in
like,
situations like that, man, where I was arguing for LeBron too, and he's not even my dude, bro. It's
word,
happening, but it's just like, yo, just keep it a buck, bro. Don't
yeah,
try to do the most. You know what I mean?
exactly. Don't tell me fucking Curry is greater than LeBron. Like, don't get me wrong, like. Hey, everybody got great as a but I need to hear his criteria for why he believed Curry greater than LeBron. That's why I want to hear. I should have let him finish that. But
I told you mine. See, I gave you mine,
yeah, see, yours
and
like if we just sticking in your category of oh yeah, I feel like great is doing everything with one team. It's like okay, cool, yeah, like I can see why he would feel like he greater because he get 4 rings with one team. LeBron ain't never had more than 2 with one team. So like I get your criteria. But if he come out and be like, oh yeah, no, Curry greater because Curry got 4 rings and he get 3 of them rings against LeBron, it's like, yeah, but the
yeah,
context of
get
that
sticky.
is that's a debatable. That's the debatable. Is like not saying that his opinion wrong about Kyrie being greater, but the reason can be debated because it's like, well, you do realize one of them championship, like shit, LeBron going thing with hurt team is he had Kyrie hurt and Kevin Love been hurt for that whole series. So I mean, that's one that whatever. Then he had the 2 with Katie, and that been a super duper team. And it's like it can be debated or whatever. Not saying he wrong, but it still can be debated. But if you saying or somebody great because they all play on one team, it's like you can't really debate that. Like that's the actual fact. Like they played on one team. Like Kyrie played on one team. If your criteria is the players that play on one team or the players that I put above other people because of that, because they did all one team, you can't debate that. That's not a debatable thing. That's a fact that he played on one team.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And then when you narrow it down, really, it's only like a handful of players, man. It's probably really, if you really look at this generation, that's why I hear what you're saying. Because if you narrow it down to the last 10 years, it's really
Ain't really nobody. Shit.
no.
Yeah. The last 25 years, they ain't really nobody to damn debate about. Cause ain't
All the
nobody really
greats,
great.
yeah, that's what I mean. So it's true, man. All the greats coming from like our generation and before that, even before that, man.
Yeah,
Then you
cause
got
ain't
LeBron and Curry, and that's it.
yeah. Cause ain't nobody gonna
Yeah.
like when you look at Shy Gilchrist, like don't get me wrong, I like his game, like he be hooping, but at the same time, it's like some of that shit don't really be basketball. Like the shit he be doing don't really be shit that'll make me be like, oh yeah, Shy just like Kobe. Like, oh look at that shit. Yeah, that's how Kobe would have did it. Oh yeah, he got that. It's like, no, bro, I just out there hooping trying to get fouls.
No, I can't say that, man. I can't say that. Shy could get up there. All he has to do is get more. That's all. He's only got one. If he could get two
I
more,
get
if he
that.
could get 2 more, I'll be like, shit. I'll probably put him up there with Kobe
But
or
see,
closer.
if he get 2 more, I wouldn't even put him up there with damn Curry to be real with you.
Whoa,
For
2 more
real, like
in this generation.
yeah, because you gotta think about it like this. He did it. He like if he do it, he gonna do it like how you said. He ain't been in the same jersey his whole career. So if we using your criteria, he wouldn't be
No,
coming
no,
close.
no, no. That's not my criteria, though. He didn't leave his team. He got traded, and he only played for 2 teams.
I mean,
So
okay,
yeah,
cool.
yeah,
Like
one team.
even
Huh?
okay, even if we don't go by that criteria, we going by the rings criteria. He still have less than Curry. If you go by like the stats criteria, I mean, shit. If we talk about changing the game, I don't think he changed the game
Yo,
no way near Curry.
okay, my argument. Okay, if he goes and wins another one this year, his stock goes way up, way up,
I don't think he
way up.
move him in the
Whether
top 75.
maybe not
And
yet
mind you now,
because he
I feel
still
like a
has a
lot of them
long way
players
to
in the top
go.
75, a lot of them weren't even supposed to be inside there. And I still wouldn't I wouldn't put them above like I know, like I said, now I feel like my bias is kicking in because I'm about to say I wouldn't put him above Klay Thompson, but it's like Klay Thompson ain't necessarily never had to carry a team, so it's like it ain't really hard to get past him.
So I'm saying he's already past. Well, yeah, he's already past Clay Thompson because he run. It's his team, right?
I mean, as far as being great, if we just using the word great, I don't think he passed a lot of players. Like, I don't think he passed K Thompson. Like,
Nah, he's
if
definitely
you in the NBA right now, and there's a fucking 5-year-old kid who never seen basketball a day in his life, and you got to sit down and he said, "Tell me about basketball." You probably wouldn't even, if you had an hour or 2 hours to like start explaining basketball, you probably wouldn't even mention shit. You probably be like, I mean,
all right.
shit. But it,
No, I say Shea's up next. I put him with Luka and Jokic, and like these are the guys who are battling for next up. They're in the battle. That's what I would say. Right
I
now,
feel like
I right now in the pot, I'd say you got Giannis, you got Jokic, you got Luka, who hasn't got one yet, and then Shai, who are battling for next up.
but see the thing about that.
Shai could easily fade away if he doesn't get one or two more.
If Shai win one more championship and he got 2 rings and Luca only get one, Luca go down as greater than him.
Come on, man.
No,
You see now you're doing what you say you don't like other people doing.
no, because you
You're
know why.
doing the narratives, man.
No, you know why I say that? Because when people look at Luca, and mind you, I was a Mavs fan, so like watching that 2024 run to the finals, that shit just showed me like, damn, boy, like Luca like a legend already without a ring. Like you got some motherfuckers that are, let's like, I can't really explain it, bro, but it's like the energy I remember seeing and hearing, and it's like people look at Luca like, if Luca don't win the ring,
This year.
he definitely win the ring this year. But
Okay,
it's
all
like,
right, put it this
if
put it
Luca
this
don't
way.
win a ring, people wouldn't even knock him that much for not having a ring.
But if Luca stayed with Dallas, his chances of getting a ring would have been probably closer than he is now.
They probably wouldn't ring this
Shai
year.
already got it. Shai was not projected to get that ring before Luca. So
Mm-mm.
Shai got his already. Luca got multiple MVPs before Shai. Even the year they said Shai should have got it, Luca got it. Right? And still Shai got his ring before Luca. So if Shai gets another one, come on, man.
Damn, Luca got an MVP?
Yeah, he got the. Didn't he get the MVP? Yeah, that I think that was the year before. The year before last year,
No, damn.
or was it Joker? Was it Joker?
Yeah,
Was either
Joker.
yeah.
Yeah, Joker get him for like 2 years in a row, and then your
Oh, okay,
boy get
okay,
him.
okay,
MB
okay.
get him. And then I think Joker get him.
I don't
Yeah,
know why I thought it was. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it
Chess,
was
damn
Joker.
near the same player. Shit, damn near the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
player.
pretty much. Yeah, that's probably why I got it confused. But I know Luca was up there. It was between
But see
Joker, Luca, and
but see,
Shai.
listen, that right there is what I mean. You see how you thought Luca had an MVP? I had to think about that shit for a second.
Yeah,
That's because
yeah.
we
Hey,
as
yo,
NBA fans, I don't know
yo,
what it is about Luca, but like we just see Luca as a legend already. All
yeah.
he
We
need is
want to
that
give it
one
to him.
fucking ring. Exactly.
We
It's
want to,
like
but
that.
we
Why I said if
can't.
he get
We
one
can't.
ring, that should have put him so high. It's like Dirk Nowitzki been good for years. When Dirk won that ring, it's like Dirk still ain't getting conversations that he still ain't getting them top 5, top 10 conversations.
Yeah, Dirk was
Luca,
one of my
people,
favorites, man.
yeah,
Dirk was
them
one of
people
my favorites.
already got Luke higher than fucking Dirk and Neiman and shit like that, especially in Dallas. A lot of people look at it like, oh yeah, well shit, Luca. And like I said, the same way how you mistaken about the MVP. I promise. As soon as you said that shit, I'm like, damn, but Luca do got an MVP. I forget about that shit. They had to catch myself like, well, damn, when he won him.
Yeah, I forgot that year was so close. They really wanted to give it to him that year, man. So
Yeah, but I tell you because Luca is a legend already because he done, like mind you, he come from EuroLeague. He been a legend in EuroLeague. He a legend in his own country. Like he been winning championships even like 13, 14, 15 and the pros over there. Like he been doing this shit. So when you look at him now, like it's hard to even put him in the same cat. It's hard to even put him on the same level as like not Shea because Shea damn he was hooping or whatever like that, but I telling you, bro, like one ring Luca is no different than damn 2 ring Shea.
Oh, can't do that,
Yeah,
man.
three
That's
ring shit.
crazy
Fuck all
work.
that shit. They like he already like think about it. If you ask
Come
somebody
on.
right now who greater, Tatum or Luca, who you think will say?
Shit. I guess
Luca.
Luca, man.
And mind you
It's
now,
tough one though, man. But
Tatum got the better fucking resume than Luca. Cause Tatum
what? What
got
is it? Just a chip. Just a chip. No MVP. Not even MVP.
he got a chip. When the last time Tatum didn't make the finals or conference finals? That boy been loving it down his whole career.
But not by
Don't get me
himself, man.
yeah,
Not by.
exactly. But that's why I'm saying that's why I say like when you think about Luca, that championship Tatum got go out the window because in your mind is like, yeah, but Luca, hey, this Luca we talking about.
Luca, yeah, but that's because Luca been. We know Luca doesn't have the chip because he's been carrying. He's been
Exactly, but
carrying teams on
when
his
we
back.
look at
That's why
shit,
That's
we
why we
don't
give
see
him
him
the goat.
carrying. We don't think even though he dropping 30 again, we don't look at shit like he carrying. We look at him
He's not
like,
carrying. He's
oh,
not carrying. That team is. He has
exactly.
an amazing team,
And that's why I
amazing
say
staff, amazing coach.
if I don't even care if LeBron on the fucking roster, if Luca won a championship, even if LeBron on the roster, Luca already on top of
Yo,
shit.
my only issue with what you're saying, man, is if Shai pulls out two, bruh, especially two in a row, you can't compare that to one Luca, man. Especially if he got two before Luca got one.
But think about it now, like you already got Luca over Tatum, and Tatum got one, and now I'm in the more finals and more conference finals than them.
Doesn't matter. That hardware, man. That hardware. Two rings. He would have been the first in how long to get two chips, man. People, and it's
No,
okay.
I get that, but
Forget about what I'm saying.
what
You know what people are gonna
Tatum got
start
one
saying.
more ring. Tatum got one more ring, right? And we already believe that he greater, Luca greater. If Luca get one ring and Shea only got them two, or Shea only got them two,
But that's just me and you talking, man. Most people aren't gonna agree with that.
no, I guarantee if you put up a poll right now on any site and be like Luca or Tatum, who greater? It's gonna be some people that gonna be like, oh, well, Tatum got a ring. But I guarantee you, most people gonna be like Luca.
Hmm.
If Shai get two rings and then Luca got one ring, put up that same poll. Luca. You know why? Because people love a good underdog story. And even if, like I said, he can have LeBron on a team, people gonna look at Luca and be like, "Hey, he did that shit, bro. Like Luca did that shit." Because I don't like I said I might be not biased in my saying that, but biased in how I thinking about it. But I watched that Mavericks entire finals run, and that shit been like. Even like I see how hard it is to win a championship, bro. Like that shit is not an easy fucking thing to win a championship, especially if you ain't got like the most dominant team or whatever. Luka been
Yo, but
hurt the whole playoffs.
that is
Huh?
key, man. That is the key right there. Is if you don't got the team, he hasn't had the team, so that's just what makes him look that much better. Because,
Mm-hmm.
but he hasn't.
And mind
He
you, now
doesn't have the
in
hardware.
24, he had the team. The problem was Kyrie ain't show up in the finals. He Luka still been kind of hurt. Don't get me wrong, Kyrie been kind of hurt too now, but I expect Kyrie still to play a little better than what he been doing or whatever. But they run up against Boston. Boston been good as a motherfucker that year. Like Boston been destined to win a championship that year. But if he had beat Boston, man, them boy have built a couple of statues already about that boy. Like telling you, like
Luka has
Shy,
that prestige, man.
yeah, Shy doing his thing. I ain't trying to take nothing from him, but he just certain players that, like, think about it. LeBron only got 4 rings, and he stole in them debates against players with more rings than him. It shouldn't even be a debate. It shouldn't be a debate between him and Kobe or him and Jordan. But the fact that he got the narrative that what it is behind him, and people view him like, hey, his 4 rings to a lot of people is no different than 6 rings. Like motherfuckers tell
Who
Jordan
LeBron?
going to 6 championships and he won 6 times. He's 6-0. Yeah, but LeBron got 4 rings and he been to the finals 10 times. Forget he lose 6 times. He been there 10 times. They believe that is
Yeah,
better than 6 rings.
yeah. Honestly, in my opinion, you know how you got court cases, right? And they'll be like, "Oh, you can't use that evidence." Yeah,
Mhm.
just throw that out. That's that's what I'd be
Yeah,
telling
but
them. Just
why I
throw that
said is like
evidence out, man. Because
people be viewing players a certain way, and it's like you can't do nothing with it. It's like it is what it is. Like people ain't gonna view Tim Duncan like Tim Duncan got 5 rings, but you ask the average person how much rings Tim Duncan got, they'll forget that he got all them rings. You ask him how much rings Dirk got, oh Dirk got that one. I remember that one, yeah, because he beat LeBron and boy. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember he got yeah. Because people remember them powerful rings like when Dirk beat LeBron, he beat a super team. When Kobe beat
yeah, yeah,
Boston that for that second round for his 5th ring, he beat a super team.
that's some superhero shit. That's superhero shit. People love that,
Exactly.
man. Just
People
like Luca,
remember those
just like what you
motherfuckers.
Luca's like a superhero, man.
Yeah.
That's what he is. He's a superhero, man. All those big game shots, carrying teams on his
Mhm.
back, injuries, like it's a lot, man. It's a whole lot. And he may not. And if he doesn't get a ring, he'd be like a Reggie Miller.
I think he'll be bigger. I think they remember him
Well,
more than Reggie Miller. A lot more.
well,
Cause
yeah.
like I
Just
tell you,
because in
like
this day and age,
he got
people
a whole
just talk a
country
lot
behind
more.
him.
But yeah, that too. That too. Yeah, look, man. I know Luca is up there. I know he's up there, but I'm just saying he could be another unfortunate story, man.
I
Like
think about
his
it like
name may
this.
be
How much rings Kawhi got?
two, two.
You gotta think about that, right? And the
Yeah,
only
but
reason
not
and the
hard,
only
not that hard.
and he no, he got more than 2. I think he got like 3.
Nah, he has two, man.
Well, okay, yeah, cool. But he
Mhm.
got 2 rings, but which one stand out the most?
Toronto by far,
Superhero
man.
shit.
Yeah, man, by
You got
far.
players.
Man.
You got like I said when if you ask somebody if the first when you ask somebody about Kawhi Leonard rings, your mind instantly go to Toronto. And then the only reason why, like even if you don't remember, the only reason you be like, oh yeah, no, he got more than one because you be like, he had played for the Spurs.
Mhm.
It's like, oh yeah, he went with Toronto. No, he got more than one because he went with the Spurs. Even if you don't know if he went with the Spurs or not, the fact that you
Yeah,
know he
yeah,
played for them is like, yeah, and I know them boy win championships. Like they got a whole video of when he been coming back in the game and LeBron down getting mad, like, man, fuck. Like that gonna live on forever.
yeah, that's crazy. Telling you, man.
I see that rings matter, but how many rings you got don't really hold weight no more. I feel like that's how nowadays is. It's like it don't matter about having rings no more. It's about how many. It don't matter about how many rings you got. It's about how did you get your ring. Like if Tatum go down, if Tatum don't play basketball no more, nobody gonna respect that one ring like that. Not saying they ain't gonna respect it at all, but nobody gonna look at that one ring and say that shit's stronger than Dirk one ring. They can say, no, hell no, that shit is stronger than the bubble ring, but ain't nowhere near that fucking Dirk ring. Shit ring,
Yeah, no, I
that shit
agree.
ain't gonna
I
be
agree with
nowhere
that.
near Dirk ring.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially if you watch that. If you watch that Dallas Maverick team and watch Dirk, man, it's like because you remember all the years he lost, man, and then he's like, nah,
Uh-huh.
this time y'all gonna get this work.
Yeah, like man, listen,
This,
that boy been on fucking like that season. Dirk been on one. That postseason, Dirk been on one. Even like this man could not fucking miss.
yeah,
It's
you
like
just
he was
reminded me
like
because that
if
that
he
was one of
pull
my
up, he
favorite
putting.
teams, man. Yeah, that was one of my favorite teams, man. So I was like, yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. That was just like it's like it's just the preparation, but the losses, man. The amount of times you lost, and they're like, man, you know what? This time, nah, this is my shit.
Mm-hmm. And like I
Yeah,
said, like
man.
his after you get to the point like, damn, this is my best season ever. This is my best chance of winning the ring. And here come LeBron, like he got a super team all of a sudden, man. Fuck, this been our chance, man. it's like nobody expect for them boy to beat LeBron. And even though that LeBron and boy first season together, nobody expect LeBron and boy to lose no fucking Mavericks. Because in your mind, you're like, man, they got old ass Jason Kidd. They got Jason Terry ass. Like, he ain't about to, like, I don't care how good he been playing this full season. Like, he about to run into LeBron fucking G. LeBron about to lock his ass up. Then what about to do this, about to do that. And listen, Dirk said, I don't give a flying fuck who on the other side. I ain't winning this one. This might be my last finals I ever get to. And sure as shit stink
Yeah.
having this last one. And mind you,
You
and just
seen it. You seen it, man. You can see
uh-huh.
it. Like,
And
he
mind
played
you,
like a
and when you
yeah,
ask yourself, like, well, damn, so what happened the next year? Like Kobe put that same Mavericks team the fuck on home.
yeah. But they did beat them that year. Mavericks did beat Kobe that year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that would have been the fourth trip to the finals in 4 years. That would have been four in a row.
Hmm.
Imagine if Kobe had fucking made it to the finals that year and beat LeBron's super team.
That's a tough one, man.
Man,
That's
listen,
a tough one.
it wouldn't have been no damn debate at that point. It would have been
No, you're right. You're right.
Kobe and Jordan would have been hanging on by a thread. But I'd have been 6 each. And damn, say what you want to say. Jordan, the only thing Jordan got is that 6-0. He don't got no powerful ass ring. He don't got that one ring was like, damn boy, like, hey, Jordan did that one.
It's a
He got the
clean sheet. You
moments.
know, everybody loves a
Yeah,
clean sheet.
that's his
You know?
arguments. But like Kobe got that. He beat the Celtics. That ring right there is his power ring. Cause
Yeah,
that been
yeah.
a super team. LeBron power ring is that 2016 championship. But people gonna say, well, shit. I mean, Kyrie been dropping 40 that too. I mean, shit. Yeah, that's true. But the man come back to Cleveland. That Cleveland been a fucking trash ass team before he come back. I understand people say, oh yeah, he get this play, he get that player. But they been a trash team. He kind of proved no matter where he at, he going to the finals with them boy.
Yeah, but it's the fit, man. It's the fit. I mean, you think about it. Kyrie, LeBron, then you got what's his name again? Kevin Love. Then you just need a few pieces. And they also had J.R. Smith. You just need a few pieces around, you know what I mean, to help. That's one thing LeBron's good at is formulating the proper team to win.
Yeah, because he understand basketball. He understand what works
Yeah,
around him.
exactly. You
He don't
understand?
play to
Yeah, what
everybody else
works.
strength. He play to his own strength. He understand I ain't the best shooter. I ain't the best ISO player. So I need an ISO player. I need somebody who can scratch the floor. I need
Yeah,
space.
you need shooters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't dumb. He did. I said he won a bunch of damn games off of just being. He just understand how
But
basketball is. Like
but
I know
that
everybody
has
gonna
to
come
be
at me and I'm gonna shoot the ball out.
yeah, but that has to be added to his greatness. The ability to do that. No other player does. No other player has been able to do that.
Yeah.
Most players like, I want to go there. They go and they don't win nothing. So his, formulating it actually amounted to wins. Him trying to formulate teams and it actually amounted to rings. So you got to respect him for that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of
I
guys
said
went different places, teamed up with different guys, all kind didn't work, didn't amount to nothing.
that's why I said LeBron. I'ma always put LeBron number 3 until further notice. Like I don't see no
Until
player.
further notice, right?
Yeah, I don't see no player right now that I can be like, hey, he battling LeBron. Like I know people want to say Curry, but I know it might be my bias because, like I said, I grew up in an era where, like, I grew up in a superstar era where every team had been looking for that 6'6", 6'5" guard that can take over the game, like a T Mac or a Kobe or a motherfucking like shit. Who else been playing that fucking like a Vince Carter type. That's why I grew up seeing like you need them type of players, or you need to have a good ass team like the Spurs.
Yeah, well, Curry. That's what I mean. That's why I got to put Curry up there, man. Because when you look at Reggie Miller, man, he wasn't able to do it, but Curry is that guy, man. Curry's like Reggie Miller, but he got those rings, got
Yeah.
those rings with it.
And like I
I
said,
mean, think about if Reggie Miller got 4 rings. You'd be like, you know what I
if
mean?
he had get 4 rings, that means shit.
Or even 3. Even 3. Let's not even say 4. Even 3 rings. Or
If
even
he
2.
see the thing about it, like Reggie Miller, he had a chance. Like he couldn't get past Jordan, and then like he had to meet up with the Lakers in the finals, and the Lakers them boys, damn, they I can't remember if they sweeped them or not, but Kobe been locking his ass up.
Yeah, yeah. It's too much. Too
The
much.
young Kobe at that.
That's what I mean. Curry came through. Curry has the ball handling. He has the ability to. uh, I mean, Reggie Miller was really good off the ball too, but I mean, Curry just takes it to another level, man. And the range that he could shoot from, and he's a point guard too. So you know what I mean.
Mhm.
You could still put a shooter beside him, which that's what made him and Klay Thompson so. You know what I mean. You got a point
Yeah.
guard that could shoot the lights out with another shooting guard who could shoot the lights out.
And now I say like with Curry, and like I say the thing about Curry is like yeah, like the deep threes and the efficiency shooting the threes, all that shit is amazing. Like I like that shit alone should have him in a lot of conversations or whatever. But I can't get past the fact that like that's your skill, that's your job. And all you really doing is your job. It's like you ain't really doing nothing extra other than your job. Now don't get me wrong, like 2022 is that championship year, like that's when it's like, yeah, he really been doing outside of his job. Cause like I said, if you tell me, oh yeah, well shit, all you gotta do is shoot 40% from three that you already good at on catch and shoot threes or whatever. Occasionally you gotta like get to the basket, throw your little floaters up, and you ain't gotta worry about offensive duties as far as running no offensive plays, like setting them up, not being a point guard. Like you ain't gotta worry about being elite defensively. We just want you to
But he's a
damn run
but he's a big
around.
but he's a big part of that
Yeah,
system. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
you know,
Then that's the problem. It's part of a system. So that's why I say like it's hard for me when I think about Curry legacy. Is like 2022 ring is the only reason why I even entertain him in the top 20.
but Duncan won in the system. He won all his 5 in the system. So
And that's why I feel like when I always say, like I said, I be breaking them down like this. If you asking somebody to put together a top 10 list of players of all time, but they having trouble putting them together, it's go by decades. Go by the 70s. Who dominated the 70s? Who dominated the 80s? Who dominated the 90s? Who dominated the 2000s? And when you get to the 2000s, even though it should be Kobe and not Durant, Kobe and Tim Duncan, because since they split up with 5 rings or 4 rings, since Duncan won one in '99. That's a year before 2000 or whatnot. It's like, yeah, but that been within a system like a well-oiled machine. Like he just kind of whatever. That's why I give Kobe the nod in that regard. So it's like if you take all them decades, you take the '60s and '70s or whatever with damn fucking Wilt and Kareem. You take the fucking '80s with damn Magic and Bird. You take the '90s with Jordan. You take the 2000s with Kobe and Tim Duncan. You take the 2010s with LeBron and Steph. That's 9 names right there that you can say, okay, cool. That's a top 10. You just got to put them in order at that point, and then you can just throw in whatever player from this era. Boom, you got a
but,
30 top 10.
but you said the system players. You said like Duncan. Where would you put him?
I mean, if I got to keep him in the top 10, just because he been one of the 2 players that dominate his era, I mean,
Mhm.
I wouldn't put him high on that top 10. I'll put him like closer to 9, closer to
Yeah,
8.
yeah, yeah. And I agree with that. And if you said the same, as long as you're consistent, I'd say okay. Same thing for Curry then, because he played within the system. So
Yeah,
I'd put him around the same place.
yeah,
So it's fair. It lines up, man. I think it lines up, man.
yeah. Like I
It
said,
li-
I'll probably go like MJ, Kobe, Braun. Um, mm, I'll say Wilt. Kareem.
Kareem. All right.
Shit, interchangeable will be Magic and Larry because I feel like both of them had short careers for different reasons. And like I said, 9 and 10 could be interchangeable between Steph and Tim Duncan. Because all those players dominated the era they play in. But see, if we get tricky at us, I ain't watch some of these players. Like I ain't watch Wilt. I ain't watch Kareem. I ain't watch Magic. I ain't watch Bird. Shit, Bill Russell missing, but I ain't watch him either. So that's 5 players out the top 10 right there that I don't know who I would replace those 5 with from today's era. I mean, from today's basketball or from the 80s or I mean, from what I have seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'd have to. If you're going all time, because you
It's
could put
hard to get
players
the
in there.
10. It's hard to get the 10 all time because, like I said, like the usual suspects of who I see play: Kobe, Jordan, LeBron, and I just ain't about to put. I just like I said, I don't have a real
I'd put
tangible
Bird ahead of.
reason.
That's why I said I'm stuffing it. I'm trying to put players ahead that I'm like I'll put Braun in there. I mean, sorry, I'll put Bird in there in my top 5 ahead of Braun. All right. I don't know if I put Magic, but and I'm not gonna put like Wilt because I never watched him play. Right. Um, if I was gonna put goats, I mean, Bill Russell has how many rings, man? I don't know. His name doesn't get brought up, and he contributed to all those rings. So
Yeah.
to me, his name has to be somewhere up there.
And see, the knock on him was the fact that we don't know how good the competition even playing against,
Yeah,
and
that's what they
B,
say.
the people that's old enough to really watch them boy ain't on social media or ain't on here talking and nothing like that, so they don't really got a voice for him to be other than the motherfuckers that older on TV and shit like that, but they don't got a voice or they don't got an audience to damn like vouch for them and all shit like that. So that's why I say like even if I want to make that a top 10 from all the names I said. I gotta take out the people I ain't watch, and once I take out the people I ain't watch, shit, Curry automatically move up to top 5.
Mm-hmm.
But I know he's not fucking top 5 to me. Like I said,
Because
I
I
might be
watch
biased
because
because I just don't
you
see him
seen
top
Bird
5.
you watch some of Bird, no? You seen some of
No,
Bird's play.
shit, I catch the tail end of Jordan,
Yeah, I see it. Well, same here,
but I only add Jordan number 1 because it's like my favorite player of all time. My GOAT is like from what everybody tell me, from everything I watch and shit like that. I mean, when I do watch his games on like the little rewind and shit like that, shit, Jordan do seem like he been that boy. Like he really do seem like he been that boy. So it's like I can't doubt what my eyes seen. I know I ain't lived this shit live, but it's easier for me to see Jordan really been who everybody make him out to be than it is to see that Magic been that. Like Magic had looked like a cool player, but I feel like Magic just been a tall point guard. And he just used that to his advantage, and he had a fancy
but
passes and everything like that.
yeah, he had good IQ. He had size on his. Some that kind of helped him.
Yeah,
But
I feel
yeah,
like
I
he just been
mean,
the less athletic LeBron without the
yeah,
jump,
yeah,
but LeBron developed a
pretty,
jumper.
pretty much.
He
That's
was
why I
the
like to
most
go with the
flashiest
players
passer.
I've watched, man. If I watch them, it's easier because the competition. I understand what the competition was like, so that's why I like to go off of that. But yeah,
Yeah.
so. But I'd have to put guys like Reggie would be in there. Reggie would be in there. But then I'd have to cut the era. I can't put it with the 2000. It's too much, man.
It's like I would put players like that is like because I remember as like people. It's like I remember Ray Allen being like that dude. He just ain't had a ring as
But
that
Ray
dude.
Allen wasn't a killer though. He wasn't a killer
I mean, no,
like
he ain't been
Reggie and
like, but
Jordan.
he been one of them players where it's like I would like say he ain't even nowhere near Kobe and Jordan level or nothing like that. But at that time, like in the early 2000s and shit like that, when you look at all the players in the league around that time, that okay, well,
this player had team. This team had T-Mac. This team had it. This team had. It's like Seattle had him. Bucks had him. But he just ain't been doing nothing with him. He just ain't been winning at a higher rate. That's the only problem of putting him high on any list. Now, I
Mm.
wouldn't put him in the top 5 or no shit like that. I wouldn't even put him over Curry. But I just saying, like, it's players like that you like with Reggie Miller. It's like he ain't necessarily been like a super dominant ass player, but it's like that's Reggie Miller. We look at Reggie Miller different than people who ain't watch him look at him.
Yeah,
Like
and this
Reggie Miller really,
competitor and
really,
but that's what I mean. In terms of competition, he's pretty up. He's up there with Jordan and Kobe, pretty much, man. His competitive nature.
yeah.
Yo, Reggie was a fucking competitor, man. Telling you, man. Even that's what made him so good because it's skill wise, he only had a certain amount of but the competitive nature in him is what really made him who he was, man.
Yeah.
Remember, he used to go at Jordan's ass. They used to go at it, man.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, they
even I
used
don't
to
even
go
remember
at it,
like
man.
players like fucking like Clyde Drexler. Clyde Drexler like
Yeah,
said he
Clyde
won a
Drexler
championship with fucking Houston. Like if there was no Jordan, like he would be viewed in that light of oh yeah, like Clyde Drexler one of them.
is up
But
there.
he
Yep, he's
played
up
while
there.
Jordan played. Said
That's
Dalton
why I
G,
think for
like
that
players
era
like
it was
that.
who was it for that era? It was Barkley.
Yeah,
if you're gonna
Barkley,
name five in
Clyde,
that era, probably be Olajuwon,
Elijah.
Barkley, Jordan,
And
Karl
I say like
Malone.
you can make an argument for all those players except for maybe Clyde Drexler being like a top 10 player. Yeah, and I'm saying that they us, but you can make an argument for them. You can put together a damn little argument for damn Elijah Wan being top 10 of all time. You can put together an argument for Barkley being top 10, 15 all time. Even
Yeah,
if
but
the
that's what I
argument don't
mean.
go
That it's
for
hard. It makes it so complicated if you
yeah.
add if it's just all time. It makes it man. It's a
And like
tough
I said,
argument.
bro, like Karl Malone has an argument for top 5 all time, like top 5 all fucking time. He just
Yeah, that's a
off the
rough
feet,
one,
off
man.
the court shit, and fucking not having a ring. So that's
Yeah,
why I
and maybe
say,
in his era, maybe in his era though. But all time, that's rough, man.
I
That's
mean,
a
you gotta
rough
think
one.
about it now. He been an all-time leading scorer. He ain't played no 25 years.
Yeah,
It's like I get the ring conversation now, but I mean, shit, like how Dan Marino never won no ring, but Dan Marino still used to get them conversations sometimes. Maybe not been top 2 or top 3, but he sure used to be in them conversations sometimes. He still be in certain conversations.
yeah. There was a lot of players like in that time, man, that were really good. Like Patrick Ewing was really good.
Yeah, he
You know,
was good
in
in
that
that
in
bed.
that era. You know,
Yeah.
so yeah. But once you start crossing, you can only pluck a few of them out from there. That's
Mm,
because that's what we really do. We're plucking a few from each. When you go to the '80s, we only got like two. You go to the '90s, you got pretty much like one, two. It's only really two in each.
yeah. And I feel like
That's
the
what most of
90s
us
was
would.
all Jordan.
Well, Elijah Wan was killing it then too.
Yeah,
It was
but I
pretty much
mean, shit, and from 1990,
because Elijah Wan was the only one that got championships when Jordan was playing. When Jordan was
yeah,
playing at his
but
prime.
he get talking about like in the 90s, because I mean,
Yeah,
shit, a couple of
yeah,
them teams sneak some championships in when Jordan leave.
yeah. But we don't remember that. We
Yeah,
only remember Elijah Wan, man.
and now I say like shit, like it's a whole lot of players that in their own right, like it's two different conversations. Like, don't get me wrong, today's players bad. I feel like a lot of the times when people don't want to talk about past players, it's because they thinking like, oh yeah, well you talking about some damn Clyde Drexler, like shit. Clyde Drexler ain't better than Shy Gilchrist Jr. Is like your first inclination is be like, oh no, yeah, Shy better. But then if you really watch him, it's like, I mean, like the nigga been bad. Like I mean, you say he been good now. Like he could have like I don't know. That's the conversation to be had. But it's hard to make that conversation because you got recency bias. It's like we watch Shea now, we watching Shy now do all the shit, and we ain't even hearing about him during Jordan because even all Jordan, him and those
Yeah, and
social
Clyde
media
wasn't the
events,
leader on it. Clyde didn't lead that team.
like if you switch Clyde for Jordan on the Bulls, I think they get a chip or two. I don't think he goes 6-0.
Possibly. The only thing is the mesh. I don't think Clyde and Pippen go well together still.
I mean, said Clyde game is damn they similar to Jordan. He just aiming as clutch as Jordan. That's why I say he probably get 1 or 2 rings, but he ain't even getting 6.
Mhm. Didn't he play like more to 3? He was more like a forward, like so he played like a lot like Pippen, like the wing, like Pippen.
Yeah, but I mean, said Jordan been technically a small forward. I mean, he probably been listed as shooting guard, but I mean, said you technically been a small forward.
Yeah, you could say that. But he really developed his game to be that shooting guard, especially once he got that fadeaway jumper, man. It's like, man, it was a whole another level.
What they had
Clyde
fucking
Drexler
Ron
didn't really
Harper and
have that
shit.
ability to just score whenever he wanted to like that.
Cause that same
So
team Jordan Dan retired from, they going right back to the playoffs. Like he had a good team around him, but everybody need a good team. I feel like ain't nothing wrong with a player to have a team that can get to the playoffs without them. It's when you the factor between getting to the playoffs and getting put out the first, second round, and getting to the playoffs and actually having a chance of winning the championship. I feel like that's what Jordan did for the Bulls. Like he allowed it to where, like, yeah, this team alone without me can get to the playoffs and shit like that, but they can't win a whole championship without me.
yeah, but yeah, every championship team, pretty much, you could see. Even look at the Pistons, man. Like no stars, but you had players that were really good in each position, like at their position,
Mm,
extremely good at their positions.
everybody had a role.
So yeah, role, yeah, exactly. So yeah, yeah, man. Phone's probably gonna die soon, man.
Yeah, about to hop up off, yeah.
Hey, but how often y'all do the show? Like every day or?
To be real, like shit, just if the Hornets playing, he normally live when the Hornets playing. So, I mean, that's
Okay.
a guarantee. Hornets and Cavaliers. Any team the Ball brothers play for.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I said, so
All
he
right.
definitely should be live tomorrow if they play tomorrow.
Yeah, because both teams are playing tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, man. I'll check y'all out again, man, for sure, man.
All right.
All right. So y'all usually go live like after the games.
No, he be going live during the games. He'd be
Oh, during
announcing
the
like
game.
he would do like play by play and all that throughout the game. We'll be jumping on y'all talking or whatever like that. And then once the game ends, we just be on y'all talking about all type of shit.
All right. Well, when I get off, I'm gonna go sub anyway, so I'll see. I'll see when y'all
All
are
right.
live. So.
All right.
All right. Take it easy, man. We'll link
All right,
again, bro.
bro. All
All
right,
right.
bet.